Prologue. Nemono. The rocks had fallen 3 months ago, and Nemono could see some blue in the sky again. The impact at Lagwat, first of the 3 strikes that had broken the world, had thrown so much of the Sahara into the air that she hadn't seen the moon or stars for weeks. Even the ruddy disk of the sun struggled to penetrate the filthy clouds. Ash and grit rained down on Greater Abuja until it piled up in drifts, changing her city to the same yellow-gray as the sky. Even as she'd helped the volunteer teams to clear the rubble and care for the injured, she'd understood that her racking cough and the black phlegm she spat out came from breathing in the dead. 3,500 kilometers stretched between the crater where Lagwat had been and Abuja. The shock waves still had blown out windows and collapsed buildings. 200 dead in the city, the news feed said, 4,000 wounded. The medical clinics were swamped. If you were not in immediate distress, please stay home. The power grid degraded quickly. There was no sun to drive the solar panels, and the gritty air fouled the wind farms faster than the teams could clean them. By the time a fusion reactor was trucked north from the yards at Kinshasa, half of the city had spent 15 days in the dark. With the hydroponic houses and hospitals and government buildings taking precedence, there were still brownouts more days than not. Network access through their hand terminals was spotty and unreliable. Sometimes they were cut off from the world for days at a time. It was to be expected, she told herself, as if any of this could have been foreseen. And still, 3 months in, there came a break in the vast blindfolded sky. As the reddened sun slid toward the west, the city lights of the moon appeared in the east, gems on a field of blue. Yes, it was tainted, dirty, incomplete, but it was blue. Nemono took comfort in it as she walked. The International District was recent, historically speaking. Few of the buildings were over 100 years old. A previous generation's fondness for wide thoroughfares between thin, mazy streets and curved, quasi-organic architectural forms marked the neighborhoods. Zuma Rock stood above it all, a permanent landmark. The ash and dust might streak the stone, but they could not change it. This was Nemono's hometown, the place she'd grown up, and the place she'd brought her little family back to at the end of her adventures, the home of her gentle retirement. She coughed out a bitter laugh, and then she just coughed. The relief center was a van parked at the edge of a public park. It had a leafy trefoil icon on its side, the logo of the hydroponic farm. Not the UN, not even basic administration. The layers of bureaucracy had been pressed thin by the urgency of the situation. She knew she should have been grateful. Some places vans didn't come at all. The pack of dust and ash had made a crust over the gently sloping hills where the grass had been. Here and there, jagged cracks and furrows like vast snake tracks showed where children had tried to play anyway. But no one was sliding down it now. There was only the forming queue. She took her place in it. The others that waited with her had the same empty stare. Shock and exhaustion and hunger and thirst. The International District had large Norwegian and Vietnamese enclaves, but no matter the shade of their skin or the texture of their hair, ash and misery had made a single tribe of them all. The side of the van slid open, and the queue shifted in anticipation. Another week's rations, however thin they might be. Nemono felt a little stab of shame as her turn came near. She'd lived her whole life without ever needing basic. She was one of those who provided for others, not one who needed support. Except that she needed support now. She reached the front. She'd seen the man handing out the packs before. He had a wide face, brown speckled with black freckles. He asked her address, and she gave it. A moment's fumbling later, he held out a white plastic pack to her with the practiced efficiency of an automaton, and she took it. It felt terribly light. He only made eye contact with her when she failed to move away. "I have a wife," Nemono said, "a daughter." A flash of raw anger rose in his eyes, hard as a slap. "If they can make the oats grow faster or conjure rice out of thin air, then do send them to us. Else you're holding us up." She felt tears welling up in her eyes, stinging them. "One to a household," the man snapped. "Move on." "But go on," he shouted, snapping his fingers at her. "There's people behind you." She stepped away and heard him mutter something obscene at her as she left. Her tears weren't thick, hardly enough to wipe away. It was only that they stung so much. She tucked her relief pack under her arm and, as soon as her eyes had recovered enough to see, put down her head and started home again. She couldn't linger. There were others more desperate or less principled than herself who were waiting at the corners and in the doorways for the chance to steal water filters and food from the unwary. If she didn't walk with purpose, they might mistake her for a victim. For a few blocks, her starved and exhausted mind entertained itself with fantasies of fighting off thieves, as if the catharsis of violence might somehow bring her to peace. When she'd left their rooms, she'd promised Anna that she'd stop by old Gino's on the way home. But when she reached the turn, she kept going straight. Weariness was already sucking at her marrow, and the prospect of propping the old man up and going back through the queue with him was more than she could face. She'd say she forgot. It would almost be true. At the curve that led from the wide avenue into the residential cul-de-sac that was home, she found the violent fantasies in her mind had shifted. The men she imagined herself beating until they apologized and begged her forgiveness weren't thieves, but the freckled relief man. If they can make the oats grow faster, what was that supposed to mean anyway? Had he been joking about using their bodies as fertilizer? Had he dared to make a threat against her family? Who in hell did he think he was? "No," a voice said in her mind, as clearly as if Anna had been there to speak the words. No, he was angry because he wanted to help more, and he couldn't. Knowing that all you can give isn't enough is its own burden. That was all. Forgive him. Nemono knew that she should, but she didn't. Their house was small. A half-dozen rooms pressed together like a child squeezing a handful of damp sand. Nothing quite lined up, no corner was perfectly square. It gave the space the feel of something natural, a cave or a grotto, more than something built. She paused before she opened the door, trying to clear her mind. The setting sun had fallen behind Zuma Rock, and the grit and smoke in the air showed where the wide beams of light streamed past it. It looked like the stone had a halo. And in the darkening sky, a pinpoint of light. Venus. Tonight, there might be stars. She latched on to the thought like a lifeboat in the sea. There might be stars. Inside, the house was clean. The rugs had been shaken out, the brick floor swept. The air smelled of lilac, thanks to the little sachet and candle that one of Anna's parishioners had brought them. Nemono wiped away the last of her tears. She could pretend the redness in her eyes was only the outside air. Even if they didn't believe her, they could pretend to. "Hello?" she called. "Is anyone home?" Nami squeaked from the back bedroom, her bare feet slapping on the brick as she barreled toward the door. Her little girl wasn't so little anymore. She came up to Nama's armpit now, or Anna's shoulder. The gentle pudge of childhood was gone, and the awkward, coltish beauty of adolescence was clearing its throat. Her skin was barely lighter than Nono's, and her hair was as rich and kinky, but the girl had a Russian smile. "You're back." "Of course I am," Nono said. "What did we get?" Nemono took the white relief package and pressed it into her daughter's hands. With a smile that was like complicity, she leaned close. "Why don't you go find out, and then come tell me?" Nami grinned back and loped off to the kitchen as if the water recyclers and fast-grown oats were a brilliant present. The girl's enthusiasm was vast and partly sincere. The other part was to show her mothers that she was all right, that they didn't need to worry for her. So much of their strength, all their strengths, grew from trying to protect each other. She didn't know if that made it better or worse. In the bedroom, Anna lay on her cushions. A thick volume of Tolstoy rested beside her, its spine bent by being reread, War and Peace. Her complexion was grayish and drawn. Nono sat beside her carefully, putting her hand on the exposed skin of her wife's right thigh just above where her knee had been crushed. The skin didn't feel hot anymore, and it wasn't stretched drum-tight. Those had to be good signs. "The sky is blue today," Nono said. "There may be stars out tonight." Anna smiled her Russian smile, the one her wife's genes had also given Nami. "That's good then. Improvement." "God knows there's room for it," Nemono said, regretting the discouragement in her voice even as she spoke. She tried to soften it by taking Anna's hand. "You're looking better too." "No fever today?" Anna said. "None? Well, only a little." "Many guests?" she asked, trying to keep her tone light. After Anna's injury, her parishioners had made such a fuss, bringing by tokens and offers of support until it was impossible for Anna to rest. Nemono had put her foot down and sent them away. Anna had allowed it, mostly, she thought, because it also kept her flock from giving away the supplies they couldn't afford to do without. "Amiri came by," Anna said. "Did he? And what did my cousin want?" "We're having a prayer circle tomorrow, only about a dozen people. Nami helped clean the front room for it. I know I should have asked you first." But Anna nodded at her distended, swollen leg as if her inability to stand at the pulpit was the worst thing that had happened to her. And maybe it was. "If you're strong enough," Nemono said. "I'm sorry. I forgive you. Again? Always. You're good to me, Nono." Then, softly so that Nami couldn't hear them, "There was an alert while you were out." Nemono's heart went cold. Where's it going to hit? It won't. They got it. But the silence carried it. But there had been another one. Another rock thrown down the gravity well toward the fragile remnants of the Earth. "I didn't tell Nami," Anna said, as if protecting their child from the fear was another sin that required forgiveness. "It's all right," Nemono said. "I will if we need to." "How is Gino?" "I forgot," floated at the back of Nemono's throat, but she couldn't speak the lie. To herself, maybe, but Anna's clear eyes forbade it. "I'm going there next. It's important," Anna said. "I know. It's just that I'm so tired." "That's why it's important," Anna said. "When the crisis comes, we all pull together naturally. It's easy then. It's when things drag on too long that we have to make the effort. We need to make sure everyone sees we're all in this together. Unless another rock came and the Navy didn't catch it in time. Unless the hydroponics collapsed under the strain and they all went hungry. Unless 1,000 different things happened, any one of which meant death. But even that wouldn't be failure for Anna. Not as long as they were all good and kind to each other. If they helped carry each other gently into the grave, Anna would feel she was following her calling. Perhaps she was. "Of course," Nemono said. "I just wanted to bring the supplies back to you first." Nami rushed in a moment later, a water recycler in either hand. "Look, another glorious week of drinking cleaned-up piss and filthy rainwater," she said with a grin. And it struck Nemono for the millionth time what a perfect distillation of her mother's, their daughter, could be. The rest of the package was oatmeal pucks ready to be cooked, packets of something that claimed in Chinese and Hindi to be chicken stroganoff, and a handful of pills. Vitamins for all of them, painkillers for Anna. So that was something. Nemono sat with her wife, holding her hand until Anna's eyelids began to droop and her cheeks took on the softness that spoke of coming sleep. Through the window, the last of the twilight glowed red, fading to gray. Anna's body relaxed a degree. The tightness in her shoulders released, the furrows in her brow smoothed. Anna didn't complain, but the pain of her injury and the stress of being suddenly crippled had mixed with the fear they all shared. It was a pleasure to watch it all fall away, if only for a moment. Anna was always a handsome woman, but when she slept, she was beautiful. Nona waited until her wife's breath was deep and regular before she rose from the bedside. She was almost to the door when Anna spoke, her voice rusty with sleep. "Don't forget Gino." "Going there now," Nono said softly, and Anna's breath went back to its deep, slow tide. "Can I come too?" Nami asked as Nono went back to their street door. "The terminals are down again, and there's nothing to do here." Nono considered. "It's too dangerous out there, and your mother might need you." But her daughter's eyes were so hopeful. "Yes, but put your shoes on." The walk back to Gino's was a dance in shadows. Enough sunlight had struck the emergency light solar panels that half the houses they passed were glowing a little from within. Not much more than a candle's brightness, but more than there had been. The city itself was still black. No street lights, no glow in the skyscrapers, and only a few bright points along the sinuous length of the arcology to the south. Nemono had the sudden, powerful memory of being younger than her own daughter was now, and going up to Luna for the first time. The utter brilliance of the stars, and the starkly beautiful Milky Way. Even with the dust grit still in the high air above them, there were more stars out now than when the light pollution of the city had drowned them. The moon shone, a crescent of silver cupping a webwork of gold. She took her daughter's hand. The girl's fingers seemed so thick, so solid, compared to what they once had been. She was growing up, not their little baby anymore. There had been so many plans for her, university and traveling together, all of them gone now. The world they'd thought they were raising her in had vanished. She felt a twinge of guilt about that, as if there were something that she could have done to stop all this from happening, as if it were somehow her fault. In the deepening darkness, there were voices, though not so many as there had been. Before, there had been some nightlife in the quarter. Pubs and street performers, and the hard, rattling music recently come into fashion that clattered out into the street like someone spilling bricks. Now people slept when the darkness came, and rose with the light. She caught the smell of something cooking. Strange how even boiled oats can come to mean comfort. She hoped that old Gino had gone to the van, or that one of Anna's parishioners had gone for him. Otherwise, Anna would insist that he take part of their supplies, and Nemono would let her. But it hadn't happened yet. No need to call for trouble before it came. There was enough on the road already. When they reached the turn to Old Gino Street, the last of the sunlight was gone. The only sign that Zuma Rock was even there was a deeper darkness rising up thousands of meters above the city. The land itself raising a defiant fist to the sky. "Oh," Nami said. Not even a word, so much as the intake of breath. "Did you see it?" "See what?" Nemono asked. "Shooting star. There's another one."
"Look! And yes, there, among the fixed, if flickering stars, a brief streak of light. And then another. While they stood there, hand in hand, a half-dozen more. It was all she could do not to turn back, not to push her daughter into the shelter and try to cover her. There had been an alert, but the remnants of the UN Navy had caught this one. These smears of fire across the upper atmosphere might not even be the debris from it. Or they might. Either way, shooting stars had been something beautiful once, something innocent. They would not be again. Not for her. Not for anyone on Earth. Every bright smear was a whisper of death, the hiss of a bullet, a reminder as clear as a voice. All of this can end, and you cannot stop it. Another streak, bright as a torch, that bloomed out into a silent fireball as wide as her thumbnail. That was a big one, Nami said. No, Nemono thought. No, it wasn't. Acknowledgements. While the creation of any book is less a solitary act than it seems, the past few years have seen a huge increase in the people involved with the Expanse, including this one. This book would not exist without the hard work of Danny and Heather Bohr, Will Hinton, Tim Holman, Anne Clark, Ellen Wright, Alex Linchiski, and the whole brilliant crew at Orbit.
Special thanks are also due Carrie Vaughn for her services as a beta reader, the gang from Saco River, Tom, Sake Mike, Non-Sake Mike, Jimmy, Porter, Scott, Raja, Jeff, Mark, Dan, Joe, and Eric Slane, who got the ball rolling. The support team for The Expanse has also grown to the staff at Alcon Entertainment and Sci-Fi, and the cast and crew of The Expanse. Our thanks and gratitude go especially to Hallie Lambert, Matt Rasmussen, and Ken Fisher. Special thanks also go to Leo Tolstoy, translators Louise and Aylmer Maud, and Project Gutenberg for Pastor Anna's comfort reading. And, as always, none of this would have happened without the support and company of Jane, Kat, and Scarlett. Chapter 1. Pa, you have no fucking right to this! The owner of the hornblower shouted, not for the first time. We worked for what we have. It's ours. We've been over this, sir, Michio Pa, captain of the Connaught, said. Your ship and its cargo are under conscript order of the Free Navy. Your relief effort bullshit? Belters need supplies. Let them buy some. Mine is mine. It's needed. If you'd cooperated with the order, you shot us. You broke our drive cone. You tried to evade us. Your passengers and crew? Free Navy, my fucking ass! You're thieves! You're pirates! At her left, Evanshire XO, and the most recent addition to her family, grunted like he'd been hit. Michio glanced at him, and his blue eyes were there to meet her. He grinned, white teeth and a too handsome face. He was pretty, and he knew it. Michio muted her microphone, letting the stream of invective pour from the hornblower without her, and nodded him on. What is it? Evans pointed a thumb toward the console. So angry, he said. Likes to hurt a poor Koyo's feelings, he goes on like that. Be serious, Michio said, but through a smile. Am serious. Fragile bist. Fragile. You? In my heart, Evans said, pressing a palm to his sculpted chest. Little boy me. On the speaker, the owner of the hornblower had worked himself into a deeper froth. To hear him tell it, Pa was a thief and a whore, and the kind of person who didn't care whose babies died so long as she got her payday. If he was her father, he'd kill her instead of letting her dishonor her family. Evans snickered. Despite herself, Michio laughed too. Did you know your accent gets thicker when you flirt? Yeah, Evans said. I'm just a complex tissue of affectation and vice. Took your mind off him, though. You were starting to lose your temper. Not done losing it yet, she said, and turned the mic back to live. Sir, can we at least agree that I'm the pirate who's offering to lock you in your cabin for the trip to Callisto instead of throwing you into space? Would that be all right? There was a moment of stunned silence on the radio, then a roar of incoherent rage that resolved into phrases like, drink your fucking belter blood and kill you if you try. Michio lifted 3 fingers. Across the command deck, Oksana Bush waved her own hand in acknowledgement and tapped the weapons controls. The Connaught wasn't a belter ship, not originally. She'd been built by the Martian Congressional Republic Navy, and she'd come equipped with a wide variety of military and technical expert systems. They'd been on it for the better part of a year now, training in secret at first. And then, when the day came, leading her into the fray. Now, Michio watched her own monitor as the Connaught identified and targeted 6 places on the floating cargo ship where a stream of PDC fire or a well-placed missile would peel open the hull. The targeting lasers came on, painting the hornblower. Michio waited. Evan's smile was a little less certain than it had been. Slaughtering civilians wasn't his first choice. In fairness, it wasn't what Michio would have picked either. But the hornblower wasn't going to make its journey through the gates and out to whatever alien planet they'd thought to colonize. The negotiation now was only what the terms of that failure would be. Want to fire, Boss Mang? Bush asked. Not yet, Michio said. Watch that drive. If they try to burn out of here, then. They try to burn on that busted cone, we can save the ammunition, Bush said, derision in her voice. There's people counting on that cargo. Savvy me, Bush said. Then, a moment later, they're still cold. The radio clicked, spat. On the other ship, someone was shouting, but not at her. Then there was another voice, then several, each trying to cut above the others. The report of a gun rang out. The sound of the attack pressed thin and non-threatening by the radio. A new voice came. "Connaught, you there?" "Still here," Michio said. "To whom am I speaking, please?" "Name's Sergio Plant," the voice said, "acting captain of the Hornblower. I'm offering up our surrender. Just no one gets hurt, okay?" Evans grinned their triumph and relief. "Bessit to hear from you, Captain Plant," Michio said. "I accept your terms. Please prepare for boarding." She killed the connection. History, Michio believed, was a long series of surprises that seemed inevitable in retrospect. And what was true of nations and planets and vast corporate state complexes also applied to the smaller fates of men and women. As above, so below. As the OPA and Earth and the Martian Congressional Republic, so with Oksana Bush and Evans Garner Choi and Michio Pa. For that matter, so with all the other souls who lived and worked on the Connaught and her sister ships. It was only because she sat where she did, commanded as she did, and carried the weight of keeping the men and women of her crew safe and well and on the right side of history, that the smaller personal histories of the Connaught's crew seemed to have more significance. For her, the first surprise in the many that had brought her here was becoming part of the military arm of the Belt at all. As a young woman, she'd expected to be a systems engineer or an administrator on one of the big stations. If she'd loved mathematics more than she did, it might have happened. She'd put herself through upper university because she thought she was supposed to, and failed because it had been a horrible fit. When the counselors sent her the message that she was being disenrolled, it had been a shock. Looking back, it was obvious, the clarifying lens of history. She'd fit better with the OPA, or at least the arm of it she joined. Within the first month, it became clear that the Outer Planets Alliance was less the unified bureaucracy of the Revolution than a kind of franchise title adopted by the people of the Belt who thought that something like it should exist. The Voltaire Collective considered itself OPA, but so Fred Johnson's group based on Tycho Station.
Anderson Dawes acted as governor of Ceres under the split circle, and Zig Ochoa opposed him under the same symbol. For years, Michio had styled herself as a woman with a military career, but with an awareness in the back of her mind that her chain of command was a fragile thing. There was a time it had made her reflexively protective of authority, her authority over her subordinates and the authority of her superiors over her. It was what put her in the XO's chair of the behemoth, what put her in the slow zone when humanity first passed through the gate and into the hub of the 1300-world empire to which they were heir. It was what had gotten her lover, Sam Rosenberg, killed. After that, her faith in command structures had become a little less absolute, once again obvious in retrospect. As to the second surprise, she couldn't have said exactly what it was. Falling into a collective marriage, or her recruitment by Marco Inaros, or taking possession of her new ship and its revolutionary mission with the Free Navy. Lives had more turning points than seams of ore, and not every change was obvious, even looking back. "Boarding team's ready," Carmondi said, his voice flattened by the suit mic. "You want us to breach?" As the leader of the assault team, Carmondi was technically in a different branch of command than Michio, but he'd deferred to her as soon as he and his soldiers had come aboard. He'd lived on Mars for a few years, wasn't part of the plural marriage that formed the Connaught's crew, and was professional enough to accept his status as an outsider. She liked him for that, if little else. "Let's let them be nice," Michio said. "If they start shooting at us, do what needs doing." "Savvy," Carmondi said, and then switched channels. Both ships were on the float now, so she couldn't lean back in her crash couch. If she'd been able to, she would have. When the news had come out that the Free Navy was taking control of the system and that the ring gate was closed to through traffic, the fleet of colony ships on the burn for the new worlds beyond faced a choice.
Stand down and give their supplies over for redistribution to the stations and ships most in need, and they would be allowed to keep their ships. Run, and they wouldn't. The hornblower-like, who knew how many others, had done the calculation and decided the risk was worth the reward. They'd killed their transponders, spun their ship, and burned like hell, but briefly. Then spun again, burned again, spun. Hataru, they called it. The strategy of going bright only for a moment and then going dark, in hopes that the vastness of space would conceal them until the political situation changed. The ships had enough food and supplies to last the would-be colonists for years. The volume of the system was so massive that if they avoided detection at the front, finding them later could be the work of lifetimes. The Hornblower's drive plume had been detected by Free Navy arrays on Ganymede and Titan both. The thing she hated most was that the chase had led them up out of the plane of the ecliptic. The vast majority of the sun's heliosphere extended above and below the thin disk where the planets and the asteroid belts spun in their orbits. Michio had a superstitious dislike of those reaches, the huge emptiness that, in her mind, loomed above and below human civilization. The ring gate and the unreal space beyond it might be were stranger, but her unease about traveling outside the ecliptic had been with her since childhood. It was part of her personal mythology and a herald of bad luck. She set her monitor to show the boarding team's suit cameras and play soft music. The hornblower, as seen through 20 different perspectives, while harps and finger drums tried to soothe her. A dark-skinned earther was in the airlock, his arms spread wide. Half a dozen of the cameras were locked on him, barrels of their weapons visible. The others shifted, watching for movement on the periphery or coming from outside the ship. The man reached up and used a handhold to flip himself around, putting his arms behind him for the zip tie restraint. It had a sense of practice that left Michio thinking that Captain Plantiff, that's who this was, had been forcibly detained before. The boarding team moved into the ship, its eyes and attention shifting down the corridors in teams. Movement on one screen mapped to a figure seen in another. When they reached the galley, the crew of the Hornblower floated in ranks, arms out, ready to accept whatever fate the Connaught had in store for them. Even at the very small size the individual pains had taken to fit her monitor, she could see the clinging sheen of tears creeping over the captives' faces. Grief masks formed of saline and surface tension. "They're going to be fine," Evan said. "Ista? It's our job, yeah?" "I know," Michio said, her gaze fixed on the screen. The boarding team moved through the decks, locking down control. Their coordination made them feel like a single organism with 20 eyes, the group consciousness of professionalism and drills. The command deck looked ill-kept. A hand terminal and a drinking bulb on the float had been sucked against an air intake. Without thrust gravity to coordinate them, the crash couches lay at a variety of angles. It reminded her of old videos she'd seen of shipwrecks back on Earth. The colony ship was drowning in the endless vacuum. She knew that Carmondi would be calling her before he did it, and drew the music gently down. The request came through with a polite chime. "We've taken control of the ship, Captain," he said. 2 of his men were watching him say it, so she saw his lips and his jaw making the words from 2 angles even as she heard them. "No resistance, no trouble. Officer Bush," Michio said. "Their firewalls are already down," Oksana said. "Todo siempre." Michio nodded, more to herself than to Carmondi. "The Connaught has control of the enemy ship's systems. We're setting a perimeter and securing the prisoners. Automatic check-in set." "Understood," Michio said. Then to Evans, "Let's pull back far enough to be outside the blast range if it turns out they're hiding nukes in the grain silo." "On it," Evans said. The maneuvering thrusters shifted her against her restraints, not even a tenth of a G, for the burn's scant handful of seconds. Taking the things that other people thought they deserved to keep was dangerous work. The Connaught would watch over the boarding team, of course, the ship's gentle fingers on all their pulses. And in addition, Carmondi would ping every half hour, using a one-time pad protocol. If he failed to check in, Michio would turn the hornblower into a diffuse cloud of hot gas as a warning to the next ship. And a few thousand people on Callisto, Io, and Europa would have to hope the other Free Navy conscription missions came through. The Belt had finally shrugged off the yoke of the inner planets. They had Medina Station at the heart of the ring gates, they had the only functioning navy in the solar system, and they had the gratitude of millions of Belters. In the long term, it was the greatest statement of independence and freedom the human race had ever made. In the short term, it was her job to see the victory didn't starve them all to death. For the next 2 days, Carmondi and his men would see that the would-be colonists were sealed on secure decks where they could ride out the transit to a stable orbit around Jupiter. Then make a complete inventory of what had been gained by the taking of the Hornblower. Once they were done, it would still be a week before the salvage drives were in place. In that time, the Connaught would stand as guard and captor, and little enough for Michio to do but scan the darkness for other refugees. She wasn't looking forward to it, and she was sure the others in her marriage group weren't either. Still, there was more than that in Oksana's voice when she spoke. "Boss Mang, we got confirmation from Ceres."
Good, Michio said, but with an uptick in her inflection that meant she'd heard whatever Oksana wasn't saying. Oksana Bush had been her wife almost as long as the group had been together. They knew each other's moods well. Got something else, too. Message from himself. "What does Dawes want?" Michio asked. "Not Dawes. Big himself." "Inaros?" Michio said. "Play it." "Under Captain only encrypt," Oksana said. "I can pipe it to your cabin or your terminal if—" "Play it, Oksana." Marco Inaros appeared on the monitor. From the drape of his hair, he was either on Ceres or under burn. There wasn't enough visible background behind him to say if he was on a ship or in an office. His smile was charming and reached his warm, dark eyes. Michio felt her pulse step up a little and told herself it was dread and not an attraction. For the most part, that was truth. He was a charismatic bastard, though. "Captain Paw," Marco said, "I'm glad to hear you took the Hornblower cleanly. It's another testament to your ability. We were right to have you in command of the conscription. Things have gone well enough, we're ready to move on to the next stages of our plan." Michio glanced over at Evans and Oksana. He was plucking at his beard, and she was trying not to look at Michio. "Well, want to route the Hornblower directly to Ceres," Marco said. "And before that, I'm calling a meeting, strictly inner circle. You, me, Dawes, Rosenfeld, Sandrani. At Ceres Station." His grin widened. "Now that we're running the system, there are some changes we should make, eh? The Pella says you can make it there in 2 weeks. It'll be good to see you in person." He made a sharp Free Navy salute, the one he'd come up with. The screen went blank. The mix of confusion and distress and relief that flooded Michio's gut wasn't easy to make sense of. Having her mission change like that, so quickly and with so little explanation, left her on the wrong foot. And going into a meeting of the inner circle still had a little of the sense of danger that it had before the Free Navy had announced itself. Years of moving in shadows left habits of thought and feeling that were hard to step out of, even if they'd won. But at least they'd be back in the plane of the ecliptic, and not high up in the black, where ominous things happened. Bad things. Things, a small, still voice in her head said, like being called to an unexpected meeting. 2 weeks? Michio asked. Possible, Bush answered, almost before the question was out. She'd already run the plan. But it'll mean burning hard, and no waiting for the Hornblower. Carmody won't like that, Pa said. What's he gonna say? Oksana said. It's himself giving the order. It is, Michio agreed. Evans cleared his throat. So, we're going? Michio held up a fist. Yes. It's a Naros, she said, ending the coming argument by invoking his name. Well, bien, Evans said, but the tone of his voice said something different. Something? Pa asked. Just isn't the first time plans changed, Evans said. His face wrinkled with worry.
He wasn't as pretty that way, but he was her newest husband, so she didn't point it out. Pretty men could be so fragile. Continue, she said instead. Well, there was the money thing with Sandrani, and the Martian Prime Minister wound up making it safe to Luna when half the Free Navy was trying to take him out. And I hear we tried to kill Fred Johnson and James Holden both, and both still breathing and walking free. Leaves me wondering, like maybe Marco isn't as infallible as he plays, Michio asked. For a moment, he didn't answer. She thought he might not. Something like, Evans finally said. But even thinking like that feels like it might get sticky, no? Something like, Michio agreed. Chapter 2. Philip. There was no one he hated more than James Holden. Holden, the peacemaker who'd never made peace. Holden, the champion of justice who'd never sacrificed anything for justice. James Holden, who crewed up with Martians and Belters with one Belter and moved through the system as if it made him better than everyone else. Neutral and above the fray, while the inner planets shoved humanity's resources out to the 1,300-odd new planets and left the Belters to die. Who, against all odds, hadn't died with the Chetzamoka? Fred Johnson, the Earther who'd gone native and started speaking for the Belt, was a close second. The butcher of Anderson Station, who'd made his career by slaughtering innocent Belters and continued it by patronizing them all, into an arc that led toward their cultural and individual deaths. For that, he deserved hatred and disdain. But Philip's mother hadn't died directly because of Johnson, and so Holden, James Pinche Holden, owned first prize. It was months since Philip had beaten his hands against the inner door of the airlock, while his mother, her mind twisted by too much time in Holden's cult-like presence, had spaced herself and sin along with her. Stupid deaths. Needless. That, he told himself, was why it hurt so much. That she hadn't needed to die, and she'd chosen it anyway. He'd broken his hand trying to get her to stop, but it helped anything. Naomi Nagata had picked a bad death in the void over a life with her true people. It was proof of how much power Holden had had over her, how deeply she'd been brainwashed, and how weak her mind had been from the start. He didn't tell anyone on the Pella that he still dreamed about it every night. The closed door, the certainty that something precious, something important was on the other side of it, and the sense of vicious loss that he couldn't make the door open. If they knew how much it haunted him, he'd seem weak, and his father didn't have room for men who couldn't do their part, not even his own son. Philip took his place as a Belter and a man of the Free Navy, or he found a place on a station and stayed there as a boy. He was nearly 17 now. He'd helped to destroy the oppressors on Earth. His childhood belonged in his past. Palace Station was one of the oldest in the Belt. The first mines had been there, and following them, the first refineries. The newer facilities had followed, because this was where the industrial base was, and because it was easier to use the older, unretired crushers and spin separators as overflow capacity. And from habit, Palace had never been spun up. The gravity it had was the naturally occurring microgravity, 2% of Earth's full G, hardly more than a persistent direction of drift. The station swooped above and below the plane of the ecliptic, like it was trying to elbow its way out of the solar system. Ceres and Vesta were larger and more populous, but the metal for ship plating and reactors, for station decks and shipping containers, for the guns that studded the Free Navy's liberated warships and the rounds that they fired, all came from here. If Ganymede was the breadbasket of the Belt, Pallas was its forge. It only made sense that the Free Navy should pass through there in its constant voyage through the liberated system, and that it should make sure to leave no resources behind. Siaha Menda, Kay, the harbor master said, floating in the meeting room's wider end. It was a Belter room, no tables, no chairs, little reference to up or down in its architecture. After so long in a ship built with thrust gravity in mind, Philip thought it felt like home. Authentic, in a way that the Martian design spaces never could. The harbor master himself was the same. His body was longer than someone who'd spent his childhood with even low, intermittent gravity. His head was larger compared to his body than Philip's or Marcos or Corral's. The harbor master's left eye was milky and blind, where even the pharmaceutical cocktail that made human life in freefall possible had been insufficient to keep the capillaries from dying. He was the kind of man who would never be able to tolerate living on a planetary surface, even for a short period of time. The most extreme end of the Belter physiological spectrum.
He was exactly who the Free Navy had risen up to protect and represent, which was likely why he seemed so confused and betrayed now. "Is it a problem?" Marco said, shrugging with his hands. The way he said it made emptying the warehouses into the void seem like an everyday thing to ask. Philip hoisted his own eyebrows to echo his father's disbelief. Corral only glowered and kept one fist on his sidearm. "Per esmindan hoy," he said. "I know it's everything," Marco said. "That's the point. So long as it's all here, Paulus will be a target for the inners. Put what you have in containers, fire them off, and only we will know their vectors. We'll track where they are and salvage what we need when we need it. It's not just keeping it out of their hands, it's showing that the station warehouses are empty before they even reach for them, yeah?" "Per mindan," the harbor master said, blinking in distress. "You'll be paid for it all," Philip said. "Good Free Navy script." "Good, yeah," the harbor master said. "Aber." His blinking redoubled, and he looked away from Marco, as if the admiral of the Belter's first real armed force was floating half a meter left of where he was. He licked his lips. "Aber?" Marco prompted, matching his accent. "Spin classifiers vrais neuganga, ja?" "If you need new parts, then buy new parts," Marco said, his voice taking on a dangerous buzz. "Aber," the harbor master swallowed. "But you used to buy from Earth," Marco said, "and our money doesn't spend there." The harbor master lifted a fist in acknowledgement. Marco's smile was gentle and open, sympathetic. "No one's money spends there, not anymore. You buy from the belt now, just the belt." "Belt don't make good parts," the harbor master whined. "We make the best parts there are," Marco said. "History's moved on, my friend. Try to keep up. And package everything there is for push out, sa? The harbor master met Marco's gaze and lifted his fist again in assent. It wasn't as if he had a choice. The advantage of being in command of all the guns was that no matter how nicely you asked for something, it was still an order. Marco pushed off, the thin gravity of Paulus bending the path of his body. He stopped his motion by grabbing handholds at the harbor master's side and then embraced him. The harbor master didn't hug him back. He looked like a man holding his breath and hoping something dangerous wouldn't notice him as it passed by. The corridors and passageways leading from the harbor master's office to the docks were a patchwork of ancient ceramic plating and newer carbon silicate lace. The lace plating, one of the first new materials put into manufacture after the protomolecule's appearance, through physical chemistry ahead by a few generations, had an eerie rainbow sheen as they floated past it, like oil on the surface of water. It was supposed to be more resilient than ceramic and titanium, harder and more flexible. No one knew how it would age, though if reports from the other worlds were to be trusted, it would likely outlast the people who'd fashioned it by at least an order of magnitude, assuming they were making it right. Hard to know. The polished shuttle was waiting when they reached it, Baston strapped into the pilot's couch. "Beast bien?" he asked as Marco cycled the airlock closed behind them. "As well as could be hoped," Marco said, glancing around the small craft. 6 couches, not counting Baston's pilot station. Corral was strapping into one, Philip into another. But Marco drifted slowly to the shuttle's floor, his hair settling at his shoulders. He lifted his chin as a question. "Rosenfeld went already," Baston said. "Been on the Pella for 3 hours." "Has he now?" Marco said, and his voice had an edge that maybe only Philip could hear. He slid into his couch and cinched down the straps.
That's good. Let's join up. Baston cleared with the dock control system, more from habit than need. Marco was captain of the Pella, admiral of the Free Navy, and his shuttle would take precedence over any other traffic. But Baston checked anyway, then went through the seals and environment controls again for what was likely the 10th time. For anyone raised in the belt, checking the air and the water and the seals on ships and suits was like breathing. Not something you even thought about, just something that happened. People who didn't live that way tended to leave the gene pool early. They grew a degree heavier as the shuttle launched, then the gimbals and the couches all hissed at once as Baston fired the maneuvering thrusters. It wasn't even a quarter-G burn, and still they reached the Pella in minutes. They cycled through the lock, the same one Naomi had chosen to die in, then floated out into the familiar air of the Pella. Rosenfeld Goliong was waiting for them. All through Philip's life, from his very first memories, the Belt had meant the Outer Planets Alliance, and the OPA had meant the people who mattered most, his people. It was only as he'd grown up and started being allowed to listen when his father spoke with other adults that his understanding of the OPA became deeper, more nuanced, and the word that redefined his people was alliance. Not republic, not unity government, not nation. Alliance. The OPA was a numberless wash of different groups that formed and fell apart and formed again, all of them tacitly agreeing that, whatever their disagreements might be, they were united against the oppression of the inner planets. There were a few large standard-bearers under the OPA's flag, Tycho Station under Fred Johnson, and Sarah Station under Anderson Dawes, each with their militias. The ideological provocateurs of the Voltaire Collective, the openly criminal Golden Bough, the non-violent near-collaborationist Maru Tuvakulu. For each of those, there were dozens, hundreds, maybe, of smaller organizations and associations, cabals and mutual interest societies. What brought them together was the constant economic and military oppression of Earth and Mars. The Free Navy was not the OPA, and it was not meant to be. The Free Navy was the strongest of the old order, forged together into a force that didn't need an enemy to define it. It was a promise of a future in which the yoke of the past was not only shrugged off, but broken. That didn't mean it was free from the past. Rosenfeld was a thin man who managed to slouch even on the float. His skin was dark and weirdly pebbled, his eyes sunk deep in their sockets. He had tattoos of the OPA's split circle and the knife-like V of the Voltaire Collective, a bright and ready smile, and a sense of barely contained violence. And he was the reason Philip's father had come to Pallas. "Marco," Inaro said, spreading his arms, "look what you've done, Koyo Mis." Marco launched himself forward into the man's embrace, spinning with him as they held close and slowing when they pulled back. Any distrust Marco held toward Rosenfeld was gone. Or no, not gone, but shifted away for Philip and Corral to feel so that his own pleasure at the reunion could be pure. "You look good, old friend," Marco said. "I don't," Rosenfeld said, "but I appreciate the lie. Do we need to transfer your men over?" "Already done," Rosenfeld said. And Philip glanced to Corral, catching the little scowl at the corner of the older man's mouth. Rosenfeld was a friend, an ally, one of the inner circle of the Free Navy, but he shouldn't have been able to bring his private guard on the ship when Marco wasn't there. The Pella was the flagship of the Free Navy. After all, empty-tation was temptation. Marco and Rosenfeld reached out together, slowed their two-body rotation with a handhold jutting off the lockers, and still arm in arm pushed out to the corridor and into the ship. Philip and Corral followed after. "Going to be a hard burn getting to Ceres in time for the meeting," Marco said. "Your fault. I could have taken my own ship. You don't have a gunship. I've lived my whole life in rock hoppers." Even with only the back of his father's head to see, Philip could hear the smile in Marco's voice.
That was your whole life until now? We've changed the game. Can't have the high command moving unprotected. Even out here, not everyone's with us. Not yet.
They reached the lift that ran the length of the ship, shifted around it, and swam headfirst through the air, down toward the crew decks. Corral looked behind, toward the operations and flight decks, as if to be sure none of Rosenfeld's guard were at their six. "Why, I waited," Rosenfeld said. "The good little soldier, May. Too bad about Johnson and Smith making it safe to Luna. Only took down 1 out of 3? Earth was the one that mattered," Marco said. Ahead of them, Sarda appeared, floating up past them toward Ops. She nodded her greeting as they passed. Earth was always the prime target. Well, Secretary General Gauss with her gods now, and I hope she died screaming. Rosenfeld mimed spitting to the side after he said it. But this Avasarala, who's taken her place. "A bureaucrat," Marco said, as they hauled themselves around the corner and into the mess. The tables and benches bolted to the floor, the smell of Martian military food, the colors that had until recently been the banner of the enemy. They all stood in contrast to the men and women in the space. Belters all, and still Philip could pick out the free navy he served with from Rosenfeld's guard. Self from not self. They could pretend the division wasn't there, but they all knew better. A dozen people all told, like it was the change of shift. One of the Pellis crew for each of Rosenfeld's, so Corral wasn't the only one to think a little vigilance between friends was a good thing. One of the guards tossed Rosenfeld a bulb. Coffee, tea, whiskey, or water, there was no way to know. Rosenfeld caught it without missing a beat in the conversation. "Seems like a bureaucrat with a hate on. You think you can handle her? Nothing personal, Koyo, but you've got a blind spot underestimating women." Marco went still. Even as Philip saw it, his mouth flooded with a coppery taste. Corral grunted softly, and when Philip looked to him, his jaw had slid forward and his hands were fists at his sides. Rosenfeld took a place against a wall, his expression a mask of empathy and apology. "But maybe this isn't the place to say it. Sorry for the sore spot." "Nothing hurt," Marco said. "Well, chew it all through on series." "Gathering of the tribes," Rosenfeld said. "Looking forward to it. Next phase should be interesting." "Will be," Marco said. "Corral can put you and yours in the right cabins. Should plan to keep there. It's going to be a hard burn." "Will do, Admiral." Marco pulled himself out of the room, floating down toward the machine shop and engineering without so much as meeting Philip's eye. Philip waited for a moment, uncertain whether to follow or stay here, whether he'd been dismissed from duty or was still at his post. Rosenfeld smiled and winked a bumpy eyelid at him before turning to his men. Something had happened there. He could feel it in the air and in the way Corral held himself. Something important. And from the way his father acted, he had to think it was something to do with him. He put his hand on Corral's wrist. "What is it?" "Nothing," Corral said, lying badly. "Nothing to worry over." "Corral?" The older man pressed his lips together, stretched his neck. He didn't look at Philip. "Corral? Something I should ask them?" Slowly, Corral shook his head. He shouldn't ask. Corral licked his lips nervously, shook his head again, sighed, and spoke low and calm. "Was a report back a while. Observation data from the Chetzamoka, about how the ships with Johnson and Smith didn't die. And, Corral said, the word as dense as lead. Then he went on, which was how Philip Inaros, in front of Rosenfeld and his half-dozen smirking guards, learned that his mother was still alive, and that everyone on the Pella knew it but him. Under Byrne, he dreamed. He was standing at the same door as before. Even though it would change what it looked like, it was always the same door. He was screaming, beating his hands against it, trying to get in. Before, there had been the sense of fear, the oceanic sorrow of impending loss, the dread. Now, there was only humiliation. Rage lit him like a fire, and he pushed to get through the door, into whatever chamber lay beyond it. not to save something precious, but to end it. And shouting, he woke. The weight of a full G pressed him into the gel. The Pella murmured around him, the vibration of the drive and the hushing of the air recyclers like a voice whispering something just too softly to make out. It was an effort to wipe away the tears. They weren't tears of sorrow. For that, he'd have to be sad. He was only certain. There was someone he hated more than James Holden. Chapter 3. Holden. There was something to be said for living a life that didn't involve lengthy interrogations. By that standard, at least, Holden had not lived his well. When he and the rest of the Rocinante's crew had agreed to be debriefed, he'd guessed that it would be more than just the events surrounding the attack on Earth by the Free Navy. There was more than enough to talk about after all. The chief engineer on Tycho Station, who'd been exposed as a mole from Marco Inaros, the abduction and rescue of Monica Stewart, the loss of the proto-molecule sample, the attack that had nearly killed Fred Johnson. And that was just for him. Naomi and Alex and even Amos would have whole volumes of their own to contribute. He hadn't expected that the questioning would spread out from there like a gas to fill all available space. For weeks now, his days had been filled with 12 to 16 hours of talking through anything and everything in his life. The names and histories of all 8 of his parents, his school records, his abortive naval career, what he knew about Naomi, about Alex, about Fred Johnson, his relationship with the OPA, with Dmitri Havelock, with Detective Miller. Even after hours of review, he wasn't sure about that last one. Sitting in the small room across from the UN interrogators, Holden had done his best to take apart his life until that point, and the process chafed him. The questions cycled back and jumped around, as if they were trying to catch him out in a lie. They went into strange little cul-de-sacs. What were the names of the people he'd served with in the Navy? What did he know about each of them? And stayed there far longer than seemed justified. His 2 primary questioners were a tall, light-skinned woman with a long, serious face named Markov, and a short, pudgy man called Glendinning, with hair and skin the same color of brown. They took turns pushing him and building rapport, subtly cutting him down to see if he'd get angry and what he'd say when he did, and then being almost uncomfortably affectionate with him. They brought him limp, greasy sandwiches to eat or fresh pastries with some of the best coffee he'd ever had. They turned the lights down almost to darkness or brightened them until they were nearly blinding. They strolled in the hopping lunar shuffle down through the hallways from the docks, or they stayed in a cramped steel box of a room. Holden felt as though his personal history was being scraped down to dry pulp like a lime at a really cheap bar. If there was a drop more of juice in him, they'd press it out somehow. It was easy to forget that these were his allies, that he'd agreed to this. More than once, he'd been curled up in his bunk after a long day, hovering on the edge of sleep, and found his mind half dreaming plans to break the ship out of prison and escape. It didn't help that, in the dark sky above them, Earth was dying by centimeters. The news feeds that remained mostly relocated to the Lagrange stations in Luna, but a few were still functioning down on the planetary surface. Between the interrogation sessions and sleep, Holden didn't have much time to watch them, but the snippets he heard were enough.
Overstrained infrastructure, ecosystem trauma, chemical changes in the ocean and atmosphere. There had been 30 billion people on the overcrowded Earth, dependent on a vast network of machinery to keep them fed and hydrated and not drowning in their own waste. A third of those, by the more pessimistic estimates, had already died. Holden had seen a few seconds of a report discussing how the death count in Western Europe was being done by atmospheric changes. How much methane and cadaverin were in the air let them guess how many people were rotting in the ruined streets and cities. That was the scale of the disaster. He'd felt guilty turning the feed off. The least he could do was watch. Be there as the ecosphere that bore him and his family and everyone else not very many generations back collapsed. Earth deserved witnesses.
He was tired, though, and frightened. Even after he'd killed the feed, he hadn't been able to sleep. Not all the news was bad. Mother Elise got a message through to him that the farm in Montana, while badly damaged, had proven self-sufficient enough to keep his parents alive. There was even enough surplus that they'd been able to help with some of the relief efforts in Bozeman. And as the muddy clouds of grit and ash settled down to poison the oceans, more and more relief flights had been able to dive down the gravity well and come back up filled with refugees. The physical capabilities of Luna Base were beginning to be stressed, though. The air recyclers were being pushed to their limits so that every breath Holden took in the halls and corridors of the station felt like it had just come out of someone else's mouth. Cots and privacy tents filled the food courts and public spaces. The crew of the Rocinante had given up their quarters in the station and moved back onto the ship to make more space, and also to live in their own bubble of clean air and well-filtered water. It was a little disingenuous to pretend the move was altruistic. The ship was quiet and empty and familiar. The only things that kept Holden from feeling perfectly comfortable were the silence that came from the powered-down reactor and the ghost-like presence of Clarissa Mao. "Why does she bother you so much?" Naomi asked. They were in their shared cabin, held to the bunk by the moon's fractional gravity and their own exhaustion. "She killed a bunch of people," Holden said, his sleepiness robbing him of the ability to think clearly. "Is that not enough? It seems like it should be enough." The cabin was at low light. The crash couch cradled their paired bodies. He felt Naomi's breath against his side, familiar and warm and grounding. Her voice had the same slushy softness as his. They were both almost too tired to sleep. That was a different her. Everyone else seemed certain of that. Not sure how we got there. Well, I think Alex is still not sure about her, but Amos is, and you are. She made a thick sound in the back of her throat. Her eyes were closed. Even in the dimness, he could see the deeper darkness of her lids. He thought for a moment she'd managed to fall asleep, but then she spoke. "I have to believe she can change, that people can." "You weren't like her," Holden said. Even when people died, you weren't like her. You're not a cold-blooded killer." "Amos is." "True, but Amos is Amos. It's different in my head." Because he's Amos. He's like a pit bull. You know he could tear your throat out, but he's loyal to a fault, and you just want to hug him." She smiled slowly. She could do that. A drawing up of a muscle in her face, and Holden filled with hope and warmth, and even a kind of grim optimism that said the universe couldn't all be shit if it had a woman like this in it. He rested his hand on her hip. "You didn't fall in love with me for my ethical consistency, did you?" "Despite it," she chuckled. Then, a moment later, "You had a cute butt." "Had? Past tense?" "I need to get back on the system," she said, changing the subject. "Don't let me fall asleep until I've checked for updates." "The missing ships?" he asked, and she nodded. As hard as his own inquisition had been, Naomi's was worse. She'd always been quiet about her past, about how she'd become the woman she was. Now she had traded that privacy away for a blanket amnesty for the crew and for herself. Her versions of Markov and Glendening weren't just asking about a failed naval career and contract work for Fred Johnson. She was their window straight into Marco Inaros. She'd been his lover, the mother of his child, a fact Holden was still trying to wrap his head around. She'd been held captive on his flagship before and after the hammer fell on Earth. He knew the toll the marathon debriefing was taking on him. It had to be 1,000 times harder for her. Which, he assumed, was why she threw herself into the missing ships. She'd been the first among them to notice that the set of vessels that had vanished in their transits through the ring gates and the stolen Martian warships that became the Free Navy didn't overlap. Some ships were stolen by Marco and his crew, and some just vanished without a trace. There were two things going on, and he couldn't begrudge her wanting to spend her off time focused on the other one. But she had to sleep, if for no other reason than his belief that if she finally slept, he would too. "I promise nothing," he said. "Okay," she said. Then wake me up early so I'll have time to check before the next session. Promise." He lay beside her in the gloom until her breath stuttered, deepened, became the regular, powerful pulse of sleep. When he was still awake after 5 minutes of listening to her, he knew his own rest wasn't coming. He stood, and for a moment she went silent, moving up toward wakefulness before the deep breath returned. Holden let himself out. The halls of the Rocinante were also dim, set for a night cycle. Holden made his way to the lift. Voices filtered to him from the galley, Amos' affable rumble and the thinner, reedy sound of Clarissa's voice. He paused, listened, then hauled himself up the ladder to the ops deck. The lunar gravity was light enough that using the lift seemed silly, so he just pulled himself up, hand over hand, until he got there. The lights were out, so Alex was only lit by the backsplash from the screen. "Hey there," Alex drawled, as Holden settled himself into a couch. "Can't sleep?" "Apparently not," Holden sighed. "You?" "I hate the gravity here. It feels like we're moving too slow. I keep wanting to gun the engines, but there aren't any engines and we aren't going anywhere. It should be a drive holding me down, but it's just a big hunk of rock." Alex gestured toward the news feed playing silently on his screen. A woman in a bright red hijab was speaking earnestly into the camera. Holden recognized her as a well-respected Martian journalist, but he couldn't remember her name. "It just keeps coming. They're calling it a mutiny. Keep talking about dereliction of duty and abandoning their post and black market sales of equipment. That doesn't sound good." "Sounds better than what it was," Alex said. "It was a coup. It was a civil war. Only instead of fighting, a fifth of the military just packed themselves off through the ring gates with all our stuff. Well, all our stuff they didn't trade to these free Navy assholes." "Any word where they were going?" "Nope," Alex said. "At least none they're reporting." The woman in the hijab, Fatima Wasson, that was the name, vanished. But the feed spooled on with images of empty docks on Mars and then a group of protesters milling around and shouting at the camera. Holden couldn't tell what they were for or against. The way things were now, I wasn't sure they'd been able to tell him either. "If they ever come back, they'll all be tried for treason," Alex said. "Makes me think they weren't planning to get back home anytime soon." "So," Holden said, "Martian coup, free Navy killing the shit out of Earth."
Pirates stripping down all the colony ships that were heading out Medina. Stations gone dark. And we don't know what, eating some of the ships that go through the gates. Alex opened his mouth to reply, but his screen flicked and chimed. A high-priority connection request. "One damned thing after another," Alex said, accepting the connection, "when it ain't a whole bunch of damned things at once." Christian Avasarala appeared on the screen. Her hair was perfectly in place, her sari a gem-like shimmering green. Only her eyes and the set of her mouth showed the fatigue. "Captain Holden," she said, "I need to meet with you and your crew at once." "Naomi's asleep," Holden said without pausing to think. Avasarala smiled. It wasn't a pleasant expression. "So I'll go wake her up, and we'll be right over." "Thank you, Captain," the acting ruler of Earth said, and signed off. Silence filled the deck. "You notice how she didn't say anything obscene or offensive?" Holden said. "Did notice that." Holden took a deep breath. That can't be good. The meeting room was near the moon's surface, and it was built like a classroom or a church, a podium at the front and rows of chairs before it. But the podium was empty, and a dozen of the chairs had been pushed into a rough circle. Avasarala sat with Fred Johnson, the head of Tycho Station and once a spokesman of the OPA, and Martian Prime Minister Smith to her left and Bobby Draper to her right. Both Smith and Johnson were in their shirt sleeves, and all of them looked tired. Holden, Naomi, Alex, and Amos sat together in a group across from them, a couple of chairs marking the border on either side. Holden didn't realize until they'd all sat down that Clarissa hadn't come. He hadn't even considered bringing her. This was a meeting of the Rocinante's crew, after all, and she was...
Avasarala tapped her hand terminal. A schematic popped into place in the space in the center of the circle. Earth, Luna, the Lagrange stations were all glowing gold. The naval ships that formed the blockade, that intercepted and destroyed the Free Navy's follow-up attacks, were in green. A separate model showed the inner system: Sol, Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, and the major belt stations like Ceres and Pallas, with a scattering of red dots like the lesions of a rash. "The Red's Free Navy," Avasarala said. In person, her voice sounded raspy, like she'd been coughing. Holden couldn't tell if she'd only been talking too much, or if she'd been breathing in lunar fines, dust too small to be stopped even by the best filters, and that still made the station air stink of gunpowder. "We've been tracking their movements. There's an anomaly. This one." She prodded her hand terminal, and the two displays merged, one expanding, the other shrinking, until they showed the same stretch of space. The red dots stood off apart from the stations and planets, floating in a vast emptiness where the orbital mechanics left it mostly alone. Naomi leaned forward, fighting to keep her eyes focused. She was too tired for this. "What's that doing out there?" Naomi asked, and her voice was clear enough. "Spotting," Fred said. "Its transponder's off, but it appears to be a prospecting ship, the Azure Dragon out of Ceres. It's crewed by radical OPA, meaning now maybe with the Free Navy." "The rocks they've been throwing?" Holden said. "Coordinated by that little fucker there," Avasarala said, and then, with an exhausted shrug, "We think. What we know is this: as long as those pig fuckers can keep throwing rocks at us, we're pinned. Our ships don't dare move, and Marco Inaros can claim whatever the hell he wants in the outer planets." Smith leaned forward, speaking with his calm, almost apologetic tone. "If Christian's intelligence service is right, and this ship is guiding the attacks, this is a critical target against the Free Navy. You know that Colonel Johnson, Secretary General Avasarala, and I have been forming a joint task force. This will be their first field operation. Capture or destroy the Azure Dragon and reduce the ability of the enemy to launch assaults against Earth. Give some damn breathing room to the combined fleet." It was the first time Holden had heard the term combined fleet, and he liked the way it sounded. He wasn't the only one. "Shit," Amos said. "And here I was enjoying being so absolutely thumb-up-the-ass useless." "You want a little ass play? That's your business," Avasarala said. "Only you can do it in a crash couch. The Rocinante isn't part of the fleet, so losing it won't leave a hole in our defenses. And I understand you've got a few aftermarket add-ons." "Keel-mounted railgun," Alex said with a grin. "That scream of overcompensating for tiny, tiny penises, but might prove useful. The mission commander has requested you and your ship, and honestly, none of you are worth a wet slap at this point, except Miss Nagata anyway." "Wait," Holden said. "The mission commander? No." Avasarala met his gaze, and her expression was hard as granite. "No?" Holden didn't flinch. "The Rocinante doesn't go under anyone's command but ours. I understand that this is a big joint task force, and we're all in everything together. But the Rossi isn't just a ship, it's our home. If you want to hire us, fine. We'll take the job, and we'll get it done. If you want to put a commander in place and expect us to follow their orders, then the answer's no." "Captain Holden," Avasarala began, "this isn't a negotiation. This is just how it's going to be," Holden said. "Three of the most powerful people in the solar system, the heads of the central factions that had struggled against each other for generations, looked at each other." Smith's eyebrows rode high on his forehead, and he looked anxiously around the room. Fred leaned forward, staring at Holden like he was disappointed in him. Only Avasarala had a glint of amusement in her eyes. Holden glanced at his crew. Naomi's arms were crossed. Alex's head was lifted, his chin pushed forward. Amos was smiling, Exactly the way he always did. A unified front. Bobby cleared her throat. It's me. What now? Holden said. It's me, Bobby repeated. I'm the mission commander. But if you really don't... Oh, Holden said. No, that's different, Alex said. Yeah, and Naomi uncrossed her arms. Bobby relaxed. Should have said so in the first place, Chrissy, Amos said. Go fuck yourself, Burton. I was getting to it. So, Bobby, Holden said, how do you want to do this? Chapter 4, Salus. Wait, Salus shouted into his suit radio. The base of the railgun was 10 meters across, built in a rough hexagon, and massing more than a small ship. At his words, a half-dozen construction thrusters along the great beast's side fired off, jetting ejection mass into the void. The calibration meter on Salus's mech cycled down to 0. The hairbreadth movement of the great beast stopped. They floated together, inhumanly large weapon, softly glowing alien station, and Salus in his spider-like construction mech. Quay, Koyo, Jakulski, their tech supervisor, asked in his ear. Reading drift, Salus said, playing his ranging lasers over the railgun and the socket mount it was meant to lock into. It had been hard work, fitting the alien station with the 3 wide belts of ceramic, carbon silicate lace, and steel. Now it looked like a vast blue ball with rubber bands around it, each at right angles to the other 2. And where the lines crossed, railgun turrets squatted. It had turned out it was impossible to drill into the alien station. Welding didn't work, because the surface wouldn't melt. Wrapping the whole damn thing up was the only viable alternative for attaching things to it. "Que masque?" Jakulski asked. "Shift 1 minute 10 seconds relative Z, minus 8 seconds relative Y." "Savvy," Jakulski said. The construction thrusters along the length of the railgun stuttered, impulse and counterimpulse. All around them, the gates dotted the sky with only a little over 1,300 bright spots, barren and empty and threateningly regular.
Medina Station itself was the only other object, and it was far enough away that Salus could have covered the whole structured drum, drive, and command with his outstretched thumb. The slow zone, they still called it. Even though the weird limit on speed had been lifted, the name was the name, and it carried a sense of strangeness and doom with it. Most of his work was inside Medina. Heading out into the vacuum was a rare thing, and now he was here, he didn't like it much. He kept turning away from the job to look out into the black. It had been almost the end of his first week on the job before he realized he was looking for the Milky Way, and that he kept looking because it wasn't there. "Beast bien?" Jakulski asked. "Moment," Salus said, checking the ranging lasers again. He glanced up the length of the great barrel, while the mech struggled again to get a fix on the thing's skin and the socket. The few railguns he'd seen before had been made from titanium and ceramic. These new materials Duarte was sending through the Laconia Gate were bleeding edge, though. It wasn't only the iridescence of the carbon silicate lace plating. The power cores that ran the guns and the frictionless ammunition feeds that supplied them were strange. The designs were elegant, sure, but they were just magnetic rails powered by fusion cores, same as any ships. And they did what they needed to do. But there was something off about the way they came together. A sense of being not manufactured so much as tested for. A kind of awkwardness and beauty that made Salus think of plants more than machines. It wasn't only the new materials that went into them. Ever since the ring gate lifted itself off Venus, there had been bits of new one thing and another. It was the scale of it, and maybe something else. The ranging lasers reported back. "Bien," Salus said. "Bring the bastard home." Jakulski didn't reply, but the thrusters fired. Salus kept painting socket and railgun alike, making manual reading after manual reading. It was the sort of thing he usually left to the mech system, but the new materials sometimes caused the laser to throw false errors, and it was better to be certain.
The station had been still as stone in the years since the gates had opened. Didn't mean ramming a great damned machine into it wouldn't provoke a response. It took the better part of a shift to bring the massive thing in, but eventually it locked into place. The turret settled, absorbed what little momentum was left in it. The socket closed around it, leaving Sallis with the uncomfortable image of gigantic lips closing very slowly around a huge straw. "Pulling back," Sallis said. "Claw test, too?" "Moment," Sallis said, pushing off from the station. He floated out into the emptiness to where Roberts and Vandercost waited, strapped into their own mechs. The mech's attitude thruster brought him to a relative stop at their side and turned him back to look at their work. On the group channel, Roberts grunted. "Vise kabak der," she said. It was true enough. With the guns strapped at the top and bottom of all three axes, the station did look a little like something seen through a microscope. A macrovirus, maybe, or a minimalist streptococcus. "In place," Sallis said. "Claw test?" "3," Yakolsky said. "2, 1. The railgun beneath them shifted in its socket, like something waking from sleep. For a moment, it seemed to drift like a reed caught in a current of aether. Then it snapped into place, jittering from one position to the next too quickly for Sallis's eyes to see the motion between, faster than the twitch of an insect's leg. It cycled through, taking aim or each of the gates in its field of vision. With the layout they had, at least 2 of the guns would be able to sight every gate, and most gates fell in the arc of 3. Sallis had seen pictures of old fortifications overlooking the sea back on Earth. They'd never made sense to him before, too flat to apply to his own experience, but this was the same thing. The high guns that would protect Medina Station from invading ships forever. He felt some emotion stirring in his chest, and it could have been pride or dread. "Bien," Yakolsky said. He sounded almost surprised, like he'd expected the gun to rip itself loose and spin out into the nothing sky. "Pull back for live fire." "Pulling back us," Vandercost said. "Don't put a round through us, Sasa." "I do, and you let me know, eh?" Yakolsky laughed. Easy for him. Not like he was out here. And then, not like the guns couldn't turn Medina to chaff, too. Sallis and the others pulled back 50 clicks, flipped, and decelerated for another 50. The darkness was unnerving. Back on the other side of the gate, it was never this dark. There was always the sun and the stars. "Stopped, unstable," Roberts said. "Hast du a painted, friendly?" "Do. It shoots you. That'll mean something's wrong." "Setting target," Yakolsky said, and Sallis upped the magnification on his mech. There, in false color readout, was the alien station. This far out, he could see 3 of the 6 guns. "Sensor arrays, bist bien?" "Firing, in 3, 2, 1. A puff of vapor spat out the tip of the gun, charged gas making a brief extension to the barrel and putting a little more speed into the round. Sallis' mech shuddered, the magnetic spill from the rails affecting his systems even this far out. He didn't see the rounds the railgun fired. In the time it took for the harsh feedback tick to go from his radio to his ear, the tungsten slug was already through the target gate, or out into the weird non-space between them. In the false color display, a ripple passed through the alien station, like what he'd see in a sphere of floating water when one part of it got touched. The ripple died out before it even circled the station once. "La que viste?" Yakolsky asked. "Nothing," Sallis said. "It looks fine." "Too?" "Station glow, only thing," Yakolsky said. In all of their tests, the only reaction the station ever had to being pushed by the railgun shots was a shower of photons. Nothing else? Nope. Drift? No drift. It was what they wanted to see. The railguns were big enough, powerful enough, that even keel-mounted on a ship, firing them would have been difficult. Mounted on turrets like they were, they should have been as much thruster as weapon, driving themselves away from whatever they were shooting at, fast enough that they'd be hard to catch. Except the station. Whatever the aliens did to shrug off equal and opposite reactions, it only generated enough energy to throw a little light. and it didn't seem to bring any kind of countermeasures against them. Still, Salas wasn't exactly looking forward to heading back and checking the sockets and bases. "You hear Casil talk?" Vanderkost said. "About why it don't move when we push it?" "No," said Roberts. "Said it does, but the ring space moves with it, so we can't see it happening. Casil's crazy. CI. Sending us back in?" Salas asked. "Moment," Yakolsky said, and then, "Bien. Cleared, you. Keep tus Augen wide. Anything not right. Not right meaning cracks in the housings, meaning leakage of the fluid tanks, meaning failures in the reactors or the ammunition feeds, meaning the eyes of an ancient god looking at them, or something worse." "Savvy," Salas said, checking his thrusters. "Going in." The 3 mech drivers shifted and launched themselves back toward the station. Medina floated to his right, the still drive cone, the turning drum. Salas looked out past it, like he was searching for a familiar face, but the stars still weren't there. The internal drum section of Medina Station had a straight-line sun that burned at the center of rotation from the command center all the way down to the engineering decks. The full-spectrum light from it came down on the curved farmland and the wide bent lake that had once been meant to carry a city of Mormon faithful to the stars. Salas sat in an open-air bar with Vanderkost and Roberts, drinking beer and eating white kibble that tasted of cheese powder and mushroom. Behind and before him, the landscape curved up to lose itself in the sun's bright line. To his left and right, the full length of the drum spinning at about the Gov Luna. The gentle breeze that breathed against the back of his neck came from spinward, same as it ever did. When he'd been a boy, Salas had seen the big room caverns on Iapetus. He'd walked under the false skies on Ceres. The drum at Medina was the nearest thing he could imagine to sitting on Earth as it had been before the rocks came down. Unregulated atmosphere above him and the thin crust and mantle holding him above the core of molten stone. No matter how many times he came here, it felt exotic. "Flyers up again," Roberts said, squinting up into the light. Salas looked up. There, almost silhouetted by the brightness, 5 bodies floated in the air, arms and legs outstretched. They seemed to be flying from behind Salas, curving up ahead like the fields of soybean and maize, but the truth was they were the bodies at rest. About 5 months before, some adolescent idiot had figured out how to lay down a temporary track that could accelerate people anti-spinward to match the drum's rotation and let them launch themselves up, weightless in the air. So long as no one got too near the artificial sun or failed to match the drum's acceleration before they came back down, it was supposed to be good fun. 2 streaks of vapor reached out from the engineering decks toward them, and Salas pointed toward them. "Security got them, yeah." Vanderkost shook his shaggy gray head. "Ton muertas, young and stupid." "But it's what the Romans said." "Fihi mi fihi," Roberts said. Her voice had more sympathy, but she was also nearer the age of the illegal flyers. "You born stone and sober, Kay?" "Born with respect," Vanderkost said. "My shit only kills me." Robert's shrug was a surrender. On ships, real ships, back on the right side of the gates, keeping the environment safe was always the first thing. Double-check what had already been double-checked, clean what was already cleaned. Playing fast and loose was a quick way to die, and your family and crew along with you. There was something about the big stations, Ceres, Hygeia, Ganymede, and now Medina, that gave kids license to be dumb, reckless. Stability, Salas thought. Having a room as massive as the drum did something to people's heads. He felt it too. It seemed too big to break. Didn't matter that nothing was really that big. Anything could get broken. Earth got broken. Acting like risks weren't risks put all of them in danger. Even so, there was part of him that was sorry to see the security crew lock down the flyers. Kids being kids, there should be a place for that somewhere. Martians had that. Earthers had that. It was only the Belters who'd spent too many generations dying for their first fuck-up to let their kids play sometimes. He squinted into the brightness. The security and the flyers were heading down to the surface now, foggy trails of their suit thrusters making wide, slow spirals centered on the bright line of sun as they came down. "Too bad," he said. Vanderkost grunted. "You hear about the gang showers in F section?" Robert said. "Blocked up again." "Alles designed con Folge," Vanderkost said. "Same thing with the farms. Fields aren't draining like they should. Spin the drum up the way Los Mormons meant, it work." Roberts laughed. "It would, we wouldn't. All smashed flat, us." "Better to change it," Vanderkost said around a bite of kibble. "We do enough, it'll work," Salas said. "Ship with this much redundancy? If we can't make it right, we don't deserve it." He drank the last of his beer and stood, lifting a hand to ask if either of his crewmates wanted another. Vanderkost did. Roberts didn't. Salas stepped across the dirt to the bar. That was part of it, he decided. The plants and the fall sun and the breeze that smelled of leaves and rot and fresh growth. Medina's drum was the only place he'd ever lived where he could walk on soil. Not just dirt and dust, those were everywhere, but soil. Salas didn't know why that was different, but it was. The man at the bar swapped out Salas' bulb for a fresh, and a second besides for Vanderkost. When he got back to their table, the conversation had moved on from the flyers to the colonies. Wasn't that big a shift? From people taking stupid risks to people taking stupid risks. "Aldo says there was another bunch of threats coming out of the Jerusalem gate," Roberts said. "We send their reactor core or they come get it." "Surprise them if they do," Vanderkost said, taking the fresh bulb from Salas. "Guns up, and it's past time for alles law." "Maybe," Roberts said, then coughed. "Maybe we should give it to them, yeah?" Vanderkost scowled. Fawn? "They need and we have is all," Roberts said. Vanderkost made a dismissive wave of his hand. "Who gives a shit what they need?" But something in Robert's voice caught Salas' attention, like she'd said more than she'd said. He met her dark eyes and lifted his chin as a question. The words she was trying to say pushed her head forward like a nod. "Can help if we want. Might as well, see no? No reason no, since we're not what we were anymore, us," she said. Vanderkost scowled, but Roberts went on. "We did it, us, today. Que donke, us," Vanderkost said. His voice was rough, but if Roberts heard it, she didn't stop. Her eyes glittered like she was about to cry. When she spoke, it was like water coming out a snapped pipe. Her voice gushed and pulsed and gushed again. "Always, it's been when we find place. Ceres, Opalis, or the big Lagranges never got built. Mitia talked about making a station for all Belters alles. Capital city ought to void. It's this. Belters built it. Belters live in it. Belters gave it power. Yeah, because of guns we put in, it's ours forever. We made this place home today. Not just our home, ours. All of ours. SI's homeland now, because of us three." Tears dripped down her cheeks, slow in the 6G. Joy lit her from inside like a fire, and it left Salas embarrassed. Seeing Roberts like this was like walking in on someone pissing, intimate and wrong. But when he looked away, the drum spread out around them. The plants, the soil, the land above him squinting down at him like a sky. He'd been on Medina for 15 months, longer than he'd ever been on a station in his life. He'd come because Marco Inaros and the Free Navy needed people here. He hadn't thought about what it meant, except he'd known in his gut he was more OPA than the OPA, and that was what Free Navy meant. Now, maybe, he caught a glimpse of what it was behind that. Not a war forever. A place. Homeland, he said, speaking carefully. Like the word was made from glass and could cut him if he said it too hard. "Because the railguns. Because something's ours," Roberts said. "And because now they can't take it away." Salas felt something in his chest, and he let his mind poke at it. Pride, he decided. It was pride. He tried a smile and turned it to Roberts, who was grinning back. She was right. This was the place. Their place. Whatever else happened, they'd have Medina. Vanderkost shrugged, took a long pull from his bulb, and belched. "Besse for us," he said. "But here's for that. They ever do take it away, we sure as shit never get it back again." Chapter 5. "Pa, I don't trust anything about this," Michio said. Joseph yawned and propped himself up on one elbow, looking down at her. He was a beautiful man in a slightly ruined way. He wore his hair longer than a crew cut, shorter than his shoulders. The gray in it still only a highlight in the black. Decades had roughened his skin, and the ink there told the story of his life. The neck tattoo of the Opa split circle that had been covered over later to make the upraised fist of a radical collective long since collapsed.
The elaborate cross on his shoulder, inscribed in a moment of faith and kept after that faith had crumbled. Phrases written along his wrists and down his side. No more water, the fire next time, and to love someone is to see them as God intended them, and onum euchuma pas spoke of the various men he had been in his life, his incarnations. That was part of why Pa felt so close to him. She was younger than him by almost a decade, but she'd been through incarnations too. Which? He asked. There's so many things not to trust. Inaros calling in the clans, she said, rolling over and gathering a blanket with her as she did. It wasn't that she was uncomfortable naked, only now that their coupling was done, she was ready to go back to their more formal roles. Or something closer to them. Joseph noted it, and without comment, went from being one of her husbands to her chief engineer. He crossed his arms and leaned against the wall. "Is it the meeting or the man?" he asked. "Any of it," she said. "Something's not right. You say it, and I believe. I know. This is the part where I always do this. The choreo in charge changes the plan, and I start looking for them to be the next Ashford, the next Fred fucking Johnson. It's my pattern. Is. Doesn't mean your pattern doesn't match. What's in your head?" Pa leaned forward, chewing her lip. She could feel the thoughts bumping around like blind fish, searching for the words that would give them form. Joseph waited. By the terms of their ketubah, the marriage group was 7 people. Her and Joseph, Nadia, Bertold, Laura, Evans, and Oksana. They had all kept their own surnames, and they made the Connaught's permanent crew. The others who served under her came and went, respected that she was captain, that her orders were fair, and that she didn't show any overt favoritism to her spouses. But there was the understanding always that the core of the ship was her family, and no threat to it would be tolerated. The idea of separating family from crew was an inner planets thing, one example of the unconscious prejudice that made Earthers and Martians treat life aboard ships as somehow different from real life. For them, the rules changed when the airlock closed, even if they didn't know themselves well enough to see it. For Belters, there was no division. The doctrine of the one ship, she'd heard it called. That there was only one ship, and it had countless parts, as a single body had countless cells. The Connaught was one part, as were all the ragtag ships under her command. Panshin, Solano, Witch of Endor, Seriomal, and a dozen more. And her fleet was only part of the Free Navy, a vast organism that passed information between its cells with tight beam and radio, that consumed food and fuel, that worked its own slow destiny among the planets, like a massive fish in the greater sea of the sky. By some interpretations, even the Earther and Martian ships were part of the same one ship. But for her, that always ran into conversations about cancers and autoimmune disorders, and the metaphor failed. Still, there was a reason she was thinking of it now. "We aren't coordinated," she said, trying out the words as she said them. "When you push off with a foot, you reach out with a hand. One movement. We aren't like that. Inaros and military. Sandrani and the finances. Rosenfeld and his production and design. Us. We're not the same thing yet." "We're new at this," Joseph said.
The words could have been a refutation, a way to explain away her unease. From him, it was an offering, something to react to that would help her mind come clearer. Maybe, she said, hard to say. Maybe we're supposed to be puppets and the strings all run to the Pella. Himself changes his mind and we all jump. Joseph shrugged, his warm eyes narrow. He's delivered. Ships, fuel, ammunition, drives, freedom. He's done what he said he'd do. She could feel the gentle provocation in his words, and it was what she needed. He's done what he said he said. His real record's not so good. Johnson's alive, Smith's alive, Ganymede's only gone neutral. We're still throwing rocks at Earth, and no surrenders coming from them anytime soon. Go back and look at everything he promised, and it's not what's on the plate. Politicians since Immer and always, that. Still more than anyone else has done for the belt. Inners are on their heels now. And with the hornblower and ships like her, we'll have stockpiles to last years. That's our part. Keep everyone with food and air and supplies. Give us a chance to make the belt without a boot on our necks. Pa sighed and scratched her knee, her nails against her skin with soft and dry as sand. The air recycler clicked and hummed. The drive that pressed them both down toward the deck throbbed. Yeah, she said. But, she said, and left it at that. Her unease didn't find any further words that fit. Maybe they'd come in time, or maybe she'd come to peace without having to speak them. Joseph shifted his weight and nodded toward the crash couch. You want me to stay? Pa considered. It might have been a kindness to say yes, but the truth was, whoever she shared her body with, she slept better alone. Joseph's smile meant he'd heard her answer anyway. It was part of what she loved about him. He stepped forward, kissed her on the forehead where her hairline met the skin, and started pulling on his jumpsuit. Tea, maybe? I don't think so, she said. You should, Joseph said. It was more than he usually did. All right. She shrugged off the blanket, cleaned up, and put her own clothes on too. When they stepped out into the Martian gunship's galley, she leaned against him. None of the other crew were there after all. Just Oksana and Laura finishing bowls of mushroom and sauce. Just family. Joseph angled toward a different bench, and she let him set them a little apart from their wives. Oksana laughed at something. Laura said something acid and cutting, but she said it without any heat. Pa didn't catch the words. Joseph pulled bowls of tea for them both and then sat in companionable silence. She sipped, and the astringent bite of the tea mixed with the aftermath of sex to settle her without her even knowing she'd been unsettled. When she sighed, Joseph raised his eyebrows. Yes, Pa said, you're very smart. This is what I wanted. He sketched a bow and then sobered. Thinking about what you said? About coordinated? Don't worry, she said, but he went on. You've been betrayed by men who were supposed to be your leaders. Johnson when we were OPA, Ashford on the Behemoth, Okolsky with the Union. We went independent because, yeah? Only now we're not independent. Now we're Free Navy because Inaros convinced us to. Not just you, us. You're right, Pa said. I'm probably just pushing back on what already happened. I should let go of it. Shouldn't let go of being educated, he said. Universe spent a lot of time telling you something. Now you're second-guessing it. Maybe all those other things were getting you ready for this. Something in Pa's chest slipped a little tighter. You don't trust him either? Me? You don't want to judge anything by me. I don't even trust God. You are absolutely the worst mystic, Pa said, but she said it laughing. I know, Joseph said, shaking his head. Sad failure of a prophet, me. But, he lifted a finger, I know you. And I know you're the kind that likes to pretend she doesn't know things she knows, so that there won't be friction. So, if you're thinking maybe you're wrong, so things are okay, you better check again. Make sure things are okay. The universe needs a knife, then it makes a knife. And no one sharper, you. And if it turns out the universe is just a bunch of chemicals and energy bashing against each other until the light runs out, then pattern matching's still a good way to not get bashed, he said. You tell me if himself matches the pattern. You've seen more than I have. Doubt that, she said, but she took his hand. He held hers. After a moment, Laura came over to sit with them, and then Oksana. Joseph angled toward a different bench, and she let him set them a little apart from their wives. Oksana laughed at something. Laura said something acid and cutting, but she said it without any heat. Pa didn't catch the words. Joseph pulled bulbs of tea for them both, and then sat in companionable silence. She sipped, and the astringent bite of the tea mixed with the aftermath of sex to settle her without her even knowing she'd been unsettled. When she sighed, Joseph raised his eyebrows. Yes, Pa said, you're very smart. This is what I wanted. He sketched a bow and then sobered. Thinking about what you said? About coordinated? Don't worry, she said, but he went on. You've been betrayed by men who were supposed to be your leaders. Johnson when we were OPA, Ashford on the Behemoth, Okolsky with the Union. We went independent because, yeah? Only now we're not independent. Now we're Free Navy because Inaros convinced us to. Not just you, us. You're right, Pa said. I'm probably just pushing back on what already happened. I should let go of it. Shouldn't let go of being educated, he said. Universe spent a lot of time telling you something. Now you're second-guessing it. Maybe all those other things were getting you ready for this. Something in Pa's chest slipped a little tighter. You don't trust him either? Me? You don't want to judge anything by me. I don't even trust God. You are absolutely the worst mystic, Pa said, but she said it laughing.
The talk turned to less dangerous subjects. All the ways Martian design was worse than Belter. The latest news from Witch of Endor's capture of yet another colony ship, Carmondi's report from the overhaul of the Hornblower, the business of running the Connaught. But the little knot sat just under her ribs, reminding her that something was wrong. When she went back to her cabin, she went alone. She fell into the crash couch, pulled the blanket over her head, and dreamed of a huge, fragile creature swimming through the currents of the deep ocean. Only the sea was made of stars, and the animal was built from ships, and one of them was hers. Nothing as big as a revolution can survive with only one account of it. The rise of Ceres Station, or its fall, according to the Inners, was the precursor to Marco Inaros and the Free Navy. Looking back, the death of a water hauler seemed a pathetically small thing to have set Earth and Mars against each other, even for just a little time. But it had been enough. With the traditional oppressors of the belt pointing guns at each other for a change, the OPA had stepped in, taken control of the port city of the asteroid belt. No one back then had expected it to last. Sooner or later, Mars and Earth would get their feet back under them, and then Ceres would fall. Anderson Dawes, the de facto governor of the station, would lose the power he'd grabbed and either move on to some new scheme or live on in spirit, a martyr to the cause. Every autonomous space was temporary. Only the fall never came. The collapse of Ganymede and the exposure of the Mao-Kwiatkowski protomolecule program captured the attention of the powers that be. Then, Venus hatched out the great and mysterious structures that made the first gate. By the time the Behemoth accompanied the combined forces of Earth and Mars to explore the gate and consider its vast and complex implications, Anderson Dawes had woven a web of relationships. Corporations on Luna and Mars, the Lagrange stations, the Belt, the Jovian moons, none of them could allow trade to stop for the years it might take to reconquer the port. In the way of humankind since before the first contract was pressed into Sumerian clay, the temporary accommodations lasted long enough to become invisible. And when the gates beyond the gate opened and the flood of humanity lurched out toward the new planets and suns, there were powers and money with interests in keeping Ceres as it was.
And Anderson Dawes had known which palms to grease and when to compromise in order to keep the port's traffic flowing uninterrupted. Through long, careful management, the great negotiator had outlasted his status as a rebel and become instead a politician. Dawes became respectable, and Ceres Station became first city of the Belters just in time for it not to matter. And then the Free Navy had come and kicked the whole carefully built sandcastle into the waves. And Dawes, like any politician, had considered the players and the powers, the chances and the certainties. The story of the rise of Ceres Station, instead of a triumph of opportunism and political deftness, became the precursor of the Free Navy. Dawes embraced this new version of himself and his station. He'd chosen his side, just the same as she'd done. He stood in the dock now, waiting for her to cross over from the Connaught. The spin gravity of the station locked her ship in its clamps. Even if the power failed, momentum would keep the ships from dropping out into the black. Pa still didn't like leaving her ship behind. It felt like an unnecessary risk. "Michio," Dawes said, taking her by the hand and beaming. "It's good to see you in the flesh." "You too," she said. It wasn't true. Dawes had spent too many years allied too closely with Fred Johnson to ever have the stink entirely washed away. But he was a necessary evil, and on good days probably did more to help the belt than to compromise it. He gestured toward an electric cart with 2 police guards in light armor. "Am I under arrest?" Pa asked, keeping her voice light and amused. Dawes chuckled as they walked. "Ever since the rocks fell, the security's been tighter," he said. His acne-scarred cheeks tightened, and a darkness came into his expression. "There are millions of people living on Ceres. Not all of them are comfortable with all that's happened." "Have there been problems?" Pa asked as they reached the cart. "There are always problems," Dawes said. Then, after a brief hesitation, "but there have been more of them." The cart lurched, turned toward a wide ramp leading up into the station. The mildly adhesive wheels made a sound between a hiss and crackling as they rolled away from the docks. Pa looked back toward the Connaught's berth. Maybe she should have brought guards of her own with her. Carmondi's men were still all back on the Hornblower, but Berthold and Nadia were both combat trained. Too late now. The administration levels were out nearest the skin of the station, where the Coriolis was least pronounced. The old tunnels and corridors had been redone since the OPA claimed the station, but there was still a sense of age. Dawes made small, inane conversation intended to put her at ease, and his skill was such that it worked. If they were really talking about which restaurants made the best sausage and black sauce, and what had happened when a religious convocation was booked in the same halls as a Ray music festival, the situation couldn't be that dangerous. She knew it was an illusion, but she appreciated it all the same. Neither of them mentioned the reason they were there. Inaros' name didn't come up. The meeting itself was in a garden in the administrative level. A wide, arching ceiling glowed with full-spectrum light. Devil's ivy draped columns and walls, and wide ferns spread massive fronds like herons about to take flight. The air smelled of hydroponic plant food and wine. She heard Sanjrani's high, reedy voice before she turned the corner. Without a solid inventory of the fertilizer base on every station, a nitrogen-based currency is going to be swamped by illegal inputs. Another variation on his constant theme. It was almost good to hear it again. Dawes touched her elbow, gestured down a path between a small fountain and a spiral fern, and then they were there. The 5 leaders of the Free Navy. Nico Sanjrani, looking more like a middle-aged shopkeeper than the chief economist of a budding empire. Rosenfeld Gouliang, with his dark, pebbled skin and his too-ready smile, General of the Second Fleet and Industrial Czar. And, sitting in a chair of woven cane, Marco Inaros, the man behind it all. Victory suited him. His hair flowed down to his shoulders, and he held his body with an animal ease. When he rose to greet her and Dawes, she felt an echo of his pleasure in her own heart. Whatever else the man was, he had a charm that could coax the venom out of snakes. It was, she presumed, the gift that had put him in position to trade with the Martians for their ships, their munitions, all the material that allowed them to stage their revolution. The only other person there was Ineros's skinny, crazy-eyed son, Philip. Pa made a point of not looking too closely at the boy. There was something about him that bothered her, and it was easier to stay aloof than to engage. "The brilliant Michio Pa," Marco said. "Excellent! We're all here now, the founders of our nation." "Do you have stats on the new acquisitions?" Sandrani asked, either unaware that he was stepping on Marco's moment, or at least unconcerned. "I need to get a complete accounting." "Carmondi's working on that," Pa said. "Soon, though." "Nico, my boy," Rosenfeld said, "don't be an ass. Say hello to Captain Pa first." Sandrani scowled at Rosenfeld, and then at Ineros, and finally turned back toward her and nodded curtly. "Hello. Hello."
"Now that the inner circle's all here," Dawes said, "perhaps we could hear what's brought us all together. Not that being in one room isn't a pleasure in itself." But Marco smiled as his son, behind him, fidgeted with the holster of his pistol. "We've broken Earth and beaten Mars. Johnson's OPA is shown up as the collaborationist sham that it was. Everything we set out to do, we've done. It's time to begin the third phase." "Everything we set out to do, except kill Smith and Fred Johnson," Pa thought, but didn't say. The silence from the others wasn't about that, though. When Dawes spoke, his voice was carefully light and conversational. "I didn't know you had a third phase in mind." Marco's grin could have been anger or pleasure, rage or satisfaction. "Now you do." Chapter 6. "I feel like we should be whispering," Holden said, "going around on tiptoes." "We're on the float," Naomi said, "metaphorical tiptoes." The ops deck was dark apart from the backsplash glow of their monitors. Alex was sleeping in his cabin, leaving the monitoring to Holden and Naomi. Last he'd seen them, Bobby and Amos were touring the ship, testing everything but the comms, PDCs, thrusters, the keel-mounted railgun, the environmental systems. Ever since the mission had begun, Bobby had been careful not to make Holden feel like she was taking over the ship. But her deference didn't extend so far that she wouldn't refamiliarize herself with every centimeter of the Rossi before the fighting started. Even if it was just running through how Amos had rerouted the water feeds to the galley. Watching the two of them always felt like listening to a conversation about weapons. The serious, professional talk between people who understood that they were working with equipment that could get people killed. It left him feeling like he'd been a little too casual about the ship up to now. Clarissa? He didn't know where Clarissa was. Ever since the last hard burn, he'd only caught fleeting glimpses of her, like she was a spirit they'd picked up that couldn't bear being seen straight on. Most of what he heard about her, that she was building up her strength, that her black market implants were making her less nauseated, that she'd tracked down the bad coupler that was making the machine shop lights dim, he heard from the others in the crew. He didn't like it, but at least he didn't have to talk to her. The plan was simple. The Azure Dragon wasn't a gunship, but a geological surveyor. The protection she had was that space was vast, the ship was small, and her orbit kept her far enough away from Earth and Luna that she could burn hard back out to the Belt or the Jovian moons if anyone started coming for her. All of her active systems, transponder, radar, lidar, radio, were shut down to keep her from announcing herself. She couldn't stop the light from bouncing off her hull, and she couldn't hide her waste heat. But she could run as quietly as possible. It limited her to passive sensors and tight beam. Enough for her to do the work of coordinating the stones thrown at Earth, but still half blind. And that was what Bobby was counting on.
They'd laid in a course that would put them close to the Azure Dragon, then arranged for a shifting of the combined fleet that would hide the flare of their burn. It was a balance of getting to the enemy quickly, but not being able to make the classic halfway point flip and burn. They only built up enough velocity that they could shed it when they got close, and then the Rossi went dark and drifted. With no active sensors, the Azure Dragon would have to see them visually, a tiny point in the vastness, and identify them as a threat without radar or LiDAR. And they would, eventually. But by then, if it all went the way Bobby intended, it wouldn't make a difference. It was a slower approach than Holden remembered making to anything in all the time they'd had the Rossi, and it left him antsy and impatient. The voices came from the lift. Bobby, serious, sharp, and professional. Amos, cheerful and amiable. They floated up into the deck, first Bobby and then Amos. Bobby grabbed a handhold and pulled herself to a stop. Amos tapped the deck with his ankle as he passed it and killed his own momentum by planting his feet on the ceiling and absorbing it with his knees. He floated upside down. The Rossi usually ran at less than full G to conserve reaction mass and for Naomi's benefit, but they almost always had a consistent down. Going totally on the float was weird. "How's it going?" Bobby asked. Holden gestured at his screen. "Nothing new. It doesn't look like they've noticed us yet. Their reactors are still down. The heat signature's just sitting there." Bobby pressed her lips together and nodded. "That's not going to last much longer." "We could shoot 'em," Amos said. "It ain't my call, but in my experience, the guy that throws the first punch usually wins." "Show me the estimated range," Bobby said. Holden pulled up the passive sensor array. At roughly 5 million clicks out, the Azure Dragon was about 10 times as far from them as Luna was from Earth. It probably wouldn't crew more than a dozen people. In the infinite star field, it would have been invisible to the naked eye. Even if the enemy had been on a full burn, the exhaust plume would have only been one point of light among billions. "How accurate is that?" "I'm not sure," Holden said. "Normally we'd be using LiDAR." "Give it 10%, Iomi said. "At this range and scale, passive sampling errors expand pretty fast." "But with the LiDAR?" Bobby asked. "Within a meter," Naomi said. "You ever think about how much ammo's flying around out there?" Amos said, reaching up to brush the floor with outstretched fingers. The contact started him drifting almost imperceptibly toward the ceiling, and at the same time rotating back toward consensus upright. Figure all those PDC rounds that didn't actually hit something. Most of the railgun rounds, whether they went through a ship or not, all out there someplace, going at the same speed as when they left the barrel. "If we shoot them, they'll still look for who did it," Naomi said. "Might not," Amos said. Naomi looked at Bobby. "We're going to have to start a braking burn soon, or we'll skin right past them." "How long?" Bobby asked. 3 hours, Naomi said. "Anything more than that, and we'll need to go on the juice, or risk the deceleration G popping a bunch of blood vessels we'd rather keep whole." Bobby tapped the tips of her right middle finger and thumb together in a rapid stutter. When she nodded, it was more to herself than to them. "Screw this. I'm tired of waiting. I'll go wake Alex up. Let's get it over with." "All right, boys and girls," Alex drawled. "Everybody strapped in and ready?" "Check," Holden said on the open channel, and then listened as the others reported in, including Clarissa Mao. It was an illusion built from anticipation, but Holden felt like the lights were a little brighter, as if after weeks in dock, the Rossi was excited to be doing something important too. "Reactor's good," Amos reported from the machine deck. Alex cleared his throat. "All right, we're good to go. In 10, 9. "She's seen us," Naomi said. "I've got action from her maneuvering thrusters." "Fine then. 3, 2, 1, Alex said, and Holden fell back into his crash couch hard. The gel pressed in around him, and the ship rumbled the deep bass of the drive. To the Azure Dragon, it would be like a bright new star had appeared, a supernova light years away, or something less dangerous, but much, much closer. "LiDAR's up," Naomi said, "and I've got lock." "Is their reactor up?" Holden asked, at the same time that Bobby said, "Give me fire control." Naomi answered both. "Their drive's cycling up. We probably have half a minute." "You have control, Bobby." "Holden," Bobby snapped, "please ring the doorbell." "Alex, surrender maneuvering to fire control." "Done," Alex said. Holden switched on the tight beam. The Rossi found a lock at once. "Azure Dragon, this is the Rocinante."
You may have heard of us. We are on approach. Surrender thrust, gravity cut out, and their crash couches hissed as the ship spun on 2 axes. Surrender at once and prepare for boarding. Naomi's voice was calm and focused. Enemy reactor is coming up. The ship seemed to trip, throwing Holden and Naomi up against their straps. The keel-mounted railgun pushed the whole ship backward in a solid mathematical relationship to the mass of the 2-kilo tungsten round moving at a measurable fraction of c. Newton's third law expressed as violence. Holden's gut knotted, and he tried to lean forward. The long seconds dragged. Naomi made a small, satisfied sound in the back of her throat. "Okay, their reactor's shutting down. They're dumping core. We're not seeing nitrogen in the plume. I don't think they've lost air." "Nice shootin'," Amos said on the open channel. "God damn," Bobby said as the Rossi shifted back. "I have missed the hell out of this." Thrust gravity returned, pushing Holden back as they slowed toward the drifting science ship. It was harder now, a solid 2G he could feel in his jaw and the base of his skull. "Please respond, Azure Dragon, or we'll shoot you some more," he said. "This doesn't feel right," Naomi said. "They started it," Alex said from above them in the pilot's deck. "Every rock that dropped, they had a part in." Holden wasn't sure that was what she'd meant, but Naomi didn't press it, so maybe it had been. "Not getting any response, Bobby," he said. "How do you want to play it?" In answer, the former Martian Marine climbed down from the gunner station, hand over hand in the high gravity. The muscles in her arms were like cords of wire, and her grimace said both that the sheer effort hurt and that she kinda liked it. "Let them know that if they open up on us, they won't get crash couches on the way to jail," she said, passing down toward the airlock. "I'm just gonna slip into something more comfortable." The crash couches shifted a little as Alex bent their trajectory so they wouldn't melt the Azure Dragon to slag in their drive plume. Bobby grunted and took a new grip on the handholds. "You know there's a lift, right?" Holden said. "Where's the fun in that?" Bobby said as she sank out of sight. Naomi shifted against the high gravity so that he could see her face. Her smile was complex, discomfort and pleasure, and something that looked like foreboding. So that's what she looks like when she takes herself off the leash. Shedding the last of their velocity and matching orbit wasn't fast. Holden listened with half an ear while Alex, Amos, and Naomi coordinated with the Rossi systems to bring them alongside. Bobby chimed in now and again when she wasn't putting her powered armor together and running through its system checks. The greater part of his attention stayed on the enemy. The Azure Dragon floated in silence. An expanding cloud of radioactive gas that had been its fusion core slowly dissipated behind it until it was hardly denser than the surrounding vacuum. No emergency beacon, no announcement of defiance or surrender, no response to his pings and queries. The silence was creepy. "I don't think we killed them," Holden said. "We probably didn't kill them, did we?" "Doesn't seem likely," Naomi said, "but I suppose we'll find out. Worst case, we did, and it still makes it easier to keep the rocks from dropping on Earth." Something in the tone of her voice caught him. Her eyes were on her monitor, but she didn't seem focused, her mind a million kilometers away. "Are you all right?" Naomi blinked, shook her head like she was trying to clear it, and put on a smile that was only a little bit forced. "It's just strange being out here again, and I can't help wondering whether I know anyone on that ship.
It's not something I thought about much before." "Things have changed," Holden said. "Yeah, you used to be the one with the high profile," she said, and her smile became a degree less forced. "Now I'm the one all the best interrogators want to sit down with." Alex announced that he had positive lock on the Azure Dragon's airlock. Override was coming. Bobby acknowledged it, said she was prepped for boarding action. She'd be back when the enemy was cleared. It all sounded very military, very Martian. There was an excitement in their voices. Some of it was their fear dressing up in party clothes, but some of it wasn't. For the first time that he could remember, Holden found himself imagining how it would sound in Naomi's ears. Her friends preparing themselves to attack and possibly kill people who'd grown up the way she had. The way that no one else on the Rocinante would ever totally understand. They'd worked on all sides of the confused mess that humanity had made of the belt and the scattering of colonies beyond it. They'd fought pirates for the OPA, taken contracts with Earth and Mars, and private concerns with their own agendas. Thinking of Naomi not only as herself, but also as the product of the life she'd lived, the life she was still bringing herself to reveal to him, changed how he saw everything. Even himself. "We had to stop them," he said. She turned to him, confusion in her eyes. "Who? These assholes? Of course we did." A deep clanking sound ran through the ship as the airlocks connected. An alert popped up on Holden's screen, but he ignored it. Naomi tilted her head as if Holden was a puzzle she hadn't quite figured out. "Did you think I felt bad for them?" "No," Holden said. "Or yes, but not exactly. Everyone on that ship thinks they're doing the right thing too. When they're throwing rocks at Earth, it's to protect kids on ships that had to run with too little air or bad filters. Or people who lost their ships because the UN changed the tariff laws. Or because they think it's fun to kill people," Naomi said. "Don't romanticize them just because some of the justifications they use are a second clank game, deeper than the first." Naomi's eyes widened at the same moment Holden felt his gut tighten. It wasn't a good sound. "Alex, what was that?" "I think we got us a little problem, folks." "I'm all right," Bobby said, and the way she said it made it clear that it was a live issue. Naomi turned to her monitor, lips pressed thin and tight. "What have we got, Alex?" "Booby trap," Alex said. "Looks like some kind of magnetic lock from their end. Froze up the works." "And Bobby, I'm stuck between their outer lock and ours," Bobby said. "I'm fine. I'm just gonna bust my way through and—" "No," Naomi said, as Holden's attention flicked to the alert still flashing on his own monitor. "If it's really bound, you could break both locks. Just sit tight and let me see what we can do to get you unstuck." "Hey," Holden said, "anyone know why we just lost a sensor array?" Another alert popped up on his screen. Raw alarms started sounding in his head. Or that PDC? The others were silent for a moment, and then for what felt like hours, and was probably 5 or 6 seconds, there was only the tap of fingertips on control panels, and the chirp of the Rocinante reporting back to queries. Even before he had confirmation, he was sure of the answer. The external camera swept the Rossi's skin. The Azure Dragon, hugged against her, felt like a parasite more than a prisoner. And then a flicker of sparks and a flash of safety yellow. Holden shifted the camera. 3 spider-like construction mechs squatted midway down the Rossi's side, welding torches lit and clawing at the hull. "They're stripping us," Holden said. When Alex spoke, his false politeness didn't cover his rage. "I can put on a little burn if you want, drop them into our drive plume and be done." "You'll fold the airlocks together," Holden said, cutting him off. "It'll crush Bobby to death." "Yeah," Alex said. "All right, so that's a bad idea." Holden took control of a PDC and tried to shift its arc far enough down to catch one of the mechs, but they were too close in. A fresh alert popped up. A hardened power conduit was throwing off errors. They were digging deeper into the hull. It wouldn't be long before they could do some real damage.
And if they manage to burrow their way between the hulls, what happens if Bobby breaks the docking tube? Holden snapped. "Best case, we can't use it until we get it repaired," Naomi said.
Worst, they rigged their coupling with a secondary trap that kills Bobby and spills out our air. "It's all right," Bobby said. "I can take the risk. Just give me a second to position." "No," Holden said. "No, wait. We can find a way out. No one dies. We've got time." But they didn't have much. A welding torch flared again. When Amos spoke, his voice sounded wrong. Too small. Too close. "You know, Cap, we've got another airlock. Cargo bay's right down here by the machine shop." The penny dropped. Amos sounded different because he was already wearing a vac suit. He was talking through a helmet mic. "What are you thinking, Amos?" "Nothing real subtle. Figure we hop outside, kill a few assholes that need killing, patch stuff up when we're done with the first part." Naomi caught his eye and nodded once. Years together and an uncountable list of crises weathered made a kind of telepathy between them. Naomi would stay and get Bobby safely out of the trap. Holden would go out with Amos and keep the enemy at bay. "All right," Holden said, reaching for his restraints. "Prep a suit. I'm on my way down." "I'll leave you one," Amos said, "but I think we'll get a head start without you." "Wait," Holden said. "We're cycling out now," Clarissa Mouse said. "Wish us luck." Chapter 7. Clarissa. Her second year in prison, Clarissa had agreed to participate in a poetry course that the prison chaplain had put together. She hadn't had much hope for anything to come out of it, but it was half an hour every week she could sit in a gray-green room with steel chairs bolted to the floor and half a dozen of her fellow inmates and do something that wasn't watching censored entertainment feeds or sleeping. It had been a disaster from the start. Of the men and women who came there each week, only she and the chaplain had been to university. Two of the women were so dosed with antipsychotics that they were barely present at all. One of the men, a serial rapist who'd killed his stepdaughters by torturing them with a chemical stun spray until they stopped breathing, was so taken with a section of Pope's Essay on Man that he'd compose hour-long epics in rhyming couplets that didn't quite scan. His favorite subjects were the injustice of a legal system that didn't allow enough for character and his own sexual prowess. And there was a round-faced boy who seemed too young to have done anything deserving a life in the hole, who wrote sonnets about gardens and sunlight that were more painful than any of the rest, though for different reasons. Clarissa's own contributions had been minimal at first. She'd tried some free verse about the possibility of redemption, but she'd read Carlos Pinani, Anarchy Swinehart, and H.D. at her literature tutor's insistence, so she knew her work wasn't good. Worst, she knew why it wasn't good. She didn't really believe her thesis. On the few occasions she considered shifting to a different subject, fathers, regret, grief, it seemed less like catharsis and more like strict reportage. Her life had been squandered, and whether she said it in pentameter or not didn't seem to matter much. She quit because of the nightmares. She didn't talk about those to anyone, but the medics knew. She might be able to keep the exact content of the dreams to herself, but the medical monitor logged her heartbeats and the activity in the various parts of her brain. The poetry made them come more often and more vividly. Usually, they were of her digging through something repulsive, shit or rotting meat or something, trying to reach someone buried in it before they ran out of air. When she stopped attending, they faded back. Once a week, say, instead of nightly. Which wasn't to say that the course hadn't borne fruit. 3 weeks after she'd told the chaplain that she didn't want to be part of his little study anymore, she'd woken up in the middle of the night, fully rested and alert and calm, with a sentence in her head as clear as if she'd just heard it spoken. "I have killed, but I am not a killer, because a killer is a monster, and monsters aren't afraid." She'd never spoken the words aloud, never written them down. They'd become her words of power, a private prayer too sacred to give form. She went back to them when she needed them. "I have killed, but I am not a killer. We're cycling out now," she said, her mouth dry and sticky, her heart fluttering in her chest. "Because a killer is a monster, and monsters aren't afraid." She cut the transmission, hoisted the recoilless rifle, and nodded to Amos. His grin, half hidden by the curve of his helmet, was boyish and calm. The outer door of the airlock slid soundlessly open on an abyss filled with starlight. Amos took the edge of the airlock, hailing himself forward and then ducking back in case someone was there waiting to shoot. When no one did, he grabbed a handhold and swung himself out, spinning so that the suit's mag boots would land on the ship's skin. She followed less gracefully, and less certain of herself. The body of the Rocinante under her feet, she looked back at the drive cone. The hull of the ship was smooth and hard, studded here and there with blocky PDC mounts, the clustered mouths of thrusters, the black and deep-sighted eyes of sensor arrays. She held her rifle at the ready, finger near the trigger, but not on it the way that the Martian Marine had shown her. Trigger discipline, she'd called it. Clarissa wished that she was the one trapped in the airlock, and Bobby Draper could be here instead. "Moving forward, Peaches. You watch our 6. "Understood," she said, and started walking slowly backward, her boots grabbing to the ship and then letting go only to grab hold again. It felt like the ship itself was trying to keep her from spinning away into the stars. No enemies popped up as they moved around the curve of the ship, but to her right, the body of the Azure Dragon appeared like a whale rising up from the deep. It was so close to the Rossi, she could have turned off her boots and jumped to it. The light of the sun streaming up from below threw harsh shadows across a hull scarred and flaking in places, where too many years of hard radiation had scoured the coatings into a white, fragile glaze. It made the Rossi seem solid and new by comparison. Something flickered behind her, throwing her shadow and Amos out before her. She took a slow, stuttering breath. Nothing had attacked them yet. They were the attackers. "Well, shit," Amos said, and at once Naomi's voice was on the common channel. "What are you seeing, Amos?" A small window appeared in the corner of Clarissa's helmet, the HUD showing the stretch of hull behind her. The 3 bright yellow spiders stood in a cloud of sparks. 2 were braced against the hull, ready to haul back a section of ceramic and steel, while the 3rd cut it free. "All right," Naomi said, "they're going to get between the hulls. Not if me and Peaches have anything to say about it." "Right, Peaches." "Right," Clarissa said, and turned to see the enemy with her own eyes. The brightness of the welding torch forced her helmet to dim, protecting her eyes. It was like the 3 mechs stayed the same, and the stars all around them winked out. There was nothing left but the people who wanted to hurt her and Amos, and the darkness. "You ready?" Amos asked. "Does it matter?" "Not a lot. Let's see what we can do, before they notice." Clarissa crouched close to the hull, lifted her rifle, sighted down it. With the magnification on, she could see the human form cradled in the mech arms, legs, head encased in a suit not so different from her own. She dropped the bright red dot of the sight on the helmet, put her finger on the trigger, and squeezed. The helmet jerked back, like it was startled, and the remaining 2 mechs turned and pointed yellow steel legs at them.
"Get moving!" Amos shouted as he jumped into the black sky. Clarissa turned off her mag boots and leaped after him, almost too late. A white line appeared on the hull where she'd been, the bullet gone off behind them before her suit could even warn her it was coming. The suit thrusters kicked on, driving her out and shifting her unpredictably as it avoided the string of bullets she couldn't see except as lines in her HUD. "Keep 'em busy, Peaches," Amos said. "I'll be right back." He shot off, angling forward and around the body of the Azure Dragon. Clarissa turned, letting the suit push her in the opposite direction, putting the horizon of the Rocinante between her and the mechs. Her heart sounded like a ticking in her ears, her body shook. The red dot found the welding mech, and she pulled the trigger, missing with the first round. The second struck, and the mech rocked a little under the unexpected thrust of escaping volatile gas. Her suit threw up an alert, and she thought it was malfunctioning until she looked at her leg and saw the blood there. She'd been shot. It was like a point of intellectual interest. "Report!" Naomi was shouting. Clarissa meant to say something, but the mechs were scuttling across the Rossi toward her, and it took all her attention to retreat and return fire. "I got a boarding party back here, waiting to go," Amos said. "How many?" Naomi barked. "5, Amos said. And then, 4 now 3. The stars were coming back, but they didn't seem as bright as before. The hull was glowing under the light of the sun, now almost directly overhead. The mechs crawled toward her faster, like something out of a nightmare.
One scuttled past the barrel of a PDC and vanished. "Got one," Alex said, and Clarissa laughed. But her attention slipped. She'd pulled out too far from the hull. She had to get back into cover. She dove toward the Roci, but too fast. She hit with her feet, trying to roll with the impact the way she'd learned as a girl in her self-defense classes. Her sense of up and down swam, and for a moment she was falling into the stars. "How you doing, Peaches?" Amos asked, but she was moving, rushing backward away from the remaining mech. Their friend's unexpected death by PDC had slowed them, made them more cautious. She went farther around the Roci, paused to line up a shot, and waited for the enemy to walk into it. It was hard. The sun was in her eyes now, and the helmet struggled to keep it from blinding her. Her leg ached, but it didn't hurt. She wondered if that was normal. The mech lurched into view, and she fired, driving it back. How many rounds had she used? It was on the HUD someplace, but she couldn't remember where. She fired again, and saw a small green 6 become a 5. So, 5 rounds left. She waited, a hunter in her blind. She could do this. The red dot jittered and shifted. She tried to bring it back in line. "She could do this, Peaches!" Amos shouted. "You're 6!" Clarissa spun. The azure dragon loomed behind her, the sun high above. She'd run back so far, she'd looped. And arcing up over the enemy ship, 2 bright moving shapes. The crew of the Azure Dragon wouldn't be able to force their way onto the Rocinante, but they could have some small vengeance here. There was no place for her to take cover. She could only stand here and face the remnants of the boarding party descending toward her, or charge into the guns of the remaining mech. "Amos," she said, "go to the airlock, get back inside." She raised her gun, aimed at one of the incoming figures. When she fired, they shifted out of the bullet's path. Her HUD reported fast movers. It was time to go. She turned toward the drive cone. It seemed farther away than she expected. The suit thrusters kicked in, and she skimmed along, a meter above the hull, like a bird flying just above the surface of a lake. Something exploded in her arm, spinning her. Her HUD told her what she already knew, another wound. The suit was already squeezing at her shoulder to hold as much blood in as it could. To her left, a flash of yellow. The mech, riding plumes of its own thrusters and coming closer. She dropped her rifle, and it fell away behind her. With one arm, she couldn't aim it anyway, and a little less mass meant a little more speed. This was it. This was how she died. The idea was weirdly consoling. She'd end here, under billions of stars, in the unending, unshielded light of the sun, fighting for her friends. It felt bright, like a hero's death, not the cold fading away on a hard gray cot in the prison infirmary she'd expected. How strange that this should feel like victory. Time seemed to slow, and she wondered if maybe she'd triggered her implants by mistake. That would be silly. Amping up her nervous system would do her exactly no good when all her speed came from the thruster's nozzle. But no, it was only fear and the certainty that she was rushing to her death. Naomi and Alex were shouting in her ears, Amos too. She couldn't make sense of any of it. It occurred to her like a conclusion she was watching someone else make, that Amos might feel bad when she was gone. She should have told him how grateful she was for every day he'd given her outside the hole. Her helmet alerted. She had to start braking or she'd overshoot the ship. She killed the thrusters and flipped, more from a sense of obligation than from any real hope of living. One of 2 boarders was spinning away sunward, arms and legs flailing and out of control. The other was above her, with their back turned, facing a fast-moving body that had to be Amos. The mech flickered, drawing closer. When she started braking, it seemed to surge toward her, an illusion of relative velocity, but with enough truth to end her. And then, inexplicably, the mech driver slumped against his harness. The mech arms waved, suddenly uncontrolled. One reached down, gouging the hull, and sending the great yellow machine spinning away from the Rocinante and toward the stars. She watched, uncomprehending, until a hand grabbed her uninjured shoulder and an arm looped across her back. In the bright sunlight, the other suit's helmet was opaque. She didn't understand what had happened until she heard the voice over her radio. "It's all right," Holden said. "I've got you." Amos woke her. His wide face and bald head seemed like a dream, but that was likely just the drugs playing with her perceptions. The regrowth cocktail did strange things to her mind, even if the painkillers didn't. Given the choice of feeling numb and stupid or alert and in pain, she chose pain. Wide elastic restraints held her to the bed of the medical bay. The auto doc fed her body what it needed and only occasionally threw out errors, confused by the leakage from her aftermarket endocrine system. Her humerus was shattered but growing back together. The first bullet had carved a groove 10 centimeters long through the muscles of her thigh and shocked the bone, but didn't break it. "You okay, Peaches? I brought you some food, and I was just gonna leave it for you. But you looked," he waved a hand. "I'm fine," she said. "I mean, all shot up, but I'm fine." He sat on the side of her bed, and she realized they were under thrust. The smell of artificial peach cobbler was inviting and nauseating at the same time. She undid her restraints and sat up on her good elbow. "Did we win?" she asked. "Oh, hell yeah! 2 prisoners, data core off the Azure Dragon. They tried to scrub it, but between Naomi and the Roci, well, put it back together. Bobby's straight up pissed that she missed the action. Maybe next time," she said, and Holden came into the room. He and Amos nodded to each other. The big man left. "We should probably have had this talk before," Holden said. The Roci's captain stood at the bedside, looking like he wasn't sure whether to sit. She couldn't say whether it was the trauma or the drugs, but she was surprised to notice that he didn't look like her mental image of him. In her mind, his cheeks were higher, his jaw wider.
The blue of his eyes more icy. This man looked not older, only different. His hair was messy. There were lines forming around his eyes and the corners of his mouth. Not there yet, but coming. His temples were touched with gray. That wasn't what made him look different, though. The James Holden who was king of her personal mythology was sure of himself, and this man was profoundly ill at ease. "Okay," she said, not certain what else to say. Holden crossed his arms. Yeah, I didn't really expect you to come on this ship. I'm not comfortable with it." "I know," she said. "I'm sorry." He waved the comment away. "It's made me skip this part, and I shouldn't have. That's on me, okay? I know you and Amos trekked across a big part of North America after the rocks came down, and I know that you handled yourself just fine then. And you have experience on ships. Experience as a terrorist and murderer," he didn't say. "The thing is," he went on, "you aren't trained for this kind of action. Going out on the float with a gun in your hand is different from being on the ground, or being a technician inside a ship. You've got those implants, but using them out there, you'd have wound up crashing out and choking to death on your own vomit, right?" "Probably," she said. "So going out again like that's not something you should do. Amos took you because he wants you to know you belong here. But I don't," she said. "That's what you're saying." "Not every place Amos goes." "No," Holden said. He met her gaze for the first time. He looked almost sad. She couldn't understand why. "But as long as you're on my ship, you're crew, and it's my job to protect you. I screwed that up. You don't go into battle in a vac suit anymore, at least not until I think you're trained. That's an order. Understood?" "Understood," she said, and then, trying the word out to see how it felt in her mouth, "Understood, sir." He had been her sworn enemy. He had been the symbol of her failure. He'd even become a symbol, somehow, of the life she could have had if she'd made different choices. He was only a man in his early middle age that she barely knew, though they had some friends in common. He tried a smile, and she returned it. It was so little. It was something. She finished her cobbler after he left,
then closed her eyes to rest them, and didn't know she'd fallen asleep until the dream came. She was digging through slick black mud, sticky shit, trying to get down to where someone was buried. She had to hurry because they were running out of air. In the dream, she could feel the wet cold against her fingers, the disgust welling up at the back of her throat, and the fear, and the heartbreaking loss that came from knowing she wouldn't make it in time. Chapter 8. Dawes. The first session of Marcos Impromptu Summit began when Michio Pa arrived, looking pleasant and implacable in equal measures. Her ship had docked halfway through a day cycle, so Marco only kept them for a few hours. The following 3 days were more punishing, the meetings lasting over 13 hours each day without even so much as a break for meals. They'd eaten at the meeting tables, while Marco laid out his vision for a grand, system-spanning network of Belter civilization. Free spin stations, automated factories and farms, power stations hunkered close to the sun and beaming energy to the human habitations, the large-scale stripping of biological resources from the corpse of the Earth. It was a grand and beautiful vision, with a scope and depth that dwarfed even the Martian terraforming project. And Marco Inaros presented it all with a ruthlessness and intensity that made the objections the rest of them brought up seem small and petty. Sanjirani wanted to know how the labor force needed to create Marco's massive snowflake complex void cities would be trained. Marco waved the problem away. Belters were already trained to live and build in space. That knowledge was their birthright, bred into their brittle bones. Pa brought up the problem of keeping food and medical supplies flowing to all the stations, already feeling the pinch from the loss of supply lines from Earth. Marco agreed that there would be lean times, but assured Pa that her fears were greater than the actual problem. No objection any of them raised his commitment. His eyes were bright, his voice rich as a vial. His energy was boundless. After the meetings were done, Dawes went back to his quarters, weary to the bone. Marco went to the bars and pubs and union halls and spoke directly to the citizens of Ceres. If he slept, Dawes didn't know when. On the 5th day, they took a break, and it felt like collapsing at the end of a long run. Rosenfeld's interpretation did little to help. Koyo is manic. He'll come back down. And then what? Dawes asked. The pebble-skinned man shrugged. His smile had very little to do with pleasure. Then we'll see where we are. Inaros is a great man. For our purposes, he's the great man. It isn't a role that's fit for a wholly sane person. They sat in the gardens of the governor's palace. The smell of plants and soil mixed with the textured protein and grilled peppers that Rosenfeld preferred for breakfast. Dawes leaned back from the table and sipped from his bulb of hot, milky tea. He'd known Rosenfeld Guliang for almost 3 decades, and he trusted him as much as he trusted anyone, but not completely. If you're saying he's gone mad, Dawes said, that's a problem. It's not a problem, it's a job requirement, Rosenfeld said, waving the concern away like it was a grat. He's slaughtered billions of people and remade the shape of human civilization. No one can do something on that scale and see themselves as fully human anymore. He may be a god, or he may be a devil, but he can't stomach the idea of being just an unreasonably pretty man who stumbled into the right combination of charisma and opportunity. This particular fever will pass. He'll stop sounding like we're making the first weld next week and start saying that our grandchildren's grandchildren will finish it. Never been anyone as good at changing the song without missing a beat as our man Marco. Don't you worry. Hard not to. Well, only worry a little. Rosenfeld took a thick bite of the protein and pepper, his rough eyelids lowering until he looked almost half asleep. We're all here because he needed us. Apart from Fred Johnson, I had the only fighting force large enough to cause him trouble. Sanjirani's a prat, but he ran Europa's artificial economy well enough that everyone thinks he's a genius. And who knows, maybe he is. You control the port city of the Belt. Pa's the poster child of dissenting from the OPA for moral reasons, and so she makes a fine Father Christmas for redistributing wealth to the groundlings and bringing the old loyalists over to us. No one in these meetings is here by chance. He put this team together. As long as we keep a unified front, we can keep him from floating away on his own grandiosity. I hope you're right. Rosenfeld chewed and grinned at the same time. So do I. Anderson Dawes had been part of the OPA since before he was born. Trying to curry favor with their corporate overlords, his parents had named him after a mining company. Later, Fred Johnson's butchery turned that same name into one of Earth's greatest crimes against the Belt. He'd been raised to see the Belt as his home, and the people living there, however different, however divided, as his kin. His father had been an organizer, his mother a union lawyer. He'd learned that all humanity was a negotiation even before he'd learned how to read. Everything in his life since then was an elaboration of the same simple theme. Push hard enough that he never lost ground and never let an opportunity pass. Always, his intention had been to put the Belt in its right place and end the casual exploitation of its people and wealth. How exactly that happened, he'd let the universe decide.
He'd worked with the Persian Gulf Shared Interest Zone in rebuilding the station at L4 and made contacts in the expatriate community there. He'd become a voice within the UPA on Ceres by showing up early at every meeting, listening carefully before he spoke, and making certain the right people knew his name. Violence had always been a part of the environment. When he'd had to kill people, those people had died. When he found a promising young tech, he knew how to recruit them, or an old enemy ripe to be turned. He'd brought Fred Johnson, the butcher of Anderson Station, into the fold when everyone called him crazy, and then accepted their accolades when he'd bloodied the nose of the United Nations by doing it. Later, when it became clear that Johnson was unwilling to cooperate with the new regime, he'd agreed to cut him out. If watching his namesake go from a moderately successful Belter mining station to the rallying cry of Belter Revolution had taught him anything, it was this: situations change, and clinging too tightly to what came before kills you. And so, when Marco Inaros struck his deal with the blackest black market on Mars to create a successor to the Outer Planets Alliance, Dawes had seen only two choices: embrace the new reality or die with the past. He'd picked the way he always had, and because of it, he was at the table. Sometimes for 13 hours, while Inaros ranted his utopian dream logic, but at the table nonetheless. Still, there was part of him that wished this Winston Duarte had chosen to raise someone else up with his Mephistophelian arms deal. He took another bite of his breakfast, but the peppers had gone cold and limp, and the protein had begun to harden. He dropped his fork. "Any word from Medina?" he asked. Rosenfeld shrugged. "Do you mean the station or past it?" "Anything, really." "Stations, well," Rosenfeld said, "the defenses are in place, so that's as it should be. Past that, well, no one knows, Sasa. Duarte's keeping up his end, sending shipments of arms and equipment back from Laconia. The other colonies? Problems," Dawes said. He didn't make it a question. Rosenfeld scowled at his plate, avoiding eye contact for the first time since their unofficial meeting began. Frontiers are dangerous places. Things happen there that wouldn't if it were more civilized. Wakefield went silent. "Some people are saying they woke something up there, but no one sent a ship out to look. Who has time, yeah? Got a war here to finish. Then we can look back out." "And the Barkeith?" Rosenfeld's gaze stayed fixed on the peppers. "Duarte's people say they're looking into it. Not to worry, not blaming us." Everything in the other man's body told Dawes not to press further, and he was almost ready to let it go. He could change the angle at least. How is it all the other colonies are fighting to grow enough food, not have their hydroponics collapse like on Welker?
But Laconia's already got a manufacturing base. Just means it's better planned, better funded. The thing you don't understand about this pinche Martian Duarte is Dawes' hand terminal blatted out an alert. High priority connection request. The channel he used for station emergencies. Captain Shadid. He held up a finger, asking Rosenfeld's patience, and accepted the connection. "What's the matter?" he said instead of hello. Shadid was at her desk. She recognized the wall behind her. "I need you down here. One of my men is in the hospital. Medic says he may not make it. I have the shooter in custody." "Good that you caught him. His name's Philip Inaros." Dawes felt a weight drop into his gut. "I'll be right there." Shadid had given the boy his own cell. She'd been wise to do so. From the moment he walked into the security station, Dawes had felt the shock and rage like a charge in the atmosphere. Shooting a security officer on Ceres was a short way to an airlock, or it would have been for most people. "I put an automated monitor on him," Shadid said. "Slaved it to my system. No one else turns it on or off." "Because?" Dawes said. She was sitting at her desk. She might be the head of security, but he was the governor of Ceres. "They'd turn it off," Shadid said, "and you wouldn't ever see that little piece of shit alive again. And just between us, you'd be doing the universe a favor." On the screen, Philip Inaros sat against the cell wall, his head tilted back and his eyes closed. He was a young man, or an old child. As Dawes watched, the boy stretched, wrapped his arms around himself, and settled back without looking around once. He couldn't tell if it was the movement of someone certain that they were untouchable or frightened that they might not be. Dawes could see the resemblance to Marco, but where the father seemed to radiate charm and confidence, the son was all rage and a vulnerability that made Dawes think of abrasions and raw wounds. Under other circumstances, he might have felt sorry for the prisoner. "How did it happen?" Dawes asked. Shadid tapped on her hand terminal and threw the data to the screen. "A corridor outside a nightclub, up nearer the center of spin. A door swung open and 3 people came out, all belters, a man and woman, their hands caressing each other like they were already in private, and a second young man. A moment later, the door opened again, and Philip Inaros stepped out. There was no sound, so Dawes didn't know what Philip had shouted at the retreating figures, only that he had. The single young man turned back, and the couple paused to watch. Philip's head was back, his chest out. For generations, humanity had been free of the gravity well of the inner planets, but the posturing of young men spoiling for a fight never changed. A new figure stepped into the frame, a man in a security uniform, hands lifted in command. Philip turned toward him, shouting. The security man shouted back, pointed to the wall, ordering Philip against it. The couple turned away and pretended not to know anything about it. The young man who'd been coming back to the fight slowly stepped back, not turning away, but willing to let his enemies spend themselves against each other. Philip went terribly still. Dawes had to force himself not to look away. The security man reached for his weapon, and a gun appeared in Philip's hand, the kind of magic flicker that comes of hundreds of hours of practicing a fast draw. And then, as part of the same motion, the muzzle flash. "God damn it," Dawes said. "It's not subtle," Shadid said. "He was given a security order. He refused and fired on the agent. If he was anyone else, he'd be feeding mushrooms right now." Dawes pressed his palm to his mouth, rubbing until his lips felt bruised. There had to be something, some way to walk this back. "How's your man?" There was a pause before Shadid answered. She knew what he was really asking. "Stabilized. Not going to die?" "Not out of the woods yet," she said. And then, "I can't do my job if people get away with shooting security. I understand there's diplomacy involved, but with respect, that's your job. Mine is to keep 6 million people from killing too many of each other on any given day." "My job's not so different," he thought. This wasn't the time to say it. "Contact Marco Inaros. He'll be on the Pella in Dock 65C, Dawes said. "Tell him to meet me here." At the end of particularly bad days, Dawes would sometimes pour himself a glass of whiskey and sit for a time with his prized possession, a printed volume of Marcus Aurelius that had belonged to his grandmother. The Meditations were the private thoughts of a person with terrible power, an emperor who could order to death anyone he chose, create the law by speaking it, command any woman to his bed, or any man if the mood took him. The thin pages were filled with Aurelius's private struggle to be a good man despite the frustrations of the world. It left Dawes feeling not comforted, but consoled.
All through human history, being a moral person and not being pulled into the dramatics and misbehavior of others had caused intelligent people grief. Dawes had spent decades with that beneath all his personal philosophy. There were bad people everywhere, stupidity and avarice and hubris and pride, and he had to navigate it if there was ever to be hope of a better place for Belters. It wasn't that things were worse now than they'd been before, only that they weren't better. Tonight, he suspected, would be a good one for rereading his Aurelius. Marco swept into the security station like he owned it, smiles and laughter, and a sheer animal presence that filled the space. The security agents unconsciously moved to the edges of the room and didn't meet his gaze. Dawes went out to lead him back to Shadid's office and found himself shaking the man's hand there in front of everyone. He hadn't meant to do that. "This is embarrassing," Marco said, as if he was agreeing with something that had already been said. "I will see that it doesn't happen again." "Your son could have killed one of my people," Dawes said. Marco sat back in his chair and opened his arms, an expansive gesture that seemed intended to diminish what anyone else could say. There was a scuffle, and it got out of hand. "Dawes, tell me you've never had something like it." "I've never had something like it," Dawes said. His voice was cool and hard, and for the first time, Marco's jovial expression shifted. "You aren't going to make this a problem, are you?" Marco said, his voice sinking low. "We have a lot of work to do, real work. Words come that Earth took out the Azure Dragon. We have to reassess our strategy down sunward." It was the first Dawes had heard of it, and he had the sense that Marco had kept the information private, ready to play it when he wanted a subject changed. Well, he'd find Dawes harder to throw off than that. "And we will. But that's not why I called you here." Shadid coughed, and Marco turned to scowl at her. When he looked back at Dawes, his expression had changed. His smile was as wide, his expression as open and merry, but something in his eyes made Dawes' stomach clench. "All right," Marco said. "Bien, koyo mis. Why did you call me here?" "Your son can't be on my station," Dawes said. "If he stays, I have to put him through a trial, have to protect him from anyone who might get impatient waiting." He paused. "Have to follow through the sentence, if there is one." Marco went still, a copy of his son on the assault footage. Dawes made an effort not to swallow. "That sounds like a threat, Anderson." "It's an explanation. It's why you need to take your boy off my station and never bring him back to it. I'm doing this as a favor. Anyone else, and things would just take their course." Marco drew in a long, slow breath and let it out between his teeth. "I see. He shot a security agent. He may have killed him." "We've killed a world," Marco said, waving the words away. But then he seemed to remember something, nodding as much to himself as to Dawes or Shadid. "But I appreciate your bending the rules for me, and for him. I won't let this go by." "All right," Dawes said. "Captain Shadid will release him to you. If you want to bring some of your people down before she does." "That won't be necessary," Marco said. "No bodyguards were called for." None of the security force would dare face down Marco Inaros of the Free Navy.
And what was worse, Dawes believed Marco was right. We'll have a meeting tomorrow about the Azure Dragon and Earth. Next steps, Dawes agreed and stood. You know this isn't temporary. Philip can never set foot on Ceres again. Marco's smile was unexpected and deep. His dark eyes flashed. Don't worry, old friend. If you don't want him here, he won't be here. That's a promise. Chapter 9. Holden. The sound reached all the way to the galley. A deep thud, then a pause, then another thud. Each time it came, Holden felt himself flinch a little. Naomi and Alex sat with him, trying to ignore it, but whatever they started a conversation about, the state of the ship, the success of their mission, the question of whether to give in to fate and convert a section of the crew quarters into a brig, it died out under the slow, unending beat. Maybe I should talk to her, Holden said. I think I should. Don't know why you think that, Alex said. Naomi shrugged, abstaining. Holden took one last bite of his fake lamb, wiped his mouth with the napkin, and dropped everything into the recycler. Part of him hoped that one of them would stop him. They didn't. The Rocinante's gym showed its age. No two resistance bands were quite the same color, the green-gray mats had white lines where the fabric had worn thin, and the smell of old sweat softened the air. Bobby had strung a heavy bag on a tight line between the ceiling and the deck. Her exercise outfit was tight and gray and soaked with sweat. Her hair was tied back, and her eyes were locked on the bag as she shifted on the balls of her feet. As Holden stepped into the room, she turned to the left, putting her weight into a roundhouse kick. This close, the thud sounded like something heavy being dropped. The system reported a little under 95 kilograms per square centimeter. Bobby danced back, her focus locked on the bag. She shifted to the right and kicked with her other leg. The thud was a little softer, but the reading went up by 3 kilos. She danced back, reset. Her shins were red and raw-looking. Hey, she said, not looking at him. Thud. Reset. Hey, Holden said. How are you doing? Fine. Thud. Reset. Anything you want to talk about? Thud. Reset. Nope. Okay. Well, if you, thud. Reset. Change your mind, I'll track you down. Thud. Reset. Great, Holden said, and stepped back out of the room. Bobby hadn't looked at him once. In the galley, Naomi had a bulb of coffee waiting for him. He sat across from her while Alex dropped the last of his food into the recycler. Holden drank. The Rocinante's processors were calibrated once a week, and they'd stocked up before leaving Luna, so it was almost certainly his imagination that made the coffee more bitter than usual. He put a pinch of salt in it anyway, swirling the bulb to stir it. You knew that wasn't going to work, he said. I expected it wasn't, Naomi said. I didn't know, just suspected, she said. It was almost an apology. I could have been surprised. You gotta give Bobby her room, Cap, Alex said. She'll come out the other side of it. I wish I understood what's bothering her so much. Alex blanked. She's been spoiling to take the fight to some bad guys ever since Io. Now she got one, and she was stuck in a box while the rest of us did the shooting. But we won. We did, Naomi said, and she watched us do it while we tried to figure out how to get her out of a trap. By the time she was free, it was over. Holden sipped at the coffee. It was a little better. That didn't help. Okay, so what I meant was, I wish I understood what's bothering her, in hopes that then there'd be something I could do about it. We know, Naomi said. The difficulty isn't lost on us. Amos's voice came over the ship's comm. Anybody there? I've been paging ops for the last 10 minutes. Alex thumbed the system on. On my way up now. Okay, I think I tracked down the last leak. Let me know what it looks like from your end. Will do, Alex said, nodded to the two of them, and headed up toward ops and the ongoing repair effort. The Azure Dragon's crew hadn't had all that long, but they hadn't been trying for clean either. It was easier to cut through a lot of hull quickly when you didn't care what broke while you did it. Knowing that the ship wasn't right yet was like an itch he couldn't quite reach. Part of that came from knowing how strapped the shipyards on Luna were going to be.
The days of sloping into Tycho and having Fred Johnson's teams patch the ship up were probably gone, and Luna had Earth's Navy to take precedence over Holden and his crew. It wasn't just that, though. It was also the same thing he'd felt driving him to talk to Bobby, and to Clarissa Mao before that. He wanted things to be all right, and he had the growing feeling that they weren't going to be. "What about you?" Naomi said, looking at him from under a spill of dark, gently curled hair. "Want to talk?" He chuckled. "I do, but I don't know what to say. Here we are, the conquering heroes with prisoners and a salvage data core, and it doesn't feel like enough. It isn't. Always so comforting. I mean, you're not wrong. You aren't uneasy and disturbed by all this because there's something wrong with you. This is all uneasing and disturbing. You aren't fucked up. The situation is. That actually does make me feel a little better. Good," she said, "because I need to know this isn't about Marco and Philip, that all that isn't making it hard for you to have me around." "No," Holden said, "we covered that, and we'll cover it again after this, I'm sure. But if you just keep saying it, I would put everyone else that exists head first out an airlock just to keep you around. It isn't that. The only concern I have about you and Marco Inaros is that he'll try to hurt you again. That's nice to know. I still love you. I will always love you." He was answering the question he thought she was asking, but her gaze cut away. Her smile was rueful, but it was also real. Always is a long time. I'm captain of this ship. Technically, I could marry us right now. Now she laughed. "Would you want to? I'm easy." "It seems a little redundant. Husband and wife seems like a less interesting and committed relationship than Holden and Naomi," he said. "He can't win, you know." "Of course he can. Marco's the one who decides when he wins." "No, I've been thinking about it. The Free Navy is untenable. They did a lot of damage. They killed a lot of people. But all of this is really about the gates. If it wasn't for all the people rushing out to try to found a new colony, Mars wouldn't be collapsing. The Belters wouldn't be worried that they'll get marginalized out of existence. None of the things that gave Marco a toehold would have happened. But the gates aren't going away. So all the pressures he's fighting against, they'll outlast him. People are still going to want to get out to the new systems, and they're going to find ways to do it. And the colonies that are already out there are going to want to keep in contact and trade with us, at least until they're really on their feet, and that could take generations. You think he's on the wrong side of history? He is, Holden said. Then what does that say about people like me? I grew up in the belt. I wouldn't want to live down a gravity well. The gates aren't going away, but neither are the Belters. Unless they are. What do you mean? She shrugged. Human history has seen plenty of genocides. If you're right, then belong term is either the gates or the Belters. And Belters, we're human. We're fragile. We die. The gates? Even if we could destroy them, we wouldn't. There's too much real estate involved. Holden looked down. All right, that was my turn. Naomi lifted a questioning eyebrow. That was less comforting than I meant it to be, he said. Sorry. It's all right. Anyway, that's not what I meant when I said Marco decides when he wins. You don't understand how slippery he can be. Whatever happens, he'll shift so it was his plan all along. If he were the last person alive, he'll say we needed the apocalypse and declare victory. It's what he is. Even though they were the agents of Christian Avasarala's will, it took 17 hours for the Rocinante and the Azure Dragon to get berths on Luna. When they finally did, they were at a military yard outside Patsavi complex, where the civilian relief ships were landing. The docks were crowded with people, in bunches and lines, some of them staring blankly ahead like victims of a fever, some weeping with relief or exhaustion, or both. The air stank of sweat and felt stale, even where the intakes made the greatest breeze.
The Luna Station complex, shipyards and convention centers, hotels and residence centers, schools and office complexes and warehouses, was big enough to fit 100 million bodies, but the environmental infrastructure would overload at something like half that, even with the advantage of the moon's mass and conduction to soak up waste heat. The Lagrange stations had less margin. Holden tried to do the math in his head as they forged their path through the crowd. The estimates said that 1/2 of Earth was dead already. 15 billion gone, or going, so fast there was no way to save them. Of those still alive, 2/3 were living in what the news feeds were calling distressed situations. 10 billion people who needed food or water or shelter. And up the well, there were places for maybe as many as 250,000, 0.02% of the people in need. He couldn't believe that was right, and tried to figure it again. He came to the same number. And 1,000 worlds out there, just on the other side of the gates. Hostile worlds, most of them, but not more hostile than Earth. Now. If there were a way to teleport them from Boston and Lisbon and Bangkok, maybe they'd be saved. Maybe they'd go on to raise something new and beautiful out of the ruins of Earth. And if one system didn't, there'd be 1,000 other chances. Except that there wouldn't be, because the transportation was too hard. So they'd die where they stood, because there was no way to get them all someplace better fast enough for it to matter. "You okay, Cap?" Amos asked. "Fine. Why? Looks like you're getting ready to hit someone." "No," Holden said. "Wouldn't help." "Over here," Bobby said. The guards outside the administrative offices carried small automatic weapons and wore body armor. They stood aside and let Bobby shuffle through the wide gray door, and all of the others behind her in a line like ducklings. The offices could have been a different world. Full-spectrum lights glowed like Holden's memory of a summer afternoon. Ferns and ivy bobbed in the gentle breeze from the air recyclers. The hallways were 1/2 meter wider than the corridors of the Rocinante, and felt luxurious. Only the faint gunpowder stink of moon dust and the 1/10 G spoke of Luna. Everything else would have looked at home in the UN offices at The Hague. Bobby led them like she knew where she was going. Down one hall, past another pair of armed guards, and through a set of frosted glass doors. The room was built like a lounge, chairs and divans around low tables. 8 or 10 people were scattered around in pairs and small groups, and for a few seconds, Holden didn't understand who they were. At some point, everything had been either black or white, but use had left splashes of color. The brown ring of a coffee stain on a cushion, the greenish scrape along the side of a chair. Avasarala stood at the far side of the room, her orange sari blazing like a torch, while she talked to a white-haired woman with dark skin and narrow hips. When Avasarala looked up to smile at him, the woman turned. Holden stumbled. "Mama Sophie," he said, and then, like a lens coming into focus, he saw all the others for who they were. The years had changed them all, and seeing them through cameras and screens wasn't the same. Father Tom had gained weight, and Father Caesar had lost it, but they were there, hand in hand, walking toward him. Father Anton had gone bald, and Mother Elise seemed older and frailer in person than she had on the screen, and shorter. Everyone seemed shorter, because the system at the farmhouse had been on a desk. He'd been looking up at all of them from that desktop for years, and hadn't realized it until just now.
All 8 of his parents crowded around him, their bodies pressing gently against his, their arms around each other, the way they had when he'd been a child. Holden found himself weeping, swept away by the memory of being a little boy, surrounded and protected by the loving bodies of 8 strong adults. He stood among them now, the strongest of the lot, shaken by the love and the joy and the terrible understanding that both the boy he'd been and the men and women they were then were gone and would never come back. They were all crying too, Father Dmitri, Mother Tamara, Father Joseph. And his new family too.
Naomi pressed her hand to her lips, like she was trying to hold words or emotions in. Alex was grinning as widely as any of Holden's family, his eyes shining. Avasarala and Bobby seemed pleased, like people who'd pulled off a good surprise party. Weirdly, Clarissa Mao, standing alone with a pressure cast on her wounded arm, was shaking with barely controlled sobs. Amos looked at all of them like he'd walked in on the last line of a joke, then shrugged and let them get on with whatever the hell this was. Holden felt a rush of affection for the man. "Wait," he said, "wait, everyone, I need you to meet everyone else, I guess. This is Naomi, everyone." His parents all turned toward her. Naomi's eyes widened a degree. The little panicked flare of her nostrils was probably something only he could see. There was a pause he hadn't expected, a stuttering moment when he saw her through their eyes. Here is the belter girl their son was sleeping with. Here is the ex-lover of the man who killed the world, the representative of everything that had happened. One of them. It lasted a heartbeat, then another. It was vast as the space between worlds. "I've heard so much about you, dear," Mother Elise said, moving to Naomi and taking her in a wide embrace. The others followed, queuing up to welcome her to the family. But it wasn't an illusion. The moment had been there. Even when his two families diffused into each other, Father Dimitri and Father Anton and Alex talking about the ship, Mother Tamara and Amos looking at each other with a kind of amused bewilderment, Holden felt the hesitation. They would love her if he said so, but she wasn't one of their kind. He barely noticed Bobby at his side until she spoke. "This is how she does it. She finds a way to pay you." She nodded toward the back of the room. Avasarala stood alone, watching with a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. Holden went to her. "They told me they were all right," he said. "When I talked to them, they said they weren't in danger." "It was true, as far as it went," Avasarala said. "The reactors hadn't failed there yet, and they had more food stored than most. They might have lasted another month? How should I know? Canning? Who the fuck does their own canning anymore? But you evacuated them. Another week? Another month? Not another year. They wouldn't have been safe forever, and once they realized they were fucked, all the slots would have been filled. I flagged them as priority evacuees. I get to do that kind of shit. I'm the boss." "Where?" She shrugged. "They'll have quarters here or on L4. Not as big as they had in Montana, but together. I can do that much. Maybe they'll even go back to their farm someday when all this is done. Stranger things have happened." Holden took her hand. It was cool and hard and stronger than he'd expected. She turned to look him in the eye for the first time since he'd come into the room. The smile edged into the corners of her eyes. "Thank you," he said. "I owe you one." Her smile shifted, losing the formality and coolness and distance it had carried beneath the surface. She chuckled deep in her throat. "I know," she said. Chapter 10. Avasarala. She didn't sleep anymore, or at least it didn't help when she did. The bed in her suite was spongy, but she didn't sink into it the way that a lifetime at normal gravity made her body expect, so it felt too soft and too hard at the same time. And sleep was supposed to mean rest. There was no rest anymore. She closed her eyes, and her mind stumbled on like it was falling downstairs. Mortality rates and supply windows and security briefings, all the things that filled her so-called waking hours, filled her nights as well. Being asleep only meant they lost what little coherence they had. It didn't feel like sleeping. It felt like going mad and catatonic for a few hours, and then regaining enough sanity to push through for 18 or 20 hours more, before collapsing into herself again. It was shit. But it needed doing, so she did it. At least she had a shower. "It seems like Bobby Draper managed to keep Holden from screwing the mission up," she said, drying her hair. The suite glowed a soft blue, like the promise of dawn. Not that any dawn looked like that on Earth now, but it had once. "I like that girl. I worry for her. She's been sitting behind a desk too long. It doesn't suit her. She considered the saris in her dresser, running her finger across the cloth and listening to the sound of skin against fabric. She opted for a green one that shimmered like a beetle's carapace. Gold embroidery along the edges that caught the false sunlight made it look cheerful and powerful at the same time. And she had the amber necklace with the jade that went with it. Fashion. All humanity shitting itself to death, and she still had to worry what she looked like going into the meetings. Pathetic. Aloud, she said, "Guys and Basrat sent word today. Everyone thought they were dead, but they were holed up under a mountain in the Julian Alps. Probably didn't plan to pop their heads above ground until everything was settled. But you know how Amanda is. It's never real with her unless someone knows she has it better. I don't know why you liked them." She caught her mistake too late, and something vast and dangerous shifted in her heart. She took a deep breath, bit her lip, and went back to wrapping her sari in place. Once we have the Free Navy under control, we'll have to do something about emigration. No one's going to want to stay on Earth. At this rate, I may take off. Retire on some alien ocean where I don't have to feel like I'm responsible for making the waves go up and down. Mars will never sort itself out. Smith? He puts a brave face on it, but he's not a prime minister. He's hospice nurse for a republic. Anytime I start feeling like my job's bad, I just have a drink with him. They were all things she'd said before, in some variation. There were new things every day. Reports from the planetary surface, from the surveillance drones around Venus, from her covert service agents on Iapetus and Ceres and Pallas. With the Free Navy busy making the OPA look measured and rational, Fred Johnson could still be of use, making contact with the reservoirs of the belt that understood how dangerous Marco Inaros was, and how the damage already done could spiral into something even worse. God knew he never brought in good news. But for everything new, for every irrevocable tick of the clock, there were the things she cycled back to. The ones she revisited again and again, like rereading a favorite book or poem. Things she said because she had said them before. "There was a thing you read me one time, about jack pines," she said, digging through her jewelry box for her necklace and the gold bracelets that would go with the embroidery. "Do you remember it? All I have is that it ended da-da, 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 and paved the way to paradise. It was about how the seeds needed a fire before they could spread. I told you it sounded like a sophomore girl trying to make the breakup with her abusive boyfriend sound deep. That poem. I can't get it out of my head now, and I can't remember it either. It's annoying." The bracelet slid into place. The necklace settled too lightly on her collarbone. She sat at her table, touching on eyeliner, tapping a nearly homeopathic bit of rouge onto her cheeks. Just enough to make her look more vital than she felt, not enough to make it seem like she was wearing makeup. The smell of the rouge reminded her of the apartment in Denmark she'd kept during university. God, her mind was everywhere these days. When she finished, she turned to her hand terminal. The indicator showed she was still recording. She smiled into the camera. "I have to put the mask on now. Go wade into it all again. They still haven't found you, but I tell myself that they will, that I would know it if you were dead. I don't know it, so it isn't true. But it's getting harder, love, and if you don't come back soon, I'll have saved so many of these messages you'll spend half a semester just catching up to me." Except, she thought, there wouldn't be semesters, or poetry courses, or any of the things that had made her life hers before the rocks fell. And then, almost as if he was there, Arjun's dissenting voice murmured in her mind, "There will always be poetry." "I love you," she said to the hand terminal. "I will always love you." Even, she hadn't said it before, hadn't let herself think it. There was a first time for everything, a last time too, even if you're not here. She stopped recording, repaired the damage her tears had done to the makeup, and lowered her head like an actor preparing to take the stage. When she lifted her eyes again, they were harder. She made the connection request to Saeed, and he answered immediately. He'd been waiting. "Good morning, Madam Secretary," he said. "Cut the bullshit. What fresh hell are we facing today? You have a meeting with Gorman Lay from the Scientific Service in half an hour, then breakfast with Prime Minister Smith, an interview with Karol Stepanov of the Eastern Economic Strategic Report, and then the meeting with the Strategy and Response Committee. That will last until lunch, ma'am." Stepanov, he was the one who got the Sigdom Toka Reward 3 years ago for the piece on Dashiell Moraga? I can check, ma'am. "For fuck's sake, Saeed, try to keep up here. He is, I'm sure of it. I should talk to his wife before I meet with him," she said. "Is there a place we can push him to in the afternoon? I can make space, ma'am." "Do that, and make sure Smith is a private audience. I'm sick of every fucking thing I do being under a microscope. If I get an ass polyp, I'll find out about it on Le Monde." "If you say so, ma'am." "I say so. Send the cart. Let's get this over with." Gorman Lay was a thin man with light brown hair salted with white and jade-green eyes that Avasarala guessed were cosmetic. She hadn't known him before she came to Luna. He'd been promoted above his level of preparation when the rocks fell, and it showed in his overly somber bearing and the way he cleared his throat before he spoke. The ships that failed to complete the transition tended to be larger in mass, he said. The Oleander Swift, the Barbatana de Tubaron, and the Harmony all follow that pattern. The Casa Azul doesn't match that, though. The Science Service had always been a large presence on Luna. It was where the first broad-array telescope had been built, up free from the interference of atmosphere. The first permanent moon base had been equally divided between military posturing and research, but the generations that have risen and fallen since then had left the Luna Science Service behind, pressing out to the places where the action really was. Ganymede, Titan, Iapetus, God help them all, Phoebe. It left the Luna-based service office hardly more than admin offices and children's science fair projects. The meeting room they were in was gray-green, with wall screens left cloudy by years of fine abrasion and fake leather chairs. "I'm hearing you say there's no consistent pattern," Avasarala said. Gorman Lay pressed his jaw tight and flapped his hands in frustration. "There are patterns. There are any number of patterns. They all had drives built within a 20-month window. They were all using reaction mass harvested from Saturn. They all went missing in high-traffic periods. They all had the sequence 4521 in their long-form registry codes. With this little to go on, I can find as many patterns as you want that match all the missing ships. But which one matters? No, I can't tell you that. Any ships with 4521 in the registry code make it through?" Gorman Lay made a small huffing sound like an angry hamster, then looked down and blushed. "The Jacanetta, registered out of Ganymede, it went through between the Oleander Swift and the Harmony, reported back from Walton with no trouble." "Well," Avasarala said, amused that he'd actually tracked that down, "we can at least say that one's less likely to be it then." "Yes, ma'am," Gorman Lay said. "Ma'am, if we could get further data, I'm certain that Medina Station has flight records for all of these, maybe others, and for the ones that didn't have trouble. If we controlled Medina," Avasarala said, "a lot of things would be different. Do we have anything from our Martian friends about why their rogue navy was so interested in the Laconia Gate? Not even confirmation that that's where the breakaway ships went." Avasarala scowled. Keeping their knees closed after they're already fucked. Typical. "I'll talk to Smith. We can't get Medina, but we should fucking well manage access to all the data we do have." "Thank you, ma'am," Gorman Lay said, but he said it to her back. She was already moving on. Motion helped. The sense of doing things, of progressing, of the problems getting clearer, and the solutions, where there were any, getting closer, kept the despair at bay. It was harder for Smith. He was a world away from his home and his staff. There just wasn't as much Martian infrastructure on Luna. When he wasn't in meetings or trading messages across 12 minutes of light delay, he sat in his suite and watched the news feeds calling him an idiot and a buffoon, and the man whose inattention had let the Martian Congressional Republic Navy be sold to terrorists and pirates. He didn't even have managing the worst catastrophe in human history to keep his mind off feeling sorry for himself. He met her at the door. In simple sand-colored slacks and a white collarless shirt with the sleeves rolled up, he could have been a salesman or a minor prelate. His smile was professionally genuine and warm, the same way it always was. She stepped into the rooms and glanced around. No one, not even security. A private audience indeed. Score one for Saeed. Their breakfast waited in the dining room, poached eggs and thick buttered toast. The sort of simple, elegant fare that she imagined royalty through the ages had enjoyed while the people they ruled died. She also saw the half-empty bottle of wine on the floor by the sofa, the wall screen tuned to an entertainment feed showing a slightly risque comedy that had come out 3 years earlier. Shannon Poe and Lakash Hedayat were naked and trying to cover themselves with the same beach towel without looking at the other or touching skin to skin. In context, it might have been funny. Smith followed her gaze and turned off the screen. Laughter, he said, a balm in hard times. I'll have to try it, she said. He pulled her chair out for her, and she let him. I had a few things I wanted to run past you, but before that, I understand why your intelligence service is hiding information about Duarte, but why the fuck are you keeping the data about the gate-eaten ships to yourself? Are you looking to trade it for something? Because unless it's sexual favors, we haven't got jack shit. The eggs are good, Smith said. You want eggs? I'll have them squeeze a chicken. I want the data on the missing ships. Smith smiled and nodded, as if she'd said something mild and polite. The pale flesh of the egg dripped gold on the way to his mouth. The yolk spattered his shirt front, but he didn't seem to notice. What is it? She asked. You'll have to take the matter up with my successor. I've had word today.
The opposition is calling for a vote of no confidence. I will be out of office by this evening. Avasarala took in a deep breath and let it out through her teeth. The silence between them was rich until she broke it. Fuck. They're angry and they're frightened. They need someone to blame. I'm the obvious choice. Who are they putting up? Olivia Liu and Shahaya Nelson were both mentioned. It's gonna be Emily Richards, though. Avasarala chewed a bite of egg, but didn't taste it. Richards wasn't bad. She was serious, at least. Liu and Nelson were too entrenched in what Mars had been. They wouldn't be ready for what it was becoming. Richards, women, made good policy. Always had. I'm sorry, she said. This must be hard for you. Politicians are gamblers, Smith said. We do our best to bend the odds, but the universe does what it does. Bullshit, she thought. Politicians are the frontal lobes of the body politic. The universe does what it does. They'd be better off without him. Only not yet. You have a day, she said. Get me the data before it's too late. Christian, what are they going to do? Fire you? Fuck them. Give me the data so I can get the problems fixed. If they give you too much shit, I'll offer you asylum. He laughed and leaned back in his chair. His eyes shifted to the dead wall screen, then back to her. She wondered if the wine by the sofa had been his first bottle. Promise? He asked, as if it was a joke. She smiled. The Strategy and Response Committee. Admirals Pichor and Souther. Paris Cantor from Human Development back at The Hague, Michael Harrow from Aquaculture, Barry Lee and Simon Gutierrez from Transportation and Tariffs. Not the dream team she'd have chosen, but the best of who she had left. Sitting around the dark glass table, they all looked as tired as she felt. Good. They should be. Mars, Avasarala said. Smith is out on his ass. Emily Richards is taking over. I'm reaching out to her now. I don't know whether she'll be more open, but I wouldn't assume it. What do you have? Lee spoke first. Exhaustion made his lisp worse, but the sharpness of his intelligence made his eyes seem brighter. We're maintaining relief routes in Africa and Europe. Our next area of focus is East Asia. There weren't any strikes there, Avasarala said. But they took the worst of the ashfall, Lee said. I have my people working out routes and probable needs. Information from the ground is sketchy. The belt, she said. The belt's the belt, Pychor said. There's a wide variety of response. Ganymede is still maintaining neutrality, but it's firmly in the Free Navy's sphere of control. If we could offer protection, it would likely declare for us. The OPA is divided. Tycho Station, Kelso Station, and Rhea are the only ones who've condemned the Free Navy. The Trojan stations and Iapetus aren't declaring anything. Most of the rest of the belt, it's for the Free Navy. As long as they keep promising food, material, and protection, it's going to be hard for moderate belters to organize, even assuming they want to. Souther cleared his throat. He spoke in a high voice that reminded her of singing. We've taken apart the Azure Dragon's comm logs. They indicate that there's a high-level Free Navy meeting on Ceres right now. Inaros and his 4 captains. What are they meeting about? Avasarala snapped. No one seemed to know, Souther said. But we don't have evidence of a second Shepherd vessel. We've identified 7 more major rock strikes that are presently en route to Earth. We're tracking them, and we're ready to take them out. Meaning they were unpinned. Avasarala leaned forward, pressing her fingers to her lips. Her mind danced across the solar system. Medina Station. Rhea, declaring against the Free Navy. The food and supplies of Ganymede. The starvation and death on Earth. The Martian Navy divided between the mysterious Duarte and his black market Free Navy, and Smith, now Richards. The lost colonies. Fred Johnson's OPA and all the factions he couldn't influence or command. The colony ships being preyed upon by the Free Navy pirates, and the stations and asteroids gaining the benefit of the piracy. And the missing ships. And the stolen protomolecule sample. A dozen possibilities shifted in her mind. Redeploy forces to Tycho Station and embolden Ganymede, or blockade Pallas and try to cut off the Free Navy's resupply capabilities, or set up a protected zone for the colony ships out there and running dark. There were 1,000 different paths, and she couldn't be sure where any of them would lead. If she guessed wrong, it could mean the collapse of all that was left. But Marco Inaros and his captains were together in one place, and her ships weren't pinned. Fortune favors the bold, yes? She said. Fuck it. Let's take back Ceres. Chapter 11. Pa. 7 decades before Michio Pa was born, Earth and Mars rewrote the tariff regulations on raw ore from the belt. The stated reason was that it would encourage the establishment and expansion of refineries in the belt and around Jupiter and Saturn. It might even have worked. In the short term, it meant that a wave of belter prospectors and asteroid miners who'd been living at the edge of survival slipped over into the abyss. Ships were impounded or run illegally or lost from not having the scrip to pay for maintenance and repair. Back then, Earth and Mars had walked in each other's footsteps, and the only option that seemed to have any promise of justice was for the belt to build a military of its own. It was never official. The Outer Planets Alliance survived since then by being diffused and deniable. But the beginnings were there. Choose a faction, find a place in the chain of command, build the thin but resilient structure that would have muscle one day, that would eventually become an answer to the inner planets projecting their power out to where the sun was hardly more than the brightest star. When Michio Pa turned 22, Fred Johnson, the butcher of Anderson Station, had seemed like her brightest hope. He was an Earther fighting for the belt, fighting against his own natural self-interest. It gave a sense of authenticity to someone young enough and still easily swayed. She'd taken a position on Tycho Station, made her contacts first, and then her commitment. Trained in the quasi-military that Johnson was hauling up. Put in her years. She'd been a true believer then. She'd been a naive little prig. But that was before the behemoth. Getting the XO assignment on the belt's first genuine warship had been a dream come true for her. The Generation ship hadn't been designed for war, but all of her crew had been. That was what she told herself. Captain Ashford had the command. She had been his second.
and slotted in beneath them as head of security Fred Johnson's personal friend, Carlos de Baca, Bull, her babysitter, and the man positioned to step in and take over when she made her first mistake. Her hatred for Bull had been incandescent. Every chance she had to belittle him, she'd taken it. Every misstep he made, she drove a wedge into, prying it open. The behemoth had gone to the ring to face down Earth and Mars, to show that the belt was a force to be reckoned with. And as above, so below. She'd made it her personal mission to show Bull that she was better than he was, which was why it had hurt her so badly when Sam sided with him. They'd talked about it, her and Sam, how important it was to keep their affair quiet, how not to let anyone, especially anyone in command, guess about them. Sam had agreed, maybe because she actually did agree, or maybe in order to placate Michio's insecurities. And then Bull and Sam had fucked around with the budget allocations. It had felt like the deepest betrayal possible. Sam, making common cause with an Earther, with the Earther who'd been sent by Fred Johnson to mind the untrustworthy Belters. It had been only her first mistake among many.
Michio had let her emotions blind her to the wisdom and experience that Bull had offered her until things were badly out of hand. Despite all the casualties after the catastrophe, she hadn't recognized Ashford's volatility and violence as symptoms of brain injury. She hadn't put aside her faith in the chain of command, and she hadn't made peace with Sam before Ashford killed her. Fred Johnson had sent her out into the whirlwind because she was a Belter, and he needed a Belter as a figurehead. She hadn't been ready, but she had been convenient, and because of it, people had died. The behemoth never came back through the gate. They'd stripped her down, spun up the drum, and rechristened her again as Medina Station. Michio Pa they'd sent back to Tycho on a Martian naval vessel. After the dead had been removed, there'd been plenty of extra space. As soon as she'd gotten back to her quarters, she'd resigned. She didn't even shower first. She quit her official job on Tycho, her militia rank in the OPA, everything. Fred Johnson had sent her personal messages. She didn't know what was in them. She deleted them without listening. And she'd gotten lost, taking one job and another, trying to keep her nightmares and crying jags to herself. She ran a ship for a salvaging company that sometimes verged over into piracy. She oversaw a trading co-op that didn't announce itself to the tariff boards, which was technically smuggling. She was managing a supply warehouse complex on Rhea for a half-criminal labor union based out of Titan when Nadia and Bertold found her. It had taken 6 months before she'd realized that she was in love with them, and 4 more before she understood what it meant that they loved her too. The day they first made a home together in a thinned, inexpensive hole half a click below the moon's surface was one of the best she'd ever had. The others had come in their own way, Laura and Oksana together, and then Yosep. Evans. Each new person folded into the marriage had felt like an expansion of her tribe, her people. Not the politicians, not the war leaders, not the men who loved to wield power. There was a difference between, on the one hand, the belt and its fight to exist in the face of the gate she helped open, and, on the other, the voices and bodies of her family. But the dream didn't die. Somewhere in the back of her mind, the idea of a Belter Navy that could stand toe-to-toe with Earth and Mars and demand to be respected lay dormant but alive. And so, when Marco Inaros came with his proposal in hand, she'd heard him out. She was still remembered in Belter circles as the captain who'd stepped up in the slow zone. People respected her name. When the time came, he needed someone who would coordinate rounding up the colony ships he was keeping out of the slow zone and see that the supplies made it to Belters in need. Take from the rich inners and give to the poor of the belt until things were even, until they reached the utopia of the void. But not yet. Now he just needed small favors, moving some contraband through to Ganymede,
overseeing a prisoner transfer, helping set up a band of hidden relays outside Jupiter. He had cultivated her with a grand vision and small steps. And by cultivated, she might have meant seduced. "How many ships do we have coming to Ceres?" he asked, walking beside her. The administrative levels of Ceres Station had the smell of living plants, the polished floors and walls that were meant as a boast. Michio felt a little out of place there, but Marco didn't. He managed to make wherever he was feel like his natural habitat. "7," she said. "The closest's the Alastair Rock. It's been breaking for a while. Should hit dock in 3 days. The Hornblower's the farthest, but Carmody can up the burn if we need him to. I'm trying to have the fleet conserve reaction mass." "Good. That's good," Marco said, putting his hand on her shoulder. His guards stopped at the door to the conference room, and Michio started past them. Marco held her back. "We're going to need to shift them." "Shift them?" "Route them to other ports, or run them dark and just let them be for a while." Michio shook her head. It wasn't actual rejection as much as her body expressing her confusion. Half a dozen responses came to her. They all need to refuel someplace, and we have stations running low on food and fertilizer that are already coming here to get it. And, are you kidding me? "Why?" she asked. Marco's smile was warm and charming, excited and bright. She found herself smiling along with him without knowing why. "Situations changed," he said, and then walked into the conference room ahead of her. His guards nodded to her as she passed them, and she wondered for a moment where Marco's son was. The others were around the conference table. The wall where Marco had spent days outlining his vision of the future belt had been cleared, and in its place, a picture of an ancient warrior. The man was dark-skinned, with an ornate mustache and beard, a turban, a long flowing white robe, a crimson sash with 3 swords tucked in it, and an ancient rifle cradled in one arm. "You're late," Dawes said to Marco mildly as Michio took her seat. Marco ignored them both. "Consider the Afghan," Marco said, "lords of the graveyard of empires. Even Alexander the Great couldn't conquer these people. Every great power who attempted it exhausted themselves and failed. But they barely have a functioning economy," Sandrani said. Rosenfeld touched the other man's arm and put a finger to his own lips. Marco paced before the image. How did they manage it? How did a technologically primitive, scattered people defy the greatest powers in the world for century after century? He turned to the others. "Do you know?" None of them answered. They weren't meant to. This was a performance. Marco's grin widened. He lifted a hand. "They cared about different things," he said. To the enemy, war was about territory, ownership, occupation. To these geniuses, it was about controlling the spaces they did not occupy. When the English armies came to an Afghan city, ready to take the field of battle, they found nothing. The enemy faded into the hills, lived in the spaces that the enemy discounted. For the English, the city was a thing to be owned. For the Afghan, it was no more sacred than the hills and the desert. "That's a bit romantic, don't you think?" Rosenfeld said, but Marco ignored him. These brave people, they were the belters of their age and place, our spiritual fathers, and the time has come for us to honor them. My friends, the Azure Dragon has fallen, as we knew it would eventually. Earth is preparing to lash out in its pain and ignorance. "You've heard something?" Dawes asked. His face was pale. "Nothing new," Marco said. "We always knew that Ceres was a target for them. They've been biding their time since the OPA's takeover, but our cousin Anderson here was always careful to balance his power with appeasement. It was never their greatest concern, not until now. The UN Navy is redeploying. They are heading to Ceres. But when they get here..." Marco lifted his 2 closed fists to his mouth, then blew on them, and spread his fingers. It was an illusion, but Michio felt she could almost see the ashes blowing off his hands. "You can't mean," Dawes choked. "I've already started the evacuation," Marco said. "All our soldiers and material will be off the station well before they arrive." "There are 6 million people on the station," Rosenfeld said. "Of course not," Marco said. "This is a military action. We take the military ships and supplies that we need and cede the territory to Earth. They won't let Ceres starve and die. The only thing they have is the chance to play victim and wring sympathy out of the simple-minded. If they don't take care of Ceres, they'll lose even that. And us? Well, we'll be in the emptiness that is our natural home, unassailable. But, Sandrani said, almost whined, the economic base. Don't worry, Marco said.
Everything we've discussed is coming only first. We have to let the enemy overextend itself and collapse. This was always part of the plan. Dawes rose to his feet. His face was gray as ash, apart from two bright red smears on his cheeks. His hands shook. This is about Philip. You're getting back at me? This isn't about Philip and Naros, Marco said, but the elation and excitement had vanished from his voice. This is about Philip of Macedon, and about learning the lessons of history. He was silent for a long, terrible moment. Dawes sank back into his chair. Now, Michio and I have already discussed rerouting the incoming ships. Let's talk about the logistics of emptying the station itself, yes? The way that inners fled their own ships when they came to a station fed a certain species of jokes among belters. How can a belter choose a ship's dinner menu? Duck. How can you tell an inner's been away from port too long? They go outside to shit. If you give an earther the choice of staying on board ship and saving her sweetheart's life, or heading out to the docks and never loving again, how do you dispose of the body? It was the way they looked at everything. The ship wasn't real, the planet was, or the moon, or the asteroid. They couldn't let go of the idea that life involved rock and soil. It was what made them smaller. Michio's people weren't all on the Connaught when she passed through the docking tube and into her ship's lock, but most were. The ones who were out would likely come back to sleep in their bunks. No one would think it was odd that her whole marriage group was there, or if it was a little odd, not implausible at least. She headed down the lift with the weird sense of seeing the ship for the first time. Like stepping into a new station, everything was in sharp focus, unfamiliar. The green and red indicators of the lift control, the thin white text printed on every panel to show what was housed behind it and when it had been installed. The subtle MCRN logo still visible on the floor despite their best efforts to buff it away. The smell of black noodles came from the galley, but she didn't pause. If she tried to eat now, she'd only vomit anyway. They were in the cabins set aside for the family. One of the first things Berthold had done when they got the Connaught was take the walls off 3 of the cabins to make a wider space with crash couches enough that they could all sit together. The Martian designers had made the ship so that people could be alone or else together. It took a belter to make space to be alone together. Oksana and Laura were sitting on the deck, their harps almost touching as they played through an old Celtic melody. Oksana's paleness and Laura's dark made them seem like something from a fairy tale. Joseph lounged in one of the couches, his hand terminal set to some text or another, reading and swaying his foot to the music. Evans sat beside him, trying not to seem nervous. Nadia, looking like the however many greats granddaughter of Marco's Afghan soldier, stood behind one of the other couches, gently massaging Bertold's thinning black hair. Michio sat in with a sharp goatee. He carried an air of exhaustion and good humor along with his hand terminal. His uniform identified him as port control, and his name badge read Bates. "Sorry there, you been waiting long?" "Nope," Holden said, taking the proffered terminal. "Just a few minutes." "Things are busy," Bates said. "Not a problem," Holden said as he signed and pressed his thumb to the reader pad. The terminal chimed. It was a small, happy sound, like the terminal was very happy Holden had authorized the delivery. "Gotcha in Bay H-15?" Bates said. "We'll have that unloaded for you right away. Who's your repair coordinator?"
"We've got our own," Holden said. "Naomi Nagata." "Right, of course," the man said, nodded once, and was gone. On the screen, Zadina Rael had been replaced by a thick-featured Ifra McCoy. At least Holden knew who she was. The invisible interviewer said something, and a lull in the background noise let him hear the answer. There must be a response. We have to stand up. The frustration and pain in McCoy's voice bothered him, and he didn't know if it was because he agreed with her or because he was afraid what that response would lead to. He turned back toward the docks proper and the work at hand. In a spin station like Tycho or the Lagrange stations, the ship would have been parked in vacuum. Luna was another thing entirely. The shipyard had vast locks dug deep into the lunar body, with tugs to guide ships in and out, retractable seals, air. The Rocinante stood upright, drive cone toward the center of the moon, and chisel tip upper decks toward the stars, held in a webwork of scaffolding. The space was large enough to house a ship 3 times her size, and all of it was filled with breathable air. Racks of construction mechs stood against the wall, except for the 4 that were on the Rocinante, crawling gently over its surface like spiders on a crow. Naomi was in one, Amos in another. The third was Sandra Ip, one of 2 engineers who Fred Johnson had brought on as the Rossi's crew for the flight to Luna, when the real crewless, Holden, had scattered to the void. Alex and Bobby stood on a raised platform, looking up at the body of the ship. The damage the Free Navy had done was knotted as a scar, and bright. Wide panels, the newly delivered sections of hull, rose up the ship and scaffold, guided by massive Waldos. Alex held out a headset, and Holden connected it to his hand terminal, shifting to the full crew channel. "How's it looking?" he asked. "They did a number on us," Naomi said. "I'm impressed." "Always easier to break things than put them together," Holden said. "More evidence for that," Naomi agreed, with a belter nod of the fist. "And these replacement sections?" "Problem?" Sandra Ip's voice answered. It was a little jarring to hear an unfamiliar voice. "They're carbon silicate lace, state-of-the-art. Lighter, stronger. These things can deflect a glancing PDC round." Defensiveness just below the surface told Holden this wasn't the first time through the conversation. "They can for now," Naomi said. Holden switched his mic to the Rocinante-only channel, but kept listening on the full crew. "So, just between the family here, what's the issue with the new plates?" "Nothing," Naomi said. "They're great. Everything it says on the tin. But 5 years from now? 10? They don't age well?" "Well, that's the thing," Alex drawled. "Ain't none of this stuff 10 years old yet. The material science folks got a kick in the pants after the proto-molecule. Bunches of new toys. Lace plating's just one. In theory, it should hold up just like the real thing. In practice, we're the practice. I had a hell of a time convincing the Rossi I wasn't putting in the wrong mass for them too. It's going to change how she handles." Holden crossed his arms. Above him, the Waldos shifted the new hull section in, laying it along the Rossi side. "Are we sure we want to do this? We can hold out for the regular kind." "Not if we want to get out to Tycho anytime soon, we can't," Naomi said. "There's a war on." "We can turn down the contract," Holden said. "Fred can find another ride." "I don't know, Cap," Amos said. "Things being what they are, I kinda like that we're getting work. I mean, as long as money still works." He paused. "Hey, does money still work?" "It does if we win," Naomi said. "Free Navy ports weren't going to refit and refuel us anyway." "Right," Amos said. "So, I kinda like that we're getting work." 2 of the mechs scuttled forward to the edge of the new hull plate. Welding torches like little suns burst into life, cleaving old technology and new together. There was something about it that Holden disliked and distrusted. But there was also something amazing. The very fabric the lace hull was made from hadn't existed when he was born, and now it did. Vast intelligences had designed the proto-molecule, the rings, the weird and implacable ruins that covered all the new worlds. They might be extinct, but they were also being incorporated into what humanity knew, what it could do. how it defined itself. A kid born today would grow up in a world where carbon silicate lace was as common as titanium or glass. That it was a collaboration between humanity and the ghosts of a massive and alien intelligence would go right by them. Holden was one of the lucky generation who would straddle that break point, that seam between before and after that Naomi and Amos and Ip are making literal right now. And so, he could be amazed by how cool it was. Creepy, but cool. "It's the future," he said. "We might as well get some practice with it." The rest of Fred Johnson's temporary crew were either already on the Rocinante, along with Clarissa, or on the way from their quarters on Luna. There was an excitement about the coming action. It was the first time that they, Earth, and even the less radical splinters of the OPA would work together to take any direct action against the Free Navy. The heavy lifting would be done by Earth and Mars, but the Rocinante would be there. An observation ship carrying Fred Johnson, a representative, however imperfect, of the belt. They were ready. Except that Holden also wasn't. Especially now that his parents had come up the well from Earth, the impulse to stay close surprised him. He'd spent most of his adult life off-planet. If anyone had asked, he'd have told them that he didn't miss Earth. Some people, yes. Some places from his childhood, maybe. But there'd been no sense of longing for the planet itself. It was only now that it had been attacked that he wanted to protect it. Maybe it was always like that. He'd outgrown his childhood home, but in the back of his mind, the unexamined assumption was that it would still be there. Changed maybe, grown a little older, but there. Only it wasn't now. Wanting to stay was the same as wanting to go back a little in time, to when it hadn't happened. Fred Johnson sent a message. He and weapons technicians Sun Yi Steinberg and Gore Droga were finishing their last meeting. As soon as the new hull was welded into place and the pressure tests complete, they could go.
If Holden had any last business on Luna, this was the time for it. He had some last business on Luna. The torches flared and died and flared again. The Rocinante was remade a little, the same way it had been over and over through the years. Little changes adding up over time as the ship moved from what it had been to what it would be next, just like all the people she carried. "You okay?" Bobby asked. "What?" Holden said. "You were sighing," she said. "He does that sometimes," Alex said. "I do?" Holden said, realizing as he did that Bobby was still looped in on the Rocinante-only channel, that he was glad she was. "I didn't know I did that." "Don't worry about it," Naomi said. "It's cute." "So," he said, "when you're done with that, Naomi, Fred's on his way." "Yeah," she said, and he was probably just imagining the dread in her voice. "All right." The cart that drove them down toward the refugee station ran on electromagnetic track that held the wheels to the ground. Part grumble, part chime, the sound was loud enough that Holden felt he had to raise his voice a little to be heard over it. "If she's still being paid through the UN or Mars, that would be different," Holden said. "If we're offering her a place on the ship permanently, I just think we need to be careful about how we do it." "She's good," Naomi said. "She's actually trained for a ship like the Rossi, which is more than any of us can say. She gets along with the crew. Why wouldn't you want Bobby on board?" The air in the deeper corridors was damp and close. The environmental systems were working at their full capacity, and a little bit more. People shuffled out of the cart's way, some staring at them as they passed, some not seeming to look at anything. The refugee station stank of loss and waiting. Almost every person they passed was a lifetime that had been severed from its roots. Holden and Naomi were the lucky ones here. They still had their home, even if it was a changed one. "It's not Bobby," Holden said. "Of course I want Bobby, but the terms. Do we pay her? Do we redistribute ownership of the Rocinante so that she's got the same stake in her that all of us do? I'm not sure that's a good idea." Naomi looked at him, her eyebrows rising. "Why not?" "Because whatever we do with Bobby sets the precedent for what we do with any other crew we bring on. Meaning Clarissa.
I don't want to give Clarissa Mao ownership of the Rocinante, Holden said. She's here, and okay, fine. I'm still not sanguine about that, but I can deal with it. And I want to bring Bobby all the way into the crew, but I can't. I can't agree that Clarissa ever gets to call my ship her home. There's a difference between letting her be there and pretending she's like Bobby, or you, or me. No forgiveness? Naomi asked, halfway between teasing and serious. Plenty of forgiveness, loads of forgiveness, some boundaries too. The cart lurched to the left, slowed. The chiming sound cycled lower as it stopped. Father Anton was waiting at the door, smiling and nodding to them as they lifted themselves out and Bounce shuffled forward. The quarters for Holden's parents were better than most. The suite was tight and too small, but private. His mothers and fathers didn't have to share it with anyone outside the family. Mother Tamara's yellow curry scented the air. Father Tom and Father Cesar stood in the doorway to one of the bedrooms, arms around each other's hips. Father Dimitri leaned against the arm of an old sofa, while Mother Elise and Mother Tamara came in from the little kitchen. Father Joseph and Mother Sophie sat on the couch, a thin magnetic chess set between them, the pieces scattered by their game. Everyone was smiling, including him, and none of them meant it. It was goodbye again. When he'd left for his doomed tour in the Navy, there'd been a moment like this, too. A leave-taking that meant something they couldn't be sure of. Maybe he'd be back in a few weeks, or never. Maybe they'd be here on Luna, or transfer to L4, or something else might happen. Without the farm and decades of social inertia to hold them together, maybe they would break apart. A sudden, oceanic sadness washed through Holden, and he had to fight to keep it from showing. Protecting his parents from his distress, one more time. Just the way they were doing for him. One by one, and then in groups, they hugged. Mother Elise held Naomi's hand and told her to take care of her little boy. Naomi solemnly agreed that she'd do what she could. If this might be the last time he had his parents all together, he was grateful that Naomi was there to be part of it, right up until Father Cesar said goodbye. Cesar's skin was wrinkled as a turtle's, dark as fresh-turned earth. There were tears in his eyes as he took Holden's hand. "You did good, boy. You made everyone proud of you. Thank you," Holden said. "You go give those fucking skinnies hell, yeah?" Over Cesar's left shoulder, Naomi went stiff. Her smile, which had been soft and warm and amused, became polite. Holden felt it like a punch in the gut. But Cesar didn't even seem to know that he'd said something rude. Holden was trapped between asking his father to apologize and preserving this last moment. Naomi, talking to Mother Tamara, plucked at her hair, pulled it over her eyes. "Shit." "You know," Holden said, That's what hell do," Naomi said. "You can count on Jim." Her eyes were on his, and they were hard and dark. "Don't make this more awkward than it already is," glowed in them as clearly as if she'd written it. Holden grinned, hugged Father Cesar one last time, and started the retreat to the door, the cart, the Rocinante. All 8 of his parents crowded outside the door to watch him go. He felt them there even when the cart turned the corner and started up the ramp toward the docks. Naomi sat silently. Holden sighed. "Okay," he said. "I see now why you didn't want to do that. I'm really sorry that—" "Don't," Naomi said. "Let's don't. I think I owe you an apology." She shifted to look straight at him. "Your father owes me an apology. One of your fathers. But I'm going to let him off the hook." "All right," Holden said. The cart lurched to the right. A man with a thick beard trotted out of their way. "I was going to defend you. I know you were. I would have. I know. And then I would have been the reason that everything had gotten weird, and everyone would have gone out of their way to tell me how they respect Belters and how he didn't mean me, and you're their son, and they love you, and they love each other. So no matter what anyone said, it would all have been my fault." "Yeah," Holden said, "but then I wouldn't feel as bad about it, and I feel kind of bad about it." "Cross you'll have to bear, sweetie," Naomi said. She sounded tired. At the dock, Fred Johnson's crew was loading the last of the supplies into the cargo airlock. The new lace hull panels stood out on the Rossi's side like scars. The cart, having dropped them off, rumbled and chimed itself away. Holden paused for a moment, looking up at the ship. His heart was complicated. "Yeah?" Naomi said. "Nothing," Holden said. And then, a moment later, "There was a time I thought things were simple, or that at least some things were. He didn't mean me. No, really, he didn't. Because I'm a person to him, and skinnies and belters, they aren't people. I had friends on the Pella, real friends, people I grew up with, people I cared about, people I loved. They aren't any different. They didn't kill people, they killed Earthers, Martians, Dusters, Squats? Yup, hadn't heard that one." She put her hand in his, shifted her body against his, reached up to rest her chin on the top of his head. "It's considered rude." Holden leaned against her as much as the weak gravity would allow. He felt the warmth of her body against his, felt the rise of her breath. "We're not people," he said. "We're the stories that people tell each other about us. Beltas are crazy terrorists. Earthers are lazy gluttons. Martians are cogs in a great big machine."
"Men are fighters," Naomi said, and then, her voice growing bleak, "women are nurturing and sweet, and they stay home with the kids. It's always been like that. We always react to the stories about people, not who they really are. And look where it got us," Holden said. Chapter 13. Prax. The thing that surprised him the most when it all changed was how little it all changed, at least in the beginning. Between the trailing end of the reconstruction and the rising tide of research projects, Prax sometimes went days or weeks without looking at news feeds. Anything interesting in the greater sphere of humanity, he heard about in the conversations of others. When he'd heard that the governing board was putting out a declaration of neutrality, he'd thought it was about gas sequestration and exchange. He hadn't even known there was a war until Carvonides told him. Ganymede knew too much about being a battlefield already. The collapse was too recent in their collective memory, the scars still fresh and raw. There were ice-flooded corridors still unexcavated after the last outbreak of violence, back before the Ring Gate, back before the opening of the 1300 worlds. No one wanted that again. And so Ganymede said it didn't care who ran things, just so long as they could continue their research, care for the people in their hospitals, and go about their lives. A massive, "we're busy, you figure it out," to the universe in general. And then, nothing. No one claimed them or threatened them, no one fired nukes at them, or if they had, the weapons hadn't landed and the event hadn't made the news. So much of Ganymede's food was locally sourced, no one worried about going hungry. Prax had some concerns about research funding, but after the first few times he brought it up and had the issue swept aside, he'd stopped trying. They were in a holding pattern. They were keeping their heads down, doing the things they'd always done, hoping no one took notice. And so Prax's daily trip between his hole and my school and his offices had been weirdly unchanged. The food carts in the station served the same fried corn mash and bitter tea. The project management meetings continued on Mondays before lunch. The generations of plant and fungus and yeast and bacteria lived and died and were analyzed just the way they would have been if no one had crippled Earth or killed it. When Belters in Free Navy uniforms started appearing on the corners, no one said anything. When the Free Navy ships had started demanding resupply, their scrip had been added to the approved list of currencies and their contracts drawn up. When loyalists who'd filled their boards and feeds with support for Earth and demands that the governing board take a stand went silent, no one talked about it. It was just understood. Ganymede's neutrality was permitted so long as the Free Navy could enforce it. Marco Inaros, who Prax had never heard of before the rocks fell, might not control the base, but he was quite willing to prune away the people who did until the organizational chart had been bonsaied into the shape that pleased him. Pay tribute to the Free Navy and govern yourself. Rebel and be killed. So nothing much changed, and also everything did. The tension was there every day, in every interaction, however mundane. And it came out at strange times, like reviewing trial report data.
Fuck the animal trials, Carvonides said, her face tight and angry. Forget them. This is ready to go into production. Kana crossed his arms, scowling at her. Prax, confused, had only the data to turn to, so he turned to it. Harvester yeast strain 18, sequence 10, was doing very well. The production numbers, sugars and protein both, were slightly above expected. Lipids were inside the error bars. It had been a good run. But his office was spare and close. The same room he'd taken when he'd brought Mai back from Luna. The first office of his tenure on the Reconstruction Committee. The others on the committee had moved on to larger places with bamboo paneling and augmented spectrum lights, but Prax liked being where he already was. The familiar had always offered a powerful comfort. If Hana and Carvonides had worked in any other section, there would have been a couch, or at least soft chairs for them to sit on. The lab stools in Prax's office were also the same ones he'd had his first day back. Prax said, then coughed, looked down. I don't see why we'd break protocol. That seems, completely irresponsible, Kana said. I think the phrase is completely irresponsible. What's irresponsible is sitting on this, Carvonides said. 2 additions to the genome, 50 generations of growth, so less than 3 days, and we have a species that can beat chloroplasts for making sugars out of light and extends out almost into gamma, plus the proteins and micronutrients. Use this for reactor shielding, and you can shut down the recycler. That's hyperbole, Kana said, and this is proto-molecule technology. It is not. There is literally nothing in I-18110 that comes from an alien sample. We looked at the proto-molecule, said, it can't do that, can we? And figured out how to make something of our own. Native proteins, native DNA, native catalysts. Nothing that traces back to Phoebe or the Ring or anything that came off Elis or Ro or New London ever touched this. Prax said, that doesn't mean it's safe, though. The animal protocol? Safe, Carvonides said, wheeling on him. There are people starving to death all over the Earth right now. Oh, Prax thought, this isn't anger, it's grief. Prax understood grief. Hana leaned forward, his hands in fists, but before he could speak, Prax put up his palm. He was in charge here after all. It didn't hurt to actually exercise his power now and then. We'll continue with the animal protocol, he said. It's better science, Carvonides said. Her voice was softer now. One message. I have a friend at Guangdong Complex. She'd be able to replicate it. I'm not going to be part of this conversation, Kana said. The door slammed closed behind him so hard that the latch didn't hold. The door ghosted open again, like someone invisible was coming in to take his place. Carvonides sat, her hands on Prax's desk. Dr. Meng, before you say no, I want you to come with me. There's a meeting tonight. Just a few people. Hear us out. Then, if you really don't want to help, I won't bring it up to you again. I swear. Her eyes were dark enough it was hard to tell iris from pupil. He looked back down at the data. She was probably right, in her way. High 1810 wasn't the first yeast that had been modified with radioplasts, and High 180 and most of the High 17 runs had been in animal trials for months without any statistically significant ill effects. With things on Earth as bad as they were, the risk of High 1810 having adverse effects was almost certainly lower than the dangers of starvation. His stomach felt tight and anxious. He wanted to leave. It's proprietary, he said, hearing the whine in his voice as he said it. Even if we could ethically release it, the legal consequences, not just for us but for the labs in general. Just come hear us out, Carvonides said. You won't have to say anything. You won't even have to talk. Prax grunted, a little chuffing sound that centered behind his nose, like an angry rat. I have a daughter, he said. The silence between them went on for the space of a breath, then another. Then, of course, sir. I understand. She stood up. Her stool scraped against the flooring. It sounded cheap. The urge to say something fluttered in his chest, but he didn't know what it would be, and before he found it, she was gone. She closed the door more gently than Hana had, but with a greater finality. Prax sat, scratching at his arm, though it didn't itch, then he closed the report. The rest of the day was filled with his own work in the hydroponics labs. His new project was a modified fern built for water and air purification.
They stood in long rows, fronds bobbing in the constant and well-regulated breeze. The leaves so green they were almost black, smelled familiar and welcoming. The embedded sensors had been gathering data since the day before, and he looked it over like sitting with an old friend. Plants were so much easier than people. When that was done, he stopped back by his office, returned half a dozen messages, and reviewed the meeting scheduled for the next morning. It was all routine, all the same things he'd done before the rocks hit Earth. It was like a ritual. Today, though, he took the extra step of adding an administrative lock on the high 1810 data. He tried not to think too much about why he'd done it. Something vague fluttered in the back of his mind about being able to show he'd done all he could do. He wasn't sure who he imagined he'd be defending himself before, but he didn't really want to think about that. He felt nervous during his walk to the tube station. The pale tile walls, the arching ceiling above the platform, all of it was just as it had been ever since the rebuild. It only seemed ominous because of all the things in his own head. While he waited for his tube, he bought a wax paper cone of fried bean curd with olive oil and salt. The vendor was an earther, and Prax noted the way the man had kept his hair and beard long, letting them grow out from his skull to mimic the slightly larger heads of true belters. The man's skin was dark, so the Opa tattoos on his hands and neck didn't stand out as much as they could have. Cryptic coloration, Prax thought, as the chime announced the tube's arrival. Probably a good idea. It was interesting to see how humanity adopted the strategies you saw anywhere in nature. They were part of nature, after all, red in tooth and claw. May was already home when he got there. Her voice, gabbling with and over the slightly higher tones of Natalia's, came in from the playroom like music. Prax relocked the door behind him and went to the kitchen. Juna, making salad for their dinner and reading something off her hand terminal at the same time, paused both activities to smile her greeting. He kissed her shoulder before going to the little refrigerator and plucking out a beer. "Isn't it my turn to make dinner?" he said. "You agreed to take tomorrow because of my late meeting," Juna started, then stopped when she saw the beer in his hand. "One of those days?" It was fine, he said, but he didn't even convince himself. Part of him thought he should tell her, but that was selfish. Juna had her own burdens and her own work. She wouldn't be able to do anything about Carvanites or High 118. If she couldn't fix it, there was no call to burden her. Besides which, then if anyone asked, she'd be telling the truth when she said she didn't know anything. Over dinner, they talked about the safer parts of work, his plants, her biofilms. Me and Natalia were having one of their good days, when they seemed more like best friends than stepsisters, and they took turns talking about all the things that had happened at school. David Gutman's daughter had gotten sick from the new lunches and had to go to the nurse. And the math test was late, and they'd gotten exactly the same score, but it was all right, because they'd missed different questions, so Mr. Seth knew it wasn't that they cheated. And anyway, tomorrow was dress in red day, and they both had to make sure to put out the right clothes before bed. And Prax listened to them running together, leaping subject over verb over object, like they were running downhill. Natalia had Juna's brownness, high cheekbones and thick nose. Beside her, Me looked as pale and round as old pictures of Luna. After dinner, it was May's turn to clean up, and Prax helped her a little. The truth was, she didn't need it, but he enjoyed her company, and it wouldn't be long before she was old enough to start differentiating from the family unit. Then it was homework hour for all of them, and then baths, and then beds. Me and Natalia stayed up talking across their bedrooms to each other until Juna shut the connecting door. Even then, the two girls talked, like they had to burn through their buffers before sleep could finally come. Prax lay beside Juna, his arm as a pillow, and wondered where Carvanites was. If her meeting had gone well? If he hoped it had or not? Maybe he should have accepted her invitation. Even if it was only so that he could know what was going on. He didn't notice that he was falling asleep until the door chime woke him. Prax sat up, disoriented.
Juna was looking at him, her eyes wide and round and frightened. The chime came again, and his first, nearly coherent thought was that he should answer before they woke the girls. "Don't go," Juna said, but he was already lurching across the bedroom. He grabbed his robe, knotting the belt as he stumbled into the dimness of the rooms. The system readout said it was just after midnight. The chime came again, and then a deep, soft knocking, like a massive fist using only a fraction of its power. He heard May cry out, and knew from long experience that the sound meant she was still asleep, but wouldn't be for long. The skin on Prax's flank puckered into goosebumps that only had a little to do with the temperature of the air. "Who's there?" Prax said through the closed door. "Dr. Praxidiki Meng?" a man's muffled voice asked. "Yes," Prax said. "Who is it?" "Security," the voice said. "Please open the door." Which security? Prax wanted to ask. Ganymede Station security or Free Navy? But it was too late now. If it was Station, it made sense to open the door. If it was Free Navy, it wouldn't stop them if he didn't. What he was going to do next was the same either way. "Of course," he said, then swallowed. The uniforms of the two men in the hall were gray and blue. Station security. The relief that flooded his bloodstream was evidence of how frightened he'd been, how frightened he always was these days. "Can I help you?" he asked. The morgue smelled like a lab. The chemical reek of the phenol soap bit at his sinuses. The throbbing hum of the high-use air filters. The clinical lights. It reminded him of his years at Upper University. He'd taken a cadaver lab then, too. The body he'd dissected had been suffused in preservative fluids, though. Not as fresh. And it had been in better condition. The identification solid, one of the security people said. Metrics and markers sync up. ID matches. But you know how it is. No relatives on the station, and the union has rules. "Does it?" Prax asked. He meant the question honestly, but when he said it out loud, the words took on nuances he hadn't intended. Can a union still matter when there's barely a government any longer? Are there still rules? The security man grimaced. "It's the way we've always done it," he said, and Prax heard the defensiveness in the man's voice, the hint of anger, as if Prax was responsible for all the changes they were suffering. Carvanides lay on the table, her modesty maintained by a black rubber sheet. Her expression was calm. The wounds on her neck and the side of her head were complicated and ugly, but the lack of fresh blood gave the illusion that they weren't serious. They'd shot her 4 times. He wondered if the others from her meeting were in other rooms, on other tables, waiting for other witnesses. "I'll attest," he said. "Thank you," the other security man said, and held out a hand terminal. Prax took it, pressed his palm to the plate. It chirped when it was done recording him, a weirdly cheerful sound given the circumstances. Prax handed it back. He looked at the dead woman's face, waiting to understand what he felt about her. He had the sense that he should cry, but he didn't feel like it. In his mind, she'd become evidence not of a crime, but of what the world had become. Her death wasn't the beginning of an investigation, but the conclusion of one. The data was unambiguous. What happens when you stand up? You're cut down.
Can we ask you a few questions about the deceased, Dr. Meng? Of course. How long have you known her? 2.5 years. In what capacity? She was a researcher in my labs. I'll have to make sure her data sets get collected. Can I make a note of that? Or do I need to wait until the interrogation's done? This isn't an interrogation, sir. You go right ahead. Thank you. Prax pulled up his hand terminal and put an entry on his list for the morning. He thought at first there was something wrong with the display, but it was only his hand trembling. He shoved the terminal back in his pocket. "Thank you," he said again. "Do you have any idea who might have done this to her, or why?" The Free Navy did this to her, Prax thought. They did it because she was trying to stand against them. She was doing that because people are suffering and starving and dying that might not have to, and she had it in her power to make a difference. They found out, and they killed her, the way they'd kill me if I made things uncomfortable for them. He looked into the security man's inquiring eyes.
The way they'd kill you too, he thought. Anything you can offer on the question, sir? Even something small might help. No, Prax said. I don't have any idea. Chapter 14. Philip. The docks of Circe Station ran, roughly speaking, along its equator in a wide belt of titanium and ceramic and steel. The dwarf planet's movement made docking difficult, but once the clamps took hold, ships had the advantage of the 0.3 g of spin gravity, even with the drive-off and cold. And with the radius of spin as big as it was, the Coriolis should have been negligible. The Pella should have felt like it was under a moderate burn, and nothing more. But something kept bothering Philip, a sense that the ship was wrong, or that he was. Twice, he snuck into the medical bay and had diagnostics run, then deleted the results after he read them. They didn't show anything anyway. But maybe he was just so used to life under thrust that the trace of sideways impulse was enough to unsettle him. Or maybe it was only that the ship was empty, except for him. A small, gnawing part of his mind kept suggesting it had something to do with the man he'd shot, but that didn't make any sense. Along with his father, he'd killed billions. Shooting one man, one that didn't even die, was nothing to him. It had to be the Coriolis. His father had made it very clear that Philip's universe stopped at the airlock. The Pella and everything in it was his, the same as it always was. But Circe Station was worse than vacuum. Fair or unfair, Philip was banned from the station for life. It was the deal Marco had struck with the OPA governor, Dawes. The others would be an active part of the evacuation, but Philip could only watch. And so he walked the corridors, went up and down the lift, slept, ate, exercised, and waited while just on the other side of the airlock, all the people he knew best stripped Circe Station to the studs. He'd have been part of the effort if he could. Maybe that was all it was. Maybe it was just the fact that he'd been left behind and relaxing while the others did the work didn't sit well with him. That seemed more likely than Coriolis, or the man he'd shot. The truth was, he didn't remember much of the event. He'd been out with maybe a dozen Free Navy and some local fringe and hangers-on. According to the old laws, he was still too young to be in the bars and brothels. But he was Philip Inaros, and no one had suggested he leave. There had been music, he danced with a local girl, admired her tattoos, bought her drinks. And he'd kept up with her too, drink for drink. She'd liked him, he could tell. And if the music had been too loud for them to talk, that didn't matter. He could tell. Her interest hadn't been about him so much as about the story of who he was, the son of Marco Inaros. Corral had warned him, Marco had warned him. Some people would be attracted to what they thought he was. He had to be careful always to remember who his family was, not let himself be baited or seduced. The Free Navy had the power now, but there were still people on Circe who were more than half loyal to the old ways. Our enemies, at least you know where they stand, his father had said when they arrived at Circe. There's nothing you can trust less than half-belters. Marco hadn't said it straight out, but he'd meant Philip's mother, and all the people like her. Belters who'd let themselves be turned away from the belt, and the condescending Fred Johnson earthers who pretended to care about them. Moderate OPA was just another way to say traitor. So Philip had known not to trust the girl, even while he was drinking with her, drinking too much with her. When she'd left without telling him, he'd felt humiliated and angry. And then something had happened he couldn't quite put together, and he'd been carted off by Circe security and his father called, which had been humiliating again. They hadn't talked, not really. Marco had ordered him to stay on ship, so on ship he'd stayed. Maybe they'd never speak of it again. Maybe that conversation was still coming. Maybe not knowing which was what left him feeling wrong. He didn't know. He hated that he didn't know. He sat in the gunner station, the screen slave to his terminal, and sampled the feeds. A man posting under an old-style OPA banner, shouting about how the Free Navy was the last best hope for Belter liberty. A thin-faced Koyo sitting too close to his camera, talking in halting Farsi about the implications of the biologicals supplied by Earth being cut off. Some high-end pornography in what looked like a water treatment plant and a hotel lobby. An old Sabu Ray movie series pairing him against Sanjit Sangre back when Sangre had still looked like a badass. Noise. It was all just noise and images, and Philip let them wash over him without noticing what he was taking in. An impressionistic sense of violence and victory, with him and his father at the head of it all. Arousal and anger paired with all the complexity of an old way of life passing into darkness. When he killed the speakers, the Pella was quiet in the never quite silent way a ship had. The drive was off, so there were none of the low hums or occasional harmonics that made the background of his normal life. But the decking joints still ticked and murmured as the plates warmed or cooled. The air recyclers hissed and huffed and hissed again. So maybe that was part of what felt wrong. The sounds of a ship under thrust were so unlike a ship in dock that the subtle background music of his life had changed and set him on edge. The tightness in my belly, the impatience like an itch in my soul that kept him uncomfortable no matter what position he sat in or stood. The ache in my jaw and across his shoulders. Maybe they were just the natural expression of a man used to being in motion being forced into passivity. That was all, nothing more than that. "Before you kill yourself," his mother had said, "come find me." He stood up, shut down the feeds with a gesture, and stalked down toward the gym. The good thing about being alone was that no one was using any of the equipment. He didn't bother warming up, just brought down the resistance bands, strapped in, and pulled. He relished the way the handles bit into his palms, the sense of his muscles protesting and tearing, each little injury making them grow back again stronger. Between sets, he turned on some music, loud, aggressive Dai Bhangra, only to stop in the middle of the next set and turn it off again. Everything he wanted annoyed him as soon as he had it. He wondered if he'll felt the same about the girl, if she'd stayed and they'd fucked, if afterward he'd want her gone, turned off like the music. He didn't know what it would take to make him feel right. Getting the fuck off Ceres wouldn't hurt, though. The voices came first, loud and laughing and familiar as Tia Michelle's bread soup. Corral and Sarta, Wings and Kennett and Josie.
The crew, coming back on board? He wondered if his father was there yet, and what he hoped the answer would be. "Beast bien," Wings said. "Just a seconds more." The older man staggered a little as he stepped into the gym. His hair was swept up at the sides as it always was, but with a little less crispness than usual. His real name was Alex, but someone had started calling him Wings because of that hairstyle, and his eyes were bloodshot pink, and his gait was a little too relaxed and unsteady. He had a crumpled purple bag under his arm. "Filipito," he said, lumbering over. "Bila a ti, I was. And now found me," Philip said. "So gate good, ya?" Yeah, Wings said, not hearing the bite in Philip's words. The older man lowered himself to the deck and watched blearily as Philip pulled against the bands and trembled with the effort. "Done. Alles komplett. Everyone coming home to roost. Or not roost, fly, Sasa. We're flying out into the big empty." "Good," Philip said. He made the last pull of the set, holding the tension long and hard until his arms shook and burned and failed. The band snapped back a few centimeters, then slowed and retracted. Philip squeezed his fists. Wings held out the bag. "Yours," he said. Philip looked at the bag, then at Wings, who shook it at him in a take-it gesture. It looked like plastic, but it felt and folded like paper in Philip's hands. Whatever was inside it shifted, limp and heavy as a dead animal. "Nor point leaving anything for the pinche inners," Wings said. "Confiscations all over the station. Anything they didn't bolt down and half of what they did. Only since Tuela, I think, for you. Ja?" He opened the flap. Something dark and textured, regular and irregular at the same time. He pulled the bag free and unfolded the heavy material. It wasn't like anything he'd ever seen before.
He unfolded it. "A vest?" Philip said. "For you," Wings said. "Leather that, alligat, real too, from Earth. Took it from a high-end shop by the governor's quarters. Very rich. Only the best for you, yeah?" Philip gave in to the temptation to smell the thing, putting the dead animal's cured scales against his nose and breathing in. There was something subtle and beautiful about the leather, not sweet and not sour, but rich and low and deep. He put it on, settling the weight across his sweat-damp shoulders. Wings clapped his hands in glee. "You know how much essa cost," Wings said. "More scrip than your me would see in 5 years. For that? Just that. Would be some pinche inner strutting around the belt wearing it just to show how he could and we couldn't, yeah? But we're free navy now. No one better than none." Philip felt the smile on his lips, tentative as a breeze. He imagined himself in the bar now, wearing his leather vest like the richest of the rich from before. Wings was right. This was the kind of thing that no belter could have had. A symbol of everything that Earth used to remind them that they were less, small, not worth. Only, who had it now? "Atuma," Philip said. "Welcome." "You're welcome," Wings said, waving Philip's gratitude away. "The thing for you, the pleasure for me. Good trade, Alice." "How much was it a real?" Philip asked, part to let Wings brag, part so he could brag himself later. Only Wings had lain back on the deck, his arm over his eyes. The man shrugged. "Nothing. Everything. For? Shop's closed. Not like there's going to be another shipment of them, yeah? SI is the last leather vest out of Earth, end point." The Free Navy left Ceres Station like spores shed by a fungal body. Drive plumes lit and flared and blinked out again, like images Philip had seen of fireflies on Earth, if there were still any fireflies on Earth. And while each Free Navy ship carried a few civilians away toward safety, theirs were far from the only ships leaving. As soon as Marco had made his intentions clear, a wave of civilian refugees had made themselves ready. Rockhoppers and prospectors and shitty half-legal transport ships, all filled to the bulkheads with people desperate to get out of the great city of the Belt before it fell back into the hands of Earth and Mars. And in the midst of it all, the great spinning plume of water and ice as the reservoirs vented. The water reserves spun out from the station, briefly echoing the arms of the galaxy, and then stopped, thinned, and spread out into the vast darkness of the belt. Ice lost among the steady brightness of stars. The docks, they left in ruins. The reactors, powered down, then either sabotaged or stripped. The power grid and tube systems dismantled. The defense grids stood quiet, their magazines open and empty. Transmitter and sensor arrays were salvaged for parts, then melted to slag. The medical centers had been raided and emptied, leaving only enough to treat the patients already in their care. Taking those supplies, Marco said, would have been cruel. Of the 6 million people on Ceres, maybe 1.5 million would escape before the enemy arrived. The ones that remained would be a shell of stone and titanium hardly more capable of sustaining life than the original asteroid had been. If Earth hunkered down and rebuilt, it would take them years to get back to where Ceres had been, pinning them to the station like insects against a board. If Earth chased and attacked the Free Navy, they would be firing on ships carrying refugees. If they abandoned the station, millions of Belters would die under their care and push anyone still sympathetic to the old ways toward the new. Anything they did would be a victory for the Free Navy. They couldn't win. That was Marco's genius. On the Pella, things fell quickly back into their old patterns of duty, but Philip saw differences now, ways that Ceres Station had changed them. For one thing, the liquor was better. Jamil had his whole cabin stacked with bottles in polished boxes carved from real wood. The packaging alone would have cost more than Philip would have seen in 3 years' work, to say nothing of the whiskey inside them. Dina came back with half a dozen hand-painted silk scarves confiscated from an earther's mansion, and she wore them like a bird proud of its plumage. Everyone wore trinkets of gold and diamond and peridot, but the best was the amber. All the other gems and jewelry could maybe get mined from the belt. Amber, though, needed a tree and a few million years. It was the one stone that spoke of Earth, and wearing it showed who they'd become. Better than all the perfumes and spices and leather vests there ever would be. The luxuries that Earth and Mars had bled the belt to acquire belonged to the Free Navy now. Back to the belt, as was only just. It would have been perfect, except for his father. From the moment Marco had returned to the ship, Rocinante his
The crew, coming back on board? He wondered if his father was there yet, and what he hoped the answer would be. Beast bien, Wynne said. Yes, just seconds more. The older man staggered a little as he stepped into the gym. His hair was swept up at the sides as it always was, but with a little less crispness than usual. His real name was Alex, but someone had started calling him Wings because of that hairstyle, and his eyes were bloodshot pink, and his gait was a little too relaxed and unsteady. He had a crumpled purple bag under his arm. "Filipito," he said, lumbering over. "Bila a ti," I was, and now found me, Philip said. "So get good, ya?" "Ya, Wings said, not hearing the bite in Philip's words. The older man lowered himself to the deck and watched blearily as Philip pulled against the bands and trembled with the effort. "Done. Alles complete. Everyone coming home to roost. Or not roost. Fly, sasa? We're flying out into the big empty." "Good," Philip said. He made the last pull of the set, holding the tension long and hard until his arms shook and burned and failed. The band snapped back a few centimeters, then slowed and retracted. Philip squeezed his fists. Wings held out the bag. "Yours," he said. Philip looked at the bag, then at Wings, who shook it at him in a take-it gesture. It looked like plastic, but it felt and folded like paper in Philip's hands. Whatever was inside it shifted, limp and heavy as a dead animal. "No point leaving anything for the pinchy inners," Wings said. "Confiscations all over the station. Anything they didn't bolt down, and half of what they did. Only since to Ela, I think for you. Ya?" He opened the flap. Something dark and textured, regular and irregular at the same time. He pulled the bag free and unfolded the heavy material. It wasn't like anything he'd ever seen before. He unfolded it. "A vest?" Philip said. "For you," Wings said. "Leather that. Aliga." His hair was pulled back in a high, tight bun that drew the skin around his temples tight. Stubble darkened his cheeks, and his eyes seemed to have retreated a few millimeters. Pensive, Philip thought. He knew that his father would turn in on himself sometimes. This was how he looked when it happened. Philip pulled his legs up, hugging his knees to his chest, and waited. Marco sighed. When he spoke, his accent was thicker than usual. "Appearances," he said. "Savi? War-y politics-y peace and all in between? It's about appearances. If you say, leaving Ceres, it was right, clever, genius move. Everyone says it. The inners, though, the old bitch on Earth and the new one on Mars, they'll say otherwise. Call it fleeing, yeah? Retreat. A victory. A victory against the Free Navy and all it stands for. Won't be, I know. But going to have to show it. Demonstration of power. Can't.
Marco sighed again and leaned back. His smile was weary. Can't give them the tempo? Can't. So won't, Philip said. Marco chuckled, a low, warm sound. He put his hand on Philip's knee, his palm rough and warm. Ah, Filipito, mijo, you're the only one I can really talk to anymore. Philip's heart swelled in his breast, but he didn't let himself smile, only nodded the serious nod of a grown man and military advisor. Marco closed his eyes for a moment, leaning back against the bulkhead. He looked vulnerable then. Still his father, still the leader of the Free Navy, but also a man, weary and unguarded. Philip had never loved him more. So, Marco said, we will. Show of strength. Let them take the station, and then show that they've won nothing against us. Not so hard. Not at all, Philip said, as Marco pushed himself back up to standing and stepped to the door. When his father was halfway into the corridor, Philip spoke again. Is there anything else? Marco looked back, eyebrows lifted, lips pursed. For a moment, they considered each other. Philip could hear his own heartbeat. All of his practiced lines seemed to have vanished under his father's soft brown eyes. No, Marco said, and stepped out. The door closed with a click, and Philip let his head sink onto his knees. His mistake on Ceres was gone, forgotten. A disappointment he couldn't explain tainted the relief that flowed through him, but only a little. He'd almost killed a man, and it was okay. Nothing bad was going to come of it. It was almost as good as being forgiven. Someone should have kept that from happening, his mother whispered in his memory. Philip pushed the thought away, turned his lights back down, and waited for sleep. Chapter 15. Pa. The grease crayon was meant to mark decking during construction, and so, in a sense, Michio was still keeping to its purpose. The marks weren't inventory control or inspection shop, and what she was constructing wasn't a ship. But still. The wall of her cabin had a long rectangular mark where she usually kept a mounted lithograph, an original print by Tabitha Toava of false coral structures. Part of her 100 Aspects of Europa series, and it rested in its frame on her crash couch like it was watching her. Along one side of the wall, Michio had listed the major settlements of the outer planets: Ceres, Pallas, Vesta, Iapetus, Ganymede, and on and on. Some were based on moons, some in the tunnels of well-mined asteroids, and a few, Tycho Station, the Shirazi Ma complex, Coldwater, Kelso, were spin stations that floated free. She'd started writing what she thought they needed there: water where there wasn't local ice, complex biologicals everywhere but Ganymede, construction material, food, medical supplies. When it got too dense to read, she cleaned the wall with the side of her fist. The smears were still there. In the middle column, the colony ships she and her fleet had taken: the Bediat Jadida, out of Luna, the John Galt and the Mark Watney, out of Mars, the Helen R. and Jacob R. Cantor, sponsored by the Congregation Nar Shalom, the San Pietro, sponsored by the De Vargas Corporation, the Caspian and the Hornblower, and the Kingfisher, operating under independent charters. All of them stocked to make settlements on new and hostile worlds. Some hardly had enough for a small human toehold, others enough to carry 100 people for 3 years, enough to keep the belt running long enough to remake itself independent of Earth and Mars. Hopefully. And on the other edge, her own fleet: Serio Mal, captained by Susanna Foyle, Pansion by Ezio Rodriguez, Witch of Endor by Carl Al-Juaili, and so on down the wall. Each of them with their own complement of boarding troops. All of them were hers to command, and would be until it came clear that she answered to herself now. Then, well, that would be then. She squeezed the grease crayon and released it. The soft click as it gave up its grip on her fingertips again and again, like someone tapping on the door. With every mark she made, the fear in her chest shifted. It didn't leave her, nothing as straightforward as that. But instead of feeling bright and jittery and jagged, her heart folded in on itself and let the crust of a lifetime's failures and pains fall away. at least for a little while. It felt like getting on a treadmill and finding the perfect rhythm, one that brought her breath and her body and her mind together and stilled time. When she'd started, she'd half hoped to find a reason she couldn't go through with her mutiny. Now that she was engaged, the doubt was forgotten. Somewhere in the process, she'd gone from whether she should to how she was going to. Until Nadia spoke, Michio didn't even notice she was there. Berthold still not letting you on the system? Michio sighed and shook her head. Until we make the break, he wants everything off the computers. He's got the local countermeasures ready to update, but you know how it is, tipping our hand. Do you think Marco is monitoring the ship that closely? No, Michio said. Then, I don't know. Maybe. It's all right. Part of me likes working this way. It's more, I don't know, tactile? Can see that, Nadia said. We're getting close. I don't want more than a second of light delay, Michio said. I have to be able to talk. We're getting close, Nadia said again, her voice a half-tone lower. She understood. Michio squeezed the grease crayon and relaxed. Tick. How long? By tonight, Nadia said. She stepped in close, considering the wall. And all of its markings was half a head shorter than Michio, and the first scattering of gray hair complicated her temple. She sighed to herself and nodded. Checking my work? Michio said, teasing a little. Yes, Nadia said, seriously. This was a complicated situation before. We're about to make it much more. Times like this, we check the seals we just checked. Michio sat on her crash couch and let her wife go over all the ships and stations. Nadia put her hands to her hips and fists and made small sounds in the back of her throat. Michio thought they were approval. It would be easier when she had the ship system available to plot it all out, place each ship and its vector on a single interface. Even with her wall a mass of careful handwriting, there were other lists, longer lists, of critically important information. The warships under Marco's direct control, the elite guard force that Rosenfeld held in reserve, the thousands of supply containers from Pallas and Vesta and Callisto that had already been scattered to the care of the overwhelming void. Michio stretched her back against the 1/3 G braking burn, feeling the ache between her ribs. When are we going to steal it all? Nadia asked. When I talk to Carmondi, Michio said. Earlier than that, and himself might notice. Later, and he might be warned. Ah, Carmondi, Nadia said with a sigh. It bothers me. Me too, Michio said. Nadia turned from the wall to consider her. The air of checking for errors didn't change. What bothers you? Nadia asked. Michio nodded at the wall. All this. Doing what I'm about to do. You don't think it's right? I don't know if that matters.
I mean, Marco does what he thinks is right, and Dawes, and Earth, all of them do what they think is right, and tell themselves that they're moral people with the strength to do the necessary things, however terrible they seem at the time. Every atrocity that has been done to us had someone behind it who thought what they did was justified. And here I am, a moral person with the strength to do this because it's justified. Ah, Nadia said. You don't think Carmondi will join us? I don't. And then I think I'll have to make an example of him so that the others will take me seriously. It's not much of a pirate queen who leaves survivors in peace, Nadia said. And then, you're wrong about one thing though. Not every evil thing is done by the righteous. Some people do harsh things for the pleasure. But that isn't what bothers me. Michio lifted her hands, asking the question. Working with Carmondi? Nadia said. I don't know what it is. The man annoys me. Both of their hand terminals chirped a connection request from Laura on a family-restricted channel. Nadia nodded to Michio to accept and then sat at her side so they could both see the screen. Laura was on the command deck, the backsplash of her control screen lightening her cheeks and dancing in her eyes. Icons of all the others, except Nadia, appeared along the side. What is it? Nadia asked. News feeds just arrived, Laura said. The inners have series, making an announcement. They were all silent for a moment.
Knowing that it was coming pulled the punch, but Michio still felt it in her gut. "Play the feed," she said. Laura nodded, shifted forward to her controls, and blinked out. A feed appeared in her place. Earth and Mars naval ships docked in the berths at Ceres. Seeing them there was disorienting, a juxtaposition of two things that don't belong together. Even though she'd known it was coming, the feeling was strong. Estimated at 4.5 million, with sufficient reserves to sustain the station for a maximum of 2 weeks. The combined fleet is presently developing relief strategies, including emergency rationing and a call for food and water from other stations in the belt and the Jovian system. The image jittered and cut away, a sloppy edit done by an amateur. And then his face filled the screen. Fred fucking Johnson. Michio felt her gut clench. So that was their play. Trot out the Earther to speak for the belt. Again. His eyes were soft and deep and sorrowful. His hair was close-cut and white. A pale stubble stood out against the darkness of his cheeks. The text along the screen's edge said, "Fred Johnson, OPA spokesman, Tycho Manufacturing." Not Colonel Fred Johnson, not Butcher of Anderson Station. Opportunist. Face of the belt when Earth's holding the camera. "Michi, I'm fine. The culture in the outer planets," Johnson said, "has always been one of mutual support. Conditions aboard ship and on stations have always tested humanity's ingenuity and competence. In the many, many years I've worked with the Outer Planets Alliance, I have never seen that ethos portrayed more profoundly than this." "You're right," Michio said. "I'm not fine. Shut it off." Nadia gestured to the screen, and the feed vanished. Michio stood for a long moment. She didn't remember crushing the grease crayon, but it was a sticky pulp in her hand now. She took a towel from her cabinet and tried to wipe her fingers clean. The crash couch shifted behind her as Nadia sat on it. When Michio had her control back, she turned around. The intimacy of years let her read half a dozen things in Nadia's expression. "He's not our natural ally," Michio said. "The enemy of my enemy is my friend? That's bullshit. There are always more than two sides. Pretending it's only one or else the other is what let that son of a bitch carry so much weight in the OPA for as long as he did." "He still does," Nadia said. "Some people will listen to him. He has ships. I'll get us ships. We don't need his protection." "If you say," Nadia said, and then, gently, "maybe he needs ours. He's a big boy. He can take care of himself. 4.5 million, though. That's a lot of people. Earth wanted the station. They have it. Good for them," Michio said, but her voice sounded less certain in her own ears. "They can take care of it. They're going to need food, water." Michio pointed to the list she'd scrawled on her wall. Her fingers were dark from the crayon. "Every base on that list is going to need food and water too. Medical supplies, reaction mass, construction material, everything. Everyone is going to need everything. I'm not going to put Ceres at the top of our list. They've got help. They got robbed," Nadia said. "By us. By Marco." Nadia smiled and looked off to her left, the way she did when she was ready to end an argument, but didn't agree that she'd lost it. Michio couldn't let it go. The words pressed up out of her like Nadia had said them, had invited her response. "It's not only that it's Fred Johnson," Michio said. "If Ceres starts to starve," Nadia said, ending the question as if it had been a statement. "Fine," Michio said. "If Ceres Station starts going hungry, if they're running out of water, I'll help the people on Ceres. Not for Johnson, not for the OPA, but I'll help the people there." Nadia nodded, but still looked off to her left, staring at the empty screen like there was a picture still glowing on it. Michio even looked, but there was only black. "And Earth?" Nadia asked. "What about it? People are starving there." "No," Michio said. "I won't send our supplies to Earth. They had centuries to help us, and they didn't." Nadia's smile widened a millimeter as she rose to her feet. She kissed Michio's cheek and left. A moment later, her voice came from down the corridor, with Evans answering. The life of the ship continued, even with everything changing around it. Michio turned back to her lists, but she wasn't sure what she was looking at anymore. Her mind kept sliding back to Fred Johnson's soft, tired eyes. I have never seen that ethos betrayed more profoundly than this. She leaned forward and used her thumbnail to scrape a clean line through the center of the word series. The gray of the wall showed through the center of the letters, but she didn't rub it out. When, 8 hours later, the Connaught finally came within a light second of the Hornblower, the news feeds had settled on their narrative about the retaking of Ceres. The phrase combined fleet became a kind of catch-all for the patchwork of Earther and Martian naval ships that were clustered there beside a ragged handful of belter vessels. It was like going back to the days before Eros, when the alliance between the inner planets had seemed unshakable. Certainly there was some nostalgia among the inner planets' commentariat, but the reports from Earth and Mars kept the wailing for the golden age of squeezing the belt in perspective. Riots had broken out in Laundress Nova and scuttled a meeting of the Martian Parliament, and the best news from Earth was that the climbing death rate was linear instead of exponential, with hopes that it would level off as the most vulnerable and compromised parts of the globe finished dying. Marco had gone quiet, though she assumed that meant he was busy planning his next steps with some part of his cabal that didn't include her. That suited her fine. She had enough to think about already. She had already recorded her message to the other captains under her command. It was ready for tight beam transmission at her word, and once they went out, there'd be no going back. Nothing else, not even talking to Carmody, was as irrevocable as that. So why did putting in the connection request to the Hornblower feel like stepping out an airlock? Carmody accepted the connection request, and his face appeared on her screen, with an icon that showed the communication was secure. His face was broad and placid. On another man, it might have given the impression of harmlessness, but Carmody had already killed people on her order. She wasn't fooled. "Captain," he said.
"Wondered when I'd hear from you. Alles gut, ja? Alles interesting. Anyway," Michio said with a smile that, to her surprise, was mostly genuine. "Looking at some changes to the plan. The message went out to the Hornblower, and it came back. 1 second each way. It made Carmondy's response seem considered and thoughtful. An illusion made from distance and light. I heard. Ceres. Hell of a thing. Yes," she said. "Ceres. More than Ceres, too. Technically, I know you're in Rosenfeld's chain of command, but I'm about to issue some orders to you and your people. I'd appreciate it if you'd follow them. 1 second. 2. Carmondy's eyebrows went up. Another second. Interesting, Sasa. Tell me. You can turn back. You haven't said it. No one knows but your family, and they'll still support you if you back away. Put your faith back in Inaros, or find another himself out there to fall in line behind, since that always works out so well. I'm rerouting the Hornblower to Rhea, cutting the prisoners loose, redistributing the cargo. 1 second. 2. Or was it a little faster this time? How close were the ships now? Rhea, not one of ours. It's not aligned with the Free Navy. No, Michio said. That's why I picked it. 1 second. No, the messages were definitely coming faster now. Carmody nodded and sucked his teeth. A high hissing sound as his eyes narrowed. She watched him understand and waited to see his reaction. Mutiny, then. Won't be my first, she said with a lightness that she didn't feel. Taking as many ships from my command as will come. Mission's the same. Get the colony ships and support the belt. No drift. The pause seemed to last forever. No drift, Carmody said and shrugged. Bien. You want us to ride it there, or are we coming back on board? Alarms went off in Michio's hindbrain. This wasn't right. She shook her head. Ah, Carmody, we could have been beautiful. You're coming on board, all your people, but you're sending your arms and armor here first, and you're coming in pairs. Pause. Oh, now, Captain, I don't see how that happens. I've got 2 options, Michio said.
bringing you and yours, armed and armored, onto the ship because I'm just so sure you're loyal to me and not Marco? Not one of them. Pause. A smile she couldn't quite read. Carmody leaned in toward his camera. His hands weren't in the square of the screen, but she imagined them folded together on his table. When he spoke, his voice was just as friendly, but somehow flatter. "'Kay then. Either you and yours come to me, and I send the supplies to the belt the way we always said we would, or I kill the hornblower as a warning to Al-Dujali and Foyle and the rest that I'm serious." It took longer than 2 seconds this time, longer than free. Michio kept her expression calm, even while her heart was thudding against her ribs like it wanted out. "Here's what I say," Carmody said. "I turn this pinche ship to Pallas. You go your way, I go mine. A K comes between you and Inaros, comes between you and Inaros, but you and me walk away, honor on all sides." Yes floated in the back of her mouth, ready to be said. She wanted this over. She hated conflict. How the hell had she wound up living in the middle of it? "No," she said. "Your arms and armor in a pack out the airlock within the hour, or we break the hornblower again. And we mean it this time." She shrugged. She waited. About a second this time. Closer. "Kill us to make a point," he said. "Kill you so I don't have to kill as many other people later? Rather be loved than feared, but hey, fallen world." Pause. "You can't stop me getting the word out," Carmody said. Michio sighed, shifted the feed, and sent out her message. The one that began, "You have put yourself under my command out of loyalty to the belt, and out of loyalty to the belt, I expect you to remain." So that was it. Her time with Marco Inaros was over. Michio Pa, once Opa, once Free Navy, now just herself and her ship in a universe all too ready to see her destroyed. For all the consequences that were coming now, for all the pain and loss she just invited into her life, she still felt relieved, like she was where she was supposed to be. "They know," she said. "Now can we get to the part where you surrender, or are you going to insist that I kill you?" Chapter 16. Seriously, Arnold Maffume, one of Fred Johnson's spare pilots, said, "You used a railgun as a drive? To pull a ship up from a decaying orbit?" Alex shrugged, but the little bloom of pride in his chest was warm all the same. "Naomi did all the math on it," he said. "I was mostly babysitting the Rossi while it followed her orders. But, well, yeah, that is fucking insane," Arnold said through his laughter. "Didn't really have any other choices," Alex said. "We wind up doing a certain amount of improvisation, one way and another." Across the table from him, Sandra Ip smiled. He didn't know if the way her eyes were locked on his was a sign of how drunk she'd gotten, the beginning of an erotic invitation, or a little bit of both. Either way, he found himself smiling back. "Wish I'd been there," Maffume said. "I kinda wish I hadn't," Alex said. "It's a lot more fun now that it's not going on anymore." At the time, it was more in the, "oh shit, we're all going to die" category. "That's what adventures are," Bobby said, and Ip's lazy smile tracked over toward her without changing much. "So, more about drunk, maybe. Shitty things that make for good stories later." "I heard you went hand-to-hand with a proto-molecule soldier," Maffume said. "That's not even a good story," Bobby said. Her smile kept it from being awkward, but that path of conversation was definitely closed. Maffume shifted, and Alex could see the temptation to push, to maybe get Bobby to elaborate, even if it was only a little bit more. "Now, you want to talk about flying," Alex said. "You should hear about when Bobby and me were trying to outrun the Free Navy." "Pretty sure we told that story," Bobby said. Alex blinked and looked into his glass. She was right. He had told that story, and since they'd all sat down, Ip might not be the only one well on her way to tipsy. "Right," he said. In that case, you want to talk about flying. You should get another drink. He lifted his arm and leaned back, trying to catch the server's eye. The Blue Frog was a port bar, and if Alex had to guess, he'd say it had seen better days. The round tables hunched together within larger, swooping, glowing structures that defined the booths that he and the others leaned against. Only the light seemed dirty, and the table was chipped. Different menus detailed the services of the bar: food, drink, pharmaceutical, sex. An empty stage promised live music, or burlesque, or karaoke, only later, not right now. And more than that, there was a smell to the place. Not unpleasant, not rotten, but tired, like spent oil or old sealant. The expanded crew of the Rocinante were scattered among 3 tables. To Alex's right, Amos sat grinning like a vaguely ominous Buddha, with Clarissa Mao, Sunyi Steinberg, and a shirtless young man who Alex suspected had been ordered from a menu. To his left, Naomi and Chava Lamba were locked in a vigorous conversation, while Gor Droga and Zach Kazantakis leaned back, keeping out of it. The other tables were dominated by a mixture of Earth and Mars Navy crews. The crispness of their military uniforms and haircuts seemed out of place, like they were rebuking the architecture for being only what it was. Here and there, locals hunched together, like they were defending a position against a siege. Covert glances of the natives of Cirrus didn't carry a sense of threat as much as bewilderment. The music that leaked from hidden speakers stayed lower than the conversation, shimmering major-scale notes making an ambiguous wash of sound, neither celebratory nor sad. The manager, a dark-skinned man with cold blue eyes and a permanent near smirk, caught Alex's glance, nodded to him, and sent a server trotting over. The smile on the woman's face seemed almost genuine.
Alex ordered another round for the table, and by the time his attention came back to the conversation, the topic had moved on. There were rules about that in the service, Bobby said. But there were ways to get around them, right? Ip said. I mean, you aren't telling me everyone in the Martian Navy's celibate. Bobby shrugged. If you're in a relationship with someone above you or below you in the chain of command, it's not a joke. Dishonorable discharge, loss of benefits, maybe jail time. That takes a lot of the shine off. But I wasn't Navy. I was a Marine. If there was a little cross-training between services, it wasn't a problem until it started messing up operational efficiency. I heard they put chemicals in the food to lower people's libido, Arnold said. Bobby shrugged. If they did, they didn't put in enough. What about on the Rocinante? Ip said, turning her full attention to Alex. There was definitely more than just alcohol in the question. Do you have rules against cheap, sleazy fraternization? Alex chuckled, not certain whether he was getting excited or uncomfortable. Captain and the XO have been together damn near since we got on the ship. It'd be a difficult rule to enforce on the rest of us. Ip's smile shifted. You used to be a Navy boy, didn't you? You and the gunny here, ever? Alex regretted ordering the next round. He was going to need his wits about him pretty soon here. Me and Bobby? Nah, that ain't a thing that happened. We haven't actually shipped out together that much, Bobby said. And anyway, no offense, Alex. None taken. Really? Ip said, leaning forward. Her knee pressed against Alex's in a way that was absolutely innocent. Unless it wasn't, in which case it absolutely wasn't. Never even wanted to? Well, Bobby said, there was one night on Mars. I think we were both feeling a little lonely. I'd probably have made out with him if he'd asked. I can't know that, Alex said, suddenly flushed with heat and unable to look Bobby in the eye. You can't tell me that. Ip kept her leg pressed to his and cocked her head at him. The question was clear. Is this a thing you're still working out? Alex smiled back at her. No, it was never really a thing. Naomi's voice lifted, carrying over the murmur of conversation and the music both. She was leaning over her table, finger raised to make some boozy point to Chava. He couldn't make out the words, but he knew her tones of voice well enough to know it wasn't anger. Not real anger, anyway.
For that, Naomi got quiet. The server reappeared with a tray of drinks, and Ip leaned across to get hers, then didn't lean all the way back. Alex felt something in the back of his mind relax. It had been a long time since he'd made this particular kind of mistake. Figured he was about due. "Y'all excuse me for just a minute," he said. "Need to find the head." "Hurry back," Ip said. "Count on it." Walking across the floor, past the bar, and to the back hall, Alex felt like something out of a bawdy joke. Soldiers pairing off after battle was about as old and worn a scenario as there was. But it had gotten that way for a reason. The tension going into battle wasn't like any other feeling Alex had ever had, and the relief when it let up was bone deep and intoxicating. It wasn't only him or Ip, it wasn't even only sex. He'd known sailors as locked down and shipshape as a training manual picture who'd come through action and spent the hours afterward weeping or puking. There was one pilot, Jeanette, her name was, suffered chronic insomnia that even medication could only manage. Every night, she'd be up for an hour between 2 and 3 in the morning. Except after an action when she slept like a baby the whole night through. It was what came of being a primate with a body built for the Pleistocene savanna. Fear and relief and lust and joy were all packed into the same little network of nerves somewhere deep in his amygdala, and sometimes they touched. The flight out from Earth had been short and hard and seemed to last forever. The long-range sensors showed no active threats between the ports on Luna and the Belt, but all the way out, the thought hung in the air like smoke. Were there rocks falling undetected toward Earth? Toward Mars? Was Marco Inaros 3 steps ahead of them, the way he always seemed to be? Even Fred Johnson had seemed preoccupied, pacing through the halls with his hands clasped behind his back. The Battle of Ceres was coming. The first fight in the war since the first straight-up ambush. The combined fleet would find out just how badass a bunch of belters piloting stolen Martian warships really were, and there was reason to expect that would be pretty damn badass. When the drive plumes had lit up the scans of Ceres, Alex felt it in his throat. Long-range battle. Torpedoes launched at extreme range in unpredictable vectors, designed to come in fast and hard, hoping to slip by the PDCs. He wondered if Mars had ever managed to build a good stealth torpedo, and if the traders who'd supplied the Free Navy would have traded in them if they did exist. He'd spent hours in his crash couch, chasing every anomaly the Rossi sensor arrays spat out, whether they were above threat threshold or not. When he did sleep, it was all he dreamed about. When the data came back that the Free Navy ships were burning away, scattered as seeds, hell, like every pilot in the combined fleet looked for the strategy in it. The loops of gravity and thrust that showed where the battle would come together, what the enemy had in his mind. Every time he came up with nothing felt like a threat. The certainty that there was a pattern and he just wasn't smart enough to see it knotted at the base of his skull until his eyes throbbed. His only comfort was that the crews of the Earth and Mars navies, who lived and breathed battle tactics, were as frustrated as he was. When the Free Navy's trap snapped shut, they'd all die surprised together. Only it kept not happening. When the first ships reached the docks, 2 troop carriers from Earth, 1 from Mars, Alex had held his breath. Ceres was the port city of the Belt, and it was sitting there as unguarded and inviting as bait in a trap. Traffic control gave permission to approach. The combined fleet took berths, soldiers spilled out into the docks. The moment for resistance came and went. Reports started filtering back, many of them to Fred Johnson. The Free Navy was gone. There wasn't armed resistance. No soldiers, only a handful of booby traps, empty storerooms and reservoirs, and a security force stripped to its skeleton and anxious to surrender to anyone willing to take charge. The battle for Ceres Station never came. Instead, the combined fleet and the local engineering unions put together an emergency response team that was even now jerry-rigging the environmental systems and recycling plants to keep the station from collapsing.
Fred Johnson had spent all his time before the Rocinante docked, trading tight beam messages with Avasarala on Luna and whoever would answer back from Mars, where the no-confidence vote on Smith had ballooned to a full-scale constitutional crisis. After they docked, Fred, a security detail in tow, had vanished into a whirlwind of meetings with local OPA groups, unions, and the thin, traumatized remains of the administrative staff. The rest of the crew went to the bar. It had been strange at first, still was strange when he thought about it, watching the people of Ceres Station react to their new invaders. Everyone Alex met seemed built out of confusion and relief and anger and a kind of formless grief that spread out through the station hallways like a vapor. Ceres was a huge port, independent of the inner planets for years, and now maybe reconquered by them, or maybe rescued. No one seemed to know if the combined fleet was the avenging hammer of Earth or the final proof that Fred Johnson's OPA was a legitimate political force. Or if maybe something bigger and stranger had happened.
The smiles of the Ceres natives were tentative, and they carried shards of rage and loss in their eyes. Even here at the Blue Frog, where the crews were welcomed and served the best of what little remained, the fleet and the natives pulled apart, uncertain of each other, segregated by choice and history. Alex found himself thinking of it as belters at the bar and inners at the tables, but that wasn't true. Ip and Mafume and all of Fred's people were OPA. Even the divisions between people seemed new, and nobody was quite sure yet which unspoken rules applied. Alex came out of the men's room to a wall of sound. In the few minutes he'd been indisposed, someone had cranked up the karaoke and was shouting out a boozy version of Noko Dada's version of Novel Vare, but without any of the harmony parts. He paused at the end of the bar and looked out over the tables, hoping to find a corner where he could have a quiet word with Sandra Ip away from the stage. Holden was at a table by himself, hunched over a white mug with a ferocious scowl on his face. Alex felt a tug of anxiety. Back at his table, Bobby and Ip were talking over each other while Mafume laughed. Ip looked over toward him, grinned, and patted the seat beside her. He held up a finger, 1 minute, and sloped over toward Holden. "Hey there, partner," Alex said. "You holding together all right?" Holden looked up and around, like he was surprised to find himself there. Then, after a moment, "Yeah, no, I'm all right." Alex tilted his head. "Seems like you just said 3 different things in a row." Yeah, I did, didn't I? I'm fine." He nodded at the small gold packet in Alex's hand. "What's that?" Alex held it up. He'd gotten the packet from a dispenser in the men's room. The foil had a dragon's head embossed on it, and some nonsense kanji that didn't mean anything. Holden's brow furrowed. Sobriety meds? Alex felt himself blushing and tried to hide it by smiling. "Well, I'm thinking I may be in a situation here pretty soon where everybody needs to be able to agree to whatever they're agreeing to." "Always a gentleman," Holden said. "But seriously, are you doing okay? Because you're staring at that coffee like it called you bad names." Holden glanced down at his cup. The song sloped down to the rough trill at the end. The applause was scattered and weak. Holden turned his coffee mug on the table, setting the black surface dancing. The porcelain scraped against the tabletop until the chords of a new tune crashed out, and a woman's voice starting on a Belter Creole cover of Cheb Khaled drowned it out. When Holden spoke, his voice barely carried over the music. "I keep thinking about my dad calling Belters skinnies right in front of Naomi, and the way she took it. Family can be rough," Alex said, "especially when emotions are kinda high." "True, but that's not what's—" Holden opened his hands, a gesture of frustration. "I always thought that if you gave people all the information, they'd do the right thing, you know? Not always, maybe, but usually. More often than when they chose to do the wrong thing anyway." "Everybody's a little naive sometimes," Alex said, feeling as the words passed his lips that maybe he wasn't quite following Holden's point. Maybe he should have taken the first of the sobriety pills before he'd left the men's room. "I meant fact," Holden went on, as if he hadn't heard Alex at all. "I thought if you told people facts, they'd draw their conclusions, and because the facts were true, the conclusions mostly would be too.
But we don't run on facts. We run on stories about things, about people. Naomi told me that when the rocks fell, the people on Inaro's ship cheered. They were happy about it. Yeah, well, Alex paused, rubbing a knuckle across his upper lip. Consider they might all be a bag of assholes. They weren't killing people, in their heads. They were striking a blow for freedom, or independence, or making it right for all the Belter kids that got shitty growth hormones, all the ships that got impounded because they were behind on the registration fees. And it's just the same back home. Father Caesar's a good man. He's gentle and he's kind and he's funny. And to him, Belters are all free navy and radical OPA. If someone killed Pallas, he'd be worried about what the drop in refining capacity would do before he thought about how many preschools there are on the station. Or that the station manager's son liked writing poetry. Or that blowing the station meant that Annie down in Palace Central Accounting wasn't going to get to throw her big birthday party after all. Annie? Alex asked. I made her up. Whoever. The thing is, I wasn't wrong. About telling people the truth? I was right about that. I was wrong about what they needed to know. And maybe I can fix that. I mean, I feel like I should at least try. Okay, Alex said. He was pretty sure he'd lost the thread of whatever they were talking about a while back, but Holden seemed at least less brooding. So that means you're about to do something? Holden nodded slowly, then drank off all that was left of his coffee at once, put the mug on the table, and clapped Alex's shoulder. Yeah, I am. Thank you. Glad I could help, he said, and then, to Holden's retreating back, least I think I am. Back at the table, Sandra Ip had switched to club soda. Bobby and Arnold were comparing stories about free climbing at different gravities, and Naomi and Clarissa Mao were at the edge of the stage getting ready to take a turn singing. Ip caught a glimpse of the foil package in Alex's hand, and her smile was a promise that things were going to go very, very well for him. Still, she must have read something in his expression, or the way he held himself when he sat down. Everything okay? She asked. Alex shrugged. I'll tell you when I find out. Chapter 17. Holden. The girl was something like 192 centimeters, and she would have towered over him if she weren't sitting down. Her hair was cut close to her scalp in what Holden figured was fashionable for adolescent Belter girls these days, which he didn't follow. Or maybe she was a rebel, and the hairstyle was all her own. Either way, it made the slightly enlarged head less pronounced. She sat at the edge of the bench, looking around at the Rocinante's galley like she was regretting that she'd come. The older woman she called Tia stood against the wall, scowling, a chaperone who wasn't impressed with anything she saw. I'll just be a second here, Holden said. The software package Monica Stewart had sent him assumed a level of proficiency he didn't have, and he'd managed somehow to turn off some of its intelligence defaults. The girl nodded tightly and plucked at her sari. Holden hoped his smile was reassuring, or failing that, amusing. Really, I've just about— Wait. Okay, there. Her image appeared in his hand terminal, with tiny overlays for color correction, sound correction, and something labeled DS3 that he didn't know what it was. Still, she looked good. All right, Holden said. So I figure anyone who watches this is going to know who I am. Could you maybe just say your name? Elise Caspar, she said, her voice flat. She could have been a political prisoner the way she spoke. So, it wasn't going too well yet. Great, he lied. Okay, and where do you live? Ceres Station, she said, and then an awkward pause. Salutorg District. And, what do you do? She nodded, settling into herself. Ever since Ceres broke away from Earth control, my family has been running a financial coordination service, converting scrip from different corporations and governments into compatible. My family best peace-loving people. The pressure that the inner planets put on the Belters is not the fault of— Let me break in for just a second, Holden said. Elise went silent, looked down. Somehow, Monica made doing this seem really easy.
Holden was starting to see how that might actually be the product of years of experience and practice, and not something he could jump into without guidance. Except he didn't have time for that. So he forged ahead. When we met like 4 hours ago. You were with some of your friends? In the corridor?
Alice blinked, confused, and looked at Tia. The little incredulous glance was the first time the girl had looked like herself since she'd come on board. "It was really amazing," Holden said. "I mean, I was walking by and I saw you all there, and I was really impressed. Could you tell me about that?" "Shinsen," Alice said. "Is that what you call it? The thing with the glass balls?" "Not glass," Alice said. "Resin." "Okay, yes," Holden said, pouring enthusiasm out toward her like dropping water onto a sponge. It all seemed to just soak in and vanish. But then Alice chuckled. It didn't matter that it was more at him than with him. "Could you do it again, here?" She laughed, covering her mouth with one hand. For a long second, he thought she might call the whole thing to a halt. But then she plucked a little bag from her hip and took out 4 brightly colored clear spheres, a little larger and softer than the marbles Holden had played with as a boy. Carefully, she set them between her fingers, resting between the second knuckles. She started singing, a high, choppy chant, and then stopped, laughed, and shook her head. "Can't do this," she said. "I can't. Please, just try." "It's really dumb," she said. "It's kid thing. I'm really immature." When she looked at Tia again, Holden glanced too. The old woman was glowering just as deeply as before, but there was a glimmer of amusement in her ancient eyes. Alice settled, laughed, settled again, and started chanting. When the rhythm was established, she started clapping her hands together gently and passing the spheres from hand to hand, making them seem to dance independently of her. Every now and then, the chant would hit a syncopated passage so that one of the balls could drop into her palm and get tossed across to be captured between her opposite fingers. When she reached the end, she stopped, looked shyly toward Holden, and shook her head. "Better with 2 people," she said. "Like partners?" he said. "Do we?" Her glance behind him was no more than a flutter, but Holden knew what it meant, and a touch of glee leapt into his heart. He turned to the stone-faced chaperone, who hoisted an eyebrow at him. "Do you, Tia?" he said. "Do you know how to do shin-sin?" She snorted in military-grade derision. When she came forward, Alice made room for her and handed over 2 of the spheres. They seemed smaller between Tia's thick fingers. The old woman lifted her chin, and for a moment, Holden knew exactly what she'd looked like at Alice's age. The chant was more complex this time, sung as a round with the rhythms of one part informing and supporting whatever was happening in the other woman's voice. The clear, colored spheres danced between their hands as they clapped palms together, crossing and recrossing, adding their claps to the song. At the moments of syncopation, they tossed the spheres across the space between them and caught them in their knuckles. When she reached the end, she stopped, looked shyly toward Holden, and shook her head. "Better with 2 people," she said. "Like partners?" he said. "Do we?" Her glance behind him was no more than a flutter, but Holden knew what it meant, and a touch of glee leapt into his heart. He turned to the stone-faced chaperone, who hoisted an eyebrow at him. "Do you, Tia?" he said. "Do you know how to do shin-sin?" She snorted in military-grade derision. When she came forward, Alice made room for her and handed over 2 of the spheres. They seemed smaller between Tia's thick fingers. The old woman lifted her chin, and for a moment, Holden knew exactly what she'd looked like at Alice's age. The chant was more complex this time, sung as a round with the rhythms of one part informing and supporting whatever was happening in the other woman's voice. The clear, colored spheres danced between their hands as they clapped palms together, crossing and recrossing, adding their claps to the song. At the moments of syncopation, they tossed the spheres across the space between them and caught them in their knuckles. By the end, both women were grinning. At the end, Tia tossed all the spheres up one after another so quickly they were all in the air at the same moment, and then caught them in one hand. It wasn't a trick that could have worked at a full grade. Holden clapped, and the older woman nodded, accepting his applause like a queen. "That is amazing! It's wonderful," Holden said. "How do you learn how to do that?" Alice shook her head in disbelief at the strange earther and his childish delights. "Is just shin-sin," she said.
And then her eyes went wide, and the blood drained from her face. "Mr. Holden?" Fred Johnson said. "When you have a moment?" "Yes, sure," Holden said. "We were just, yeah, give me a second. I'll be in ops." Fred smiled and nodded to the two Belter women. "Ladies." Holden closed down the software, thanked Alice and Tia, and walked them to the airlock, out and into the docks. After they'd gone, he watched the captured video girl and woman with their voices and hands playing against each other, the not-quite marbles weaving between them like a third player in the game. It was exactly the kind of thing he'd hoped for. He ran the compression and sent it to Tycho Station and Monica Stewart, just the same way he had the others. He'd hoped to get a lot more done. He'd interviewed a researcher who worked on Ceres Station, self-educated through networked tutorials, plying him with yeasty beer until the older man was loose and comfortable enough to wax passionate about the beauty of tardigrades. He'd talked to a nutritionist from the hydroponic fields, who'd only agreed if she could explain the water shortage situation on Ceres, and wound up being the clearest voice of grief and fear that he'd heard. He'd talked to a man who was alleged to be the oldest Belter on the station, who told a long and probably apocryphal story about the first licensed brothel to open there. And that was all. So far, 4 interviews, none of them terribly long. Hopefully, it was enough for Monica to work with. She'd promised him that a lot could be saved in editing. The docs weren't as busy as he was used to seeing them. Especially after the press and barely controlled chaos of Luna, Ceres seemed wounded, still reeling from the blows it had suffered. The carts and loading mechs stood idle, waiting for a ship to arrive, with some warehouse on the station that still had something worth sending away. He'd heard once about reperfusion injuries. When a limb had been pressed until all the blood was gone, the flood, when it came back, could break vessels, bleed into the cellular matrix. He remembered thinking at the time how strange it was for something normal, necessary, and life-giving to cause damage just by showing back up. Ceres was like that now, but he couldn't tell if the combined fleet was the blood returning, or if some other flood would have to come before Ceres could take stock of how badly he had been wounded. On his way back in, he passed Gordraga and Amos in the locker room, running down a short that was making one of the ventilation fans run slow. Clarissa Mao was talking to them both from down in engineering. It was the sort of problem that a ship with a full crew had the spare cycles to address. At the lift, he had to wait for Chava Lambau to squeeze past him before he got on. The truth was that with all of Fred's people and Holden's, the Rocinante still had a little less than the full crew she'd been meant to carry. That it felt crowded to him wasn't the ship design, but his own habits and expectations. A full crew would be tighter, more compressed, more like a normal Navy ship. Holden knew that. He even knew that in some ways, having the extra people would keep them all safer. The Rocinante was built with a lot of redundant backups. The crew was supposed to be the same way, though. It hadn't worked out that way, though. Another mechanic wouldn't be Amos. Another pilot wouldn't be Alex. People are more than the roles they play in the function of the ship, and they weren't replaceable. And what was true of the Rocinante held for the larger field of humanity as well. The lift stopped. Fred Johnson looked up from the ship controls, nodding to Holden. The lights were at the same dim settings that Alex preferred, and the backsplash from the screens left Fred's skin looking darker than it was. Mora Patel sat across the deck, diagnostics spooling across the communications controls on her screen and headphones over her ears. Holden dropped into a couch beside Fred's and swiveled to face him. "You wanted me?" "Couple things. I'm setting up shop on Ceres for now. Avasarala's going to recognize me as acting governor," Fred said. "I'm pulling in all my favors. Everyone I know with any influence from the OPA. I'll bring them here." "That sounds like an invitation to assassinate you."
The risk is necessary. I don't know if my crew will be staying here or going to Tycho without me. I'm waiting on word from Drummer about that. One way or the other, I'll get them out of your hair. That's, okay, but they're sort of growing on me. So what did you really want to talk about? Fred nodded once, a short, hard motion. Do you think Draper will be able to speak for Mars? Holden laughed. Like, speak for ambassador? Speak for? Negotiate with the OPA?
'cause I was pretty sure that was up to Mars. We may not be in a position to wait for them to get their ducks in a row. Smith's out and Richards is in, but an opposition coalition's formed that want to put investigating the remaining military ahead of anything else. You mean like ahead of fighting the war? For example, Richards and Avasarala are working on it, but I need a Martian face with me if I'm going to make this combined navy hold together. With my background, I can represent the best of Earth to the belt. I've been doing that for years, and I've built up a lot of trust. But unless I have a representative of Mars, I won't be bringing anything new to the table, especially with the Free Navy flying Martian ships. Inaro's stock is very high right now. Seriously? Because it looks a lot like he just walked away from the biggest port in the belt. Fred shrugged eloquently. His apologists are good at their jobs, and everything is in the shadow of what he did to Earth. Sorrento Gillis, Gao, all of them. They underestimated the anger in the belt and the desperation. People want Inaros to be a hero, and so what he does, they interpret as heroism. Even running away? He won't only run away. Don't know what he's got in mind, but he isn't about to retire. And Ceres Station, it's a white elephant now. Just keeping the environmental systems running isn't going to be trivial. We may have to consolidate, concentrate people physically, and abandon parts of the station, which will be interpreted as Earth and Mars kicking Belters out of their homes by Inaros and his cabal. Holden ran a hand through his hair. Yeah, that's messed up. It's politics, and it's why we need the OPA. There is support for us in the belt, but it needs cultivation. And we have a few things going for us. They can call themselves a navy, but they're amateurs. The kind of roughshod that thinks discipline is the same as punishment. Rumor is there's already some dissent in Marcos' leadership. Probably it's over his tactics with Ceres. I still don't understand why Dawes would let him walk away from the station. But well, clearly he did. And Avasarala's keeping a lid on Earth. If the UN had crumbled the way Mars has, I don't know what we'd do. This, Holden said, try to gather some allies. Pretty much the same thing you're going to do anyway, only with less hope that it would work. Fred stretched, his joints popping, then sighed back down into the gel of the couch. The diagnostics on the comm panel flickered, and Patel tapped the run results. As far as she was concerned, the two of them might as well not have been there. You're probably right, Fred said. Still, I'm glad it's not worse. Not yet, anyway. Maybe we'll get lucky and Inaros will get himself killed without us. It wouldn't be enough, Fred said. Earth's broken. It will be for generations. Mars may or may not collapse, but there's still the gates, still the colony worlds, still all the pressures that keep the belt on the edge of starvation, and even less of what makes it valuable. There's no getting back to status quo ante. We've got to move forward. Which brings us back to Draper. You've worked with her. Can she do the job? Honestly, I think the best person to ask is her. We all know her. We all like her. I'd trust her with my ship, and I wouldn't trust you with that. If she thinks she can, then I think she can. And if she thinks she can't, then ask Avasarala, Holden said. I already know her opinion. All right, thank you. And I'm going to regret asking. Do I want to know what you were doing with those two women in the galley? Mora Patel shifted in her chair. The first sign that she was listening to them at all. Filming them. That thing with clapping and marbles, it was really visually interesting, and Monica said that was something to be looking for. I'm doing these interviews, and she's helping me edit and distribute them. And why are you doing that? It's what's missing in all of this, Holden said. It's what let things get this bad. We don't see each other as people. Even the feeds are always about weird things, aberrations. All the times that a belt station doesn't have a riot, those days aren't news. It has to be an uprising or a protest or a system failure. Just being here, living a normal life, that's not part of what the people on Earth or Mars hear about. So you, Fred closed his eyes and pinched the bridge of his nose. You're reaching for more unapproved press releases? You remember starting a war that way once? Exactly. That was talking about an aberration, because I thought that was what people needed to know. But they need all the context, too. What it's like to be a teenager with his first crush on series, or to worry about your dad getting old on Palace Station. The things that make people here the same as people everywhere. Belters rain hell down on Earth, Fred said slowly, and you respond by trying to humanize Belters? You know there's gonna be a raft of people who call you a traitor for that. I'd be doing the same thing on Earth, but I'm not there right now. If people call me names, they do. I'm just trying to make it a little harder for people to feel comfortable killing each other. Fred's screen put up an alert. He glanced at it, dismissed it. You know, if anyone else came up with the idea that they ought to put themselves in the middle of a war so they could sing songs and hold hands and sow peace for all mankind, I'd call it narcissistic opportunism, maybe megalomania. But it's not anyone else, so we're good. Fred lifted his hands, a gesture made of equal weights amusement and despair. I'll want a private word with Draper. I'll let her know, Holden said, standing up. I can reach her myself. And Holden? He turned back. In the dimness, Fred's eyes were so dark. The iris and the pupil were the same shade of black. He looked old, weary, focused. Yes, Holden said. The song those two were singing? Get the lyrics translated before you broadcast it, just in case. Chapter 18, Philip. The Pella coasted through the black, one node in a network of dark ships that traded tight beams and compared strategies and planned. Stealth wasn't possible in the strict sense. The enemy would be scanning the vault of the heavens for the Free Navy's ships just as much as they were tracking the drive plumes of Earth and Mars and everyone else in the system. The universe was billions of points of unwavering light, stars and galaxies stretching out through time and space, their photon streams bent by gravity lensing and shifted by the speed of the universe's expansion. The flicker of a drive might be overlooked, or confused with another light source, or hidden by one of the widely scattered asteroids that inhabit the system like dust motes in a cathedral. There was no way to know how many of their ships the Inners had managed to identify. There was no certainty that their own sensor arrays had targeted all of the so-called combined Navy's vessels. The scale of the vacuum alone built uncertainty. The Inners were easier, since so many of theirs had burned for series. But who's to say there weren't a few scattered hunters, dark and ballistic in the void? Marco had a handful of Free Navy like that, or at least that's what Carol said. Ships that hadn't even been used in the first attacks, cruising in their own orbits like warm asteroids, sleepers waiting for their moment. And maybe that was even true, though Philip hadn't heard it directly from his father yet, and he liked to think his father would tell him anything. And he isn't about to retire. And Ceres Station, it's a white elephant now. Just keeping the environmental systems running isn't going to be trivial. We may have to consolidate, concentrate people physically, and abandon parts of the station, which will be interpreted as Earth and Mars kicking Belters out of their homes by Inaros and his cabal. Holden ran a hand through his hair. Yeah, that's messed up. It's politics, and it's why we need the OPA. There is support for us in the Belt, but it needs cultivation. And we have a few things going for us. They can call themselves a navy, but they're amateurs. The kind of roughshod that thinks discipline is the same as punishment. Rumor is there's already some dissent in Marco's leadership. Probably it's over his tactics with Ceres. I still don't understand why Dawes would let him walk away from the station. But well, clearly he did. And Avasaralis keeping a lid on Earth. If the UN had crumbled the way Mars has, I don't know what we'd do. This, Holden said, try to gather some allies. Pretty much the same thing you're going to do anyway, only with less hope that it would work. Fred stretched, his joints popping, then sighed back down into the gel of the couch. The diagnostics on the comm panel flickered, and Patel tapped the run results. As far as she was concerned, the two of them might as well not have been there. You're probably right, Fred said. Still, I'm glad it's not worse. Not yet, anyway.
Maybe we'll get lucky and Inaros will get himself killed without us. It wouldn't be enough, Fred said. Earth's broken. It will be for generations. Mars may or may not collapse, but there's still the gates, still the colony worlds, still all the pressures that keep the belt on the edge of starvation, and even less of what makes it valuable. There's no getting back to status quo ante.
The days were long and empty, wound tightly around a single, overwhelming question. The counterstrike would come, the attack that would prove that stepping back from Ceres was a tactical choice and not a show of weakness. More than anything that had come before, it would be the event. Marco said this, and Philip believed it, that made clear what made the Free Navy unbeatable. In the gym and the galley, the crew speculated. Tycho Station was the heart of the collaborationist wing of the OPA. Mars had suffered least in the initial attack and deserved the same punishment as Earth. Luna had become the new center of UN power. Kelso Station and Rhea had rejected the Free Navy and shown their true colors. Or there were the mining operations scattered throughout the belt that answered to Earth-based corporations. They were easy pickings and couldn't be defended. Or taking a solid hold on Ganymede, claiming and protecting the food supply of the belt. There was even some talk of sending recovery forces out through the ring, take back from the colonies what should never have been there in the first place. Or install platforms above the new planets and extract tribute from them. Reverse the political order and put all the bastards at the bottom of all the wells in chains. Philip only smiled and shrugged, letting it look like he knew more than he did. Marco hadn't told even him what the plan was. Not yet. And then the message came. "I always respected you." That was how she began. Mikio Pa, the head of the conscription effort. Philip remembered her, but he hadn't had an opinion about her before now. She was a competent leader, a little famous for stepping in when the behemoth's captain had lost his mind in the slow zone. His father liked her because she hated Fred Johnson, had defected from him, and because she was a belter and pretty to look at, and the face that the belters would see when the colony ships cracked their guts open and spilled out their treasures. Only now she stared into a camera on her ship, her hair pulled back, her dark eyes serious. She didn't look pretty. "I have always respected you, sir. The work you have done for the independence of the belt has been critical, and I'm proud to be part of it. I want to make it very clear before we go forward that my loyalty to our cause is unwavering and complete. On sober reflection, and after a great deal of consideration, I find I have to disagree with the change in the plan for the conscription. While I understand the strategic importance of denying material to the enemy, I can't, in good conscience, withhold it from the citizens of the belt who are in immediate need. Because of this, I have chosen to proceed with the conscription efforts as originally outlined. Technically, this is disobeying an order, but I have great faith that when you reflect on how the needs of our people brought us to form the Free Navy, you'll agree it is the best way forward." She signed off with a Free Navy salute, the one his father had created when he made everything else. Philip queued it up again, watching from the start to the end again, aware of Marco's gaze on him as much as the woman on the screen. The galley around them was empty. No, not just emptied, emptied. Whether they'd been ordered to or not, the crew of the Pella had evacuated the space and left it for Marco and Philip. If it hadn't been for a smell of curry lingering in the air, the stains of coffee on the table, it might have been their first time on the ship. He didn't know how many times his father had viewed the message, how he had taken it the first time he'd seen it, or what the mild expression he wore now meant. Philip's uncertainty knotted at the bottom of his abdomen. Being shown the message was a test, and he didn't know quite what he was meant to do with it. After the second time Mikio Pa saluted, Marco stretched his shoulders back, a physical symbol that they were switching to the next part of whatever their conversation was. "It's mutiny," Philip said. "It is," Marco said, his voice and expression reasonable and calm. "Do you think she's right?"
No, leapt to Philip's throat, but he stopped it there. It was too obvious an answer. He tried yes in his mind, feeling the pressure of his attention like it was heat radiating from him. He discarded it too. It doesn't matter, he said slowly. Whether she's right or wrong is beside the point. She broke with your authority. Marco reached out and tapped the tip of Philip's nose, the way he'd done when they were only father and son, not war leader and lieutenant. Marco's eyes softened, his focus shifting elsewhere. Philip felt a momentary and irrational stab of loneliness. She did, Marco said. Even if she were right, she isn't, but if, how could I let this go? It would be an invitation to chaos. Chaos, he chuckled, shaking his head. Anger would have been less frightening. Philip's uncertainty shifted in his gut. Were they destroyed then? Was it all falling apart? The vision of the system his father had dreamed, void cities, the belt blooming into a new kind of humanity, free from the oppression of Earth and Mars, the free navy as the order of the worlds, stuttered. He caught a glimpse of what the other future could look like, the death and the struggle and the war, the corpse Earth and the ghost town Mars, and the shards of the free navy picking at each other until nothing was left. It was what Marco meant when he said chaos. Philip was sure of that. Nausea welled up in him. Someone should have kept that from happening. He shook his head. Someday, Marco said, and then again, still without finishing the thought. Someday. Do we? Philip asked. Marco shrugged with his hands. Stop trusting women, he said. Then flicked a foot against the wall, launching himself to the doorway. Philip watched as Marco grabbed a handhold and pulled himself away down the hall toward his cabin. All the questions he hadn't answered floated invisibly behind him. Left alone, Philip killed the sound to the screen and replayed her message again. He'd met this woman. He'd been in a room with her and heard her voice, and he hadn't seen her for the traitor she was, for the agent of chaos. She saluted, and he tried to see fear in her, or malice. Anything more than a professional delivering a message she expected to be badly received. He played the message again. Her eyes were black and hate-filled, or steeled against dread. Her gestures were soaked in contempt, or controlled like a fighter preparing to lose a match. With a little practice and will, he found he could see anything he chose in her. A soft sound came from behind him. Sarta sloped into the room feet first and caught herself in a foothold on the wall, locking her ankle in place and absorbing the inertia with her knees. Her smile had the same bleakness that Philip felt, and he suffered a moment's anger that she should feel what he did. Carl's voice came from the lift, talking in low, careful tones. Rosenfeld answered too low to make out the words. They knew Marco was gone then. The private audience concluded. Sarta pointed to the screen with her chin. Essay is some shit, Kay? Fishing for information, looking to know what Marco hadn't seen fit to tell her, or anyone else. He saw it coming, Philip said. He wasn't even lying. Marco might not have said as much, but it was still true. Philip tapped his temple. Knew to expect it. Everything going to be just fine. 3 more days on the float. And Philip knew it wasn't only the crew of the Pella who were feeling anxious. Every hour, it seemed, brought another round of contact requests. Encrypted tight beam messages flooded into the Pella's queue and waited there for Marco's response. Rosenfeld, as part of the inner circle, stepped in where he could. He went so far as to appropriate the command deck as a kind of private office, the war center in absentia, until Marco came back out of his tent, whatever that meant. For Philip, it was all an exercise in projecting confidence. His father had a plan.
He'd gotten them all this far, and there was no reason to doubt he would get them the rest of the way. The others agreed with him, or at least seemed to when he was in the room. He wondered what they said when he was elsewhere. They'd all been through battle together. They'd shared their victories and the long, patient hours waiting for their traps to spring. This was different. The waiting was the same, but not being sure what they were waiting for made it feel like maybe they were waiting for nothing, even for him. Near the end of the third day, Rosenfeld asked Philip to join him in the command center. The older man looked tired, but his cyst-ridden skin made reading his expressions difficult. Rosenfeld had turned all the screens off. The command center felt smaller without their displays to give the illusion of depth and light. Rosenfeld floated beside one of the crash couches, his body canted a few degrees from the ship in a way that made him seem both taller and subtly threatening. "So, young Master Inaros," Rosenfeld said, "it seems we have a problem." "Don't see it," Philip said. But the amusement in the older man's eyes was enough to show how weak his words sounded. Rosenfeld pretended Philip hadn't spoken. "The longer we go without responding, call them changes in the situation? The longer we go, the more doubt starts to grow, yeah? Father Inaros is the face and voice of the Free Navy, has been since the beginning. His skill, yeah? His peculiar gift?" But Rosenfeld spread his hands. "But he isn't here." "He has a plan," Philip said. "We have a problem. We can't wait for him much longer. Haven't told anyone, hasn't found its way to the grapevine. But the problem's now, not tomorrow. Even the light lag may make us too late now." "What is it?" Philip asked. "Witch of Endor. It's at Palace. All the cash safes we threw out into the void? Captain Al-Dujaili has started gathering them back up. Says it's under orders from his commander, and he doesn't mean us. That's the 5th ship broken for Pa. Meantime, the butchers on Ceres, his ass keeping Dawes' chair warm, calling for a meeting of the Opa clans, yeah? Black Sky? Carlos Walker? Administration on Rhea is looking to send a delegation. Free Navy made a statement when we broke Earth's chains. Statement was, the revolution is already over, that we'd won, inevitable, already happened us. Only now, maybe not. Philip's gut was tight. Anger warmed his throat and shoved his jaw forward like a tumor at the base of his jaw. He didn't know who he was angry with, but the rage was deep and powerful. Maybe Rosenfeld saw it, because his voice changed, became softer. "Your father, he's a great man. Great men, they're not like you or me. They have other needs, other rhythms. It's what sets them apart. But sometimes they go so far into the void, we lose sight of them. They lose sight of us. That's where little people like me come through, yeah? Keep the engines running, keep the filters clean, do the needful things until the great man comes back to us." "Yeah," Philip said, the rage still shoving its way up his neck, filling his head. "Worst thing we can do is wait," Rosenfeld said. "Better that we point all our ships the wrong direction than that we leave them too long floating. Change it later, bring them back, they think the situation shifted. Put them on the burn, they know they're going somewhere." "Yeah," Philip said. "See that? Time comes to say it. If it's not him, it's gonna be me. For him, yeah, but me. Not a bad thing if you stood with. Make everyone know it's me for him, not another Pa. You want to give orders to the Navy? I want orders given," Rosenfeld said. "Don't care who does it, barely care what the orders are, just there are some." "No one but him," Philip said. There was a buzz in his voice. His hands ached, and he didn't know why until he looked and saw them in fists. "My father made the Free Navy. He makes the calls. Then he has to make them now, and he won't listen to me." "I'll talk to him," Philip said. Rosenfeld lifted a hand in thanks and blanked his thick, pebbled eyes. "He's lucky to have you," Rosenfeld said. Philip didn't answer, just took one of the handholds, turned himself, and launched down the throat of the ship, where the lift would have risen if there were any up and down to guide it. His mind was a clutter of different emotions. Anger at Monsieur Pa, distrust of Rosenfeld, guilt for something he couldn't put a name to, fear, even a kind of desperate elation, like pleasure without being pleasure.
The walls of the lift tube skinned past him as he drifted almost imperceptibly to the port. If I reach the crew deck without touching the wall, everything will be all right. An irrational thought. And still, when he grabbed a handhold and swung into the corridor that led to Marco's quarters without having to correct his path, he felt a little relief. And when he reached his father's door, it was even justified. The fear he'd carried with him of his father wrecked by betrayal glass, unshaven, maybe even weeping, were nothing like the man who opened the cabin door. Yes, the sockets of his eyes were a little darker than usual. Yes, there was a scent in his room of sweat and metal. But his smile was bright and his focus clear. Philip found himself wondering what had kept him locked up so long. If he felt a twinge of annoyance, it was overwhelmed by the warmth of seeing his father back again. Behind Marco, tucked in at the edge of one of the cabinets, a strip of fabric spoke of something light and feminine. Philip wondered which of the crew had been here to comfort his father, and for how long. Marco listened to Philip's report with a gentle attention, nodding with his hands at each point of importance, letting Philip cover everything: Fred Johnson, the Witch of Endor, Rosenfeld's half-spoken threat to take the reins, without interrupting him. Philip felt the anger slip away as he spoke, his gut relaxing as the anxiety faded, until by the end he wiped away a tear that had nothing to do with sorrow and everything to do with relief. Marco put a hand on Philip's shoulder, a soft grip that held the two of them together. "We pause when it's time to pause, and we strike when it's time to strike," Marco said. "I know," Philip said. "It's only—" He didn't know how to end the thought, but his father smiled anyway, as if he understood. Marco gestured at the cabinet system, opening a connection request for Rosenfeld. The pebble-skinned man appeared on the screen almost at once. "Marco," he said, "good to have you back among the living." "To the underworld and returned with wisdom," Marco said, a sharpness in his voice. "Didn't frighten you with my absence, did I?" "Not as long as you came back," Rosenfeld said through a rough laugh. "We have a full plate, old friend. Too much needs doing." Philip had the sense that a second conversation was happening between the men he couldn't quite parse, but he kept quiet and watched. "Less soon," Marco said. "Send me the tracking data for all of the ships still answering to pause commands. You tell your guard ships at Palace, Witch of Endor's gone rogue, jam it, kill it, and send the battle data to us. No mercy for traitors." Rosenfeld nodded. "And Fred Johnson?" "Butcher will bleed in his turn," Marco said. "Never fear. This war's just beginning." Chapter 19. Pa-Iapis Station wasn't on the moon itself, but in locked orbit around it. The station's design was old. 2 long counter-rotating arms supporting habitation rings, a central docking station on the axis. Lights glittered on the surface of the moon, marking automated stations where the ice was quarried and split. On their approach, there was a point where the station and moon and the ringed bulk of Saturn behind it were all the same size on the screen, an illusion of perspective. The docks were almost filled with ancient water haulers that the tariffs had kept from harvesting the moon. No one was enforcing the fees anymore, and all the ships that could were taking advantage of the opportunity.
Tug's flying tea kettle rose up from the surface or dropped down toward it. Shipping containers filled with ice studded the hulls of the haulers like a crust of salt. The administration of Iapetus hadn't sided with Marco and the Free Navy or against them, but they weren't losing the chance to shrug off the strictures of Earth and Mars either. Michio watched the traffic control data and tried to see it more as liberty and freedom, less as grabbing what there was to take and getting away while the getting was good. The con channel opened, a request from Iapetus Control. She could have let Oksana answer it, but impatience won out. "This is the Connaught," she said. "Bien, Connaught. Iapetus by here. We're slotting the hornblower into berth 16. Good to go in half an hour, yeah? That'll do. Here tous have prisoners, yeah? Do. Refugees, too.
Hornblower's original crew. Pissed off them? Not happy, Michio said. Think they'll be grateful to be in rooms that aren't welded shut, though. Your supply officer said you'd be able to take them. Can take contract here, can book passage to Earth or Mars. Or refugees, Kanetwas. Prisoners are their own thing. Won't have them hurt, Michio said. Don't want them let free either. Guests of the station, Iapetus Control said. All marked. Good, and good. And not official, ya? Gato for the load. Hydroponics were getting mighty strained with the shipments from Earth dead. Glad we could help, Michio said, before she dropped the connection. It was true, too. There was something in her chest, a soft, golden feeling that came from knowing that the people who would have suffered without her would at least suffer less. She'd spent more time on Rhea than on Iapetus, but she'd had enough experience to know what shortages of hydroponic equipment meant to a station like this. At the least, her shipments would mean the difference between uncertainty and stability. At most, between death and life. It wouldn't have been this way if the belt had been allowed to grow and become independent, but Earth and Mars had kept the labor here on a leash made of soil analogs and complex organics. Now, thanks to Marco, the belt would have a chance to bootstrap itself up into a sustainable future. Unless, thanks to Marco, it starved and collapsed in the attempt. She hadn't heard back from him one way or the other since she'd called her ships to refuse his orders. Statements of allegiance had come from 8 of her 16 ships. Acknowledgement from 4 more. Only the Ondo and the Dagny Taggart had rejected her outright, and even they hadn't taken action yet. Everyone was waiting for Marco to make an announcement, even her. And every hour he didn't made it seem more possible that he wouldn't. Other voices, though. Oh, there were others. A collective of independent prospecting vessels out of Titania needed replacement parts for their drives. A cargo ship that was also home to a family crew of 20 people suffered a catastrophic failure of their Epstein drive's power systems and were on the drift. Vesta was putting its population on protein rationing until the food relief Michio had promised them actually arrived. Kelso Station, in an irrational fit of altruism, had sent relief supplies to Earth and was now facing shortages of water and helium-3 for the reactors. Centuries of technology and progress had allowed humanity to create a place for itself in the vacuum and radiation of space, but nothing had overcome entropy or ideology or bad judgment. The millions of skin-bound complications of salt water and minerals that were human bodies, scattered throughout the belt, still needed food and air and clean water, energy and shelter, ways to keep from drowning in their own shit or cooking in their waste heat. And through accidents of Marco's charisma and her own idealism, she'd become responsible for it all. But here was her start. The supplies of the Hornblower, instead of flying through gates and away forever, would feed Iapetus and give the station there the reserves to help others. The Connaught and her sister ships didn't need to solve every distribution issue. Only get the supplies, make them available, and let market forces and the communal nature of the belt take over from there. She hoped it was enough. Oksana at her station laughed. It wasn't mirth so much as a kind of amazed disbelief. "'Kay?" Evans asked. Oksana shook her head. Michio had known her long enough to read the gesture and the ghost of shame that came with it. Not while I'm on duty. Keeping that division between being family during family time and crew during crew time had always been important to Oksana. Usually it was important to Michio too. But between waiting for a berth and dreading news of Marco, any distraction was a gift. "What is it, Oksana?" Michio said. "Just something odd on the news feeds out of series, sir," she said. "Well, I don't think it's going to disrupt us. Put it on screen." "Sir," Oksana said, and Michio's controls vanished, replaced by a professional-looking news video, crawl at the bottom, and filtering options along the side. And, looking out of her screen, the earnest, open face of James Holden. For a moment, Michio was on the behemoth again, and then she was back. Like a long-forgotten smell, or the taste of a food eaten only in childhood, James Holden carried an echo of the guilt and fear, a reminder of violence. Images flickered as Holden spoke. A terribly old belter man with merry eyes. Two women, one young and one older, clapping hands together in some game like bat-bat or patty cake or shinsen. A professionally dressed woman with dark skin and a sober expression standing at a hydroponics tank so long it curved up in the distance with the body of the station. My name is James Holden, and I want to introduce you to some of the people I've met here on Ceres. I want you to hear their stories. Come to know them the way you do your shipmates and neighbors. I hope you'll carry a little bit of these people with you, the way I do now. Fuck is this? Evans asked, laughter in his voice. Watch the trained belter dancing for your fun? No, it's Holden, Oksana said. En serio? Johnson's Opa, Michio said. He works for Earth, too, and Mars. On the screen, Holden was handing a bulb of beer to the ancient-looking man. The belter's cheeks were already a little flushed, but his voice wasn't slurred at all. We're 5 men for every woman on the station, back then, 5 to 1. You shipped with him, see? Oksana asked. Back in the slow zone. A little bit, Michio said. He's also waking up next to Felipe Naro's mother. The one Marco didn't manage to kill? That's him. And he's announcing to Big himself Iayeles where he's bunking, Oksana said. So, brave or crazy him? Not sure I get to criticize, Michio said, just before the fear hit her system. For a fraction of a second, she didn't know why, and then she realized what she was seeing. In the text crawl at the bottom of the screen, and just marching off the side, Witch of Endor. She grabbed the crawl, pulled it back. Ship destroyed by Free Navy, identified as Witch of Endor. She selected the feed. Her screen flickered. Holden and the old belter laughed about Ceres Station before it had been spun up, but she didn't hear them. On her screen, the hyper-real image of an intelligence telescope showed a ship under high burn, streams of PDC fire seeming to bend as the ship accelerated away from the rounds. From the shape of the curve, she guessed it had been pulling almost 10 Gs. The picture didn't show what she was fleeing from, and the torpedo that managed to penetrate the defenses was moving too fast to see. The ship shifted, spinning for 1/10 of a second, and then blossomed into light.
It is unclear, the announcer said, why the Free Navy forces appear to have attacked one of their own ships. But reports confirmed drive plumes from several other known enemy locations on vectors inconsistent with an attack of consolidated fleet positions, sir. Oksana said, and Michio realized she must have said something aloud. She considered Oksana's eyes, respectful and hard. Evans, soft and alarmed. Her crew and her family. We have Marco's answer, she said. Shift in language is shift in consciousness, Yazub said. He was dressed in his jumpsuit, as was she, but he was strapped into the crash couch. A complex schematic showed the state of the system as best she knew it. The ships loyal to the Inners clustered around Earth and Mars and Ceres in red. The Free Navy loyal to Marco in blue. Her own handful of pirates and idealists in green. The independent stations and ships, Ganymede, Iapetus, were white, and a dusting of gold over it all showing where Marco had buried his treasure chests in the void. Mind is made from analogies, Yazub said, not needing her to contribute to the conversation. Change in ages, change in the frame. Was in against out before, turning into connected against unconnected now. Free Navy. Consolidated fleet, the ones who shrug off the chains against the ones who tie themselves together. A direct one-to-one battle against Marco wasn't plausible. He had too many ships, and Michio's appeals to Rosenfeld and Dawes and Sanjurani hadn't won her any replies, though they also hadn't been rejected. Marco was the only one calling her traitor to the cause thus far. The others, she assumed, were only following his lead. Didn't help her in the short term. She traced routes and burns for her green ships,
arcs that would keep them out of range of the Free Navy's wrath and still allow them to send supplies where the need was worst. It was like solving a complex math puzzle without any promise that an optimal solution existed. The search for the least bad answer. Us, freest of the free. Disconnected from the disconnected, Joseph went on. And because of that, coming into connection. Alienated because of our commitment to community, yeah? The yang inside the yin, the growing light from inside the dark. Had to be this way. Rule of the universe. Thermodynamics of meaning. Us. Shikata ganai. So free we have only one option. Because that's how the mind of God is shaped. Minimums and maximums sheeting together like a curve. Like a skin made from interpretation. Michio moved the tactical display into her personal data and reached out, turning herself with one handhold until she faced the crash couch. Joseph gazed at her with an expression of childlike joy. His pupils were so dilated, his eyes looked black. "Gotta go do something," she said. "You gonna be all right without a babysitter?" Joseph chuckled. "Been a citizen of the mind since before you were born, child bride. I can swim in vacuum and never die." "All right," she said, and set the straps on the couch to restraint with her password as the release. "I'm going to set the system to watch your vitals. May have Laura come sit with you. Tell her to bring her Go set. Play better when I'm stoned." "I'll tell her," Michio said. Joseph took her hand in his, squeezing her fingers gently. He meant something by it, something deep and subtle, and probably not comprehensible by a sober mind. All she saw was the love in it. She dimmed the lights, had the system play soft music and a woman's voice so perfect she assumed it was artificial, and left him alone. On her way up to the command deck, she sent a message to Laura and got a response. Joseph probably didn't need a minder, but better to be safe. She laughed at herself as she steadied her ankle against a foothold. Safe in the little things, reckless in the big ones. Bertold was in Pass's usual crash couch, music leaking from the earphones on his head, and the ship's status monitors showing green and happy on his screen. Everything was fine, as long as he didn't look out too far. He lifted his chin to her as she pulled herself into Oksana's customary station instead. It still felt strange, being in a ship designed by Mars. It was all built with a sensibility she couldn't quite put her finger on. Military and rigorous and straight. She couldn't help thinking it was because the designers had grown up with a constant gravity pulling them down. But maybe that wasn't true. Maybe it was just Martian because Mars was like that. Not inners against outers, but the rigid and brittle against the flowing and free. "Mata? Geht gut?" Bertold asked as she retrieved the tactical schematic. "Fine, but Joseph decided to get stoned, and I'm just not doing work that goes well with intoxicated mysticism." She felt a stab of regret as soon as she'd said it, though she knew Bertold wouldn't take her snappishness as more than it was. Still, if the family fell apart in the middle of everything else failing, she wouldn't be able to do this. She needed her rock. Good then that she had it. "You mind if I?" Bertold asked, and she mirrored her display to his. All the ships, all their vectors. The final refutation of the one ship. Here was humanity in all its fissures and disconnections. She went back to her analysis. Here was how to get a quarter of the lost resources back, and only lose 2 of her ships. Here was how to deliver a 10th, but not to the people most in need. Here was how to keep her ship safe and achieve nothing else. "Looks like an amoeba giving birth to twins," Bertold said. "Sehr feo." "Ugly indeed," Michio said, running another scenario. "Stupid, wasteful, and cruel." Bertold sighed. When they'd first been married, Michio had been deeply infatuated with him and Nadia both. Their shared passions had mellowed since then into an intimacy that she appreciated more than sex. It was the trust that let her say what she was seeing, what she was thinking. Let her hear the hard truth spoken in her own voice. "If we're going to do this, I'm going to have to do some things I don't like." Knew that going in, didn't we? Didn't see the details. Bad? In answer, she flipped a variable in the tactical readout. New options opened that hadn't been there before. Recover 60% and lose nothing. Supply the 5 stations at greatest risk of collapse. And keep Marco away from Iapetus. Open and possibly control a path to Ganymede for a few weeks at least. Bertold scowled, working out what she'd done and how she'd done it. When he saw, he grunted. "That's a dream," he said. "It's not," Michio said. "It's an agreement, and 2 enemies willing to respect it as long as their interests align. It's putting your back to the butcher of Anderson Station." "Well, yes, it is that, but I know what he is. I won't make the mistake of trusting him. I'd be stupid not to repay that in kind. If Marco wasn't putting us as his top priority, it would be different, but he's burning hard for our ships. Injured his pride, Sasa? All we need is that the consolidated fleet agree not to fire on us, and we don't fire on them. And it opens up zones where Marco won't follow. Safe havens. Safe meaning huddled underneath Fred Johnson's guns, waiting for him to turn them on us. I know, Michio said, and with Johnson, that time will come. When it does, we won't be there. This is a bad plan, Captain, Bertold said. His voice was gentle, though. He already understood. It is. It's the best bad plan I've got. He sighed. Yeah, well, she said, we could have done things Marco's way. Don't think we could have, Bertold said. Don't either. What about the stations and ships we're giving to? Some of them going to have guns, have guards. Withhold aid unless they agree to fight and die for us, Michio said. Let them starve if they won't. No, don't. I'm not saying no to that. I'm asking, which is worse? Extort people into being soldiers for us, or negotiate with Fred fucking Johnson? Bertold pressed a palm to his forehead. No third side to that coin? Die noble, Michio said. Bertold laughed, and then he didn't.
Depends on what the butcher wants. It does, Michio said. So we should ask him? Yeah, fuck, Bertold said. She saw her own dread and anger and humiliation reflected in his eyes. He knew what even considering this was costing her, and the ruthlessness she treated herself with that made it necessary. I love you. You know that. Always. You too, she said. Doesn't take much before we have to compromise ourselves, does it? Get born, Michio said, pulling the comm controls and setting the tight beam for series. Chapter 20. The danger is overreach, Bobby said, hunching over the table and making it seem small. They sucker punched us. We got a couple easy wins coming back. It's tempting to drive it as far as we can and try to break them. Seems like we've got them on the back foot. But the truth is, we're still sizing his forces up. He's still seeing what we do. And what are we doing? Naomi asked, handing across a bowl of scrambled egg and tofu with hot sauce. Bobby scooped up a bite and chewed thoughtfully. Naomi sat across from her and tried a bite from her own bowl. Ever since Maura Patel had upgraded the food systems, the Rosias hot sauce tasted a little different, but Naomi was coming to like it. There was a pleasure in the novelty, and also a sense of nostalgia for what had changed. That wasn't only food, that was everything. I don't think anyone knows, Bobby said. My tactics teacher back in boot camp, Sergeant Kapoor, he was an entomologist. Your sergeant in boot camp was an entomologist? It's Mars, Bobby said, shrugging. That isn't weird there. Anyway, he talked about shifting strategies like they were the middle part of metamorphosis. Apparently, when a caterpillar makes a cocoon, the next thing it does is melt, completely liquefies. And then all the little bits of what used to be caterpillar come back together as a moth or a butterfly or something. Finds a different way to assemble all the same pieces and make it something else. Sounds like the proto-molecule. Huh, yeah, guess it kinda does. Bobby took another bite of her eggs, her gaze on the far wall. She was quiet for long enough that Naomi didn't know if she'd come back.
But he meant something tactical, Naomi said. Yes, that pivoting your strategy was like that too. You go into a situation thinking about it a particular way, and then something changes. Then either you stick with the ideas you had before, or you look at everything you have to work with and find a new shape. We're in the find a new shape part. Avasaralus is busy trying to keep what's left of Earth out of environmental collapse, but once that's stabilized, she's going to try to capture Inaros and everyone else who ever breathed his air and put them all on trial. She wants it to be crime. Sandra Ip came in from the lift, nodded at the two of them, and pulled a bulb of tea from the dispenser. Why, do you think? Naomi asked. I mean, why treat it like a criminal act and not war? I think it's a statement of contempt. But in the meantime, Mars is, I don't know. I think it's finding out that for all our strength, we were brittle. I'm not sure how we come back from that, but we'll never be what we were. Not anymore. Not any more than Earth will. And Fred? He's trying to build consensus and coalitions, because that's what he's been doing for decades. But you don't think he can? It wasn't a question. Ip left the galley, her footsteps retreating as Bobby thought. I think putting people together's a good thing, generally useful, but I probably shouldn't be talking about this. I'm supposed to be his representative for Mars, Junior League ambassador or something? But he's trying to rebuild his caterpillar when we need a butterfly, Naomi said. Bobby sighed, took a last bite of egg, and tossed the bowl into the recycler. I could be wrong, she said. Maybe it'll work. We can hope. Bobby's hand terminal chirped. She considered the incoming message with a frown. The way she moved, even little motions like this, had the strength and economy of training. And more than that. Oh joy, Bobby said dryly. Another important meeting. Price of being central. I guess, Bobby said, hauling herself to her feet. I'll be back when I can. Thanks again for letting me bunk here. As Bobby stepped past, Naomi put a hand on her arm, stopped her. She didn't know exactly what she was going to say until she said it. Only that it was tied up with the ideas of crew and family and trying not to betray who you were. Do you want to do this junior ambassador thing? I don't know. It needs doing, I guess, Bobby said. I've been trying to reinvent myself since EO, maybe since Ganymede. I really liked working veterans outreach, but now that I'm not doing it, I don't miss it. I figure this'll be the same. It's something to do. Why? You don't need to thank anyone that you're bunking here. If you like that cabin, it's yours. Bobby blinked. Her smile was small and rueful. She took a half step away, but didn't turn her body, the physical expression of hesitation. Naomi let the silence between them stretch. I appreciate the thought, Bobby said, but adding someone into a crew? That's a big deal. I don't know what Holden would think about it. We've talked about it. He already thinks you're crew. But I'm doing this ambassador thing. Yeah, he thinks our gunner is Fred's ambassador from Mars. Naomi knew she was stretching the truth a little there, but it was worth it. Bobby was still for the space of a heartbeat, and then another one. I didn't know that, she said, and then, with no other words, stepped back toward the lift, the airlock, Ceres station. Naomi watched her go. Fires on shipboard were dangerous. There were any number of ship processes that could rise up past the point of spontaneous oxidation. The trick was knowing when letting a breeze through would start combustion and when it wouldn't. Sometimes talking to Bobby was like putting her hand on a ceramic panel to see how hot it was, trying to guess whether a little air would cool the big woman down or start up flames. Alone in the galley, Naomi went through a little casual maintenance, wiping down the tables and benches, checking the status of the air filters, clearing the recycler feed. Having so many people on the ship left them running through supplies faster than she'd become accustomed to. Gordroga's fondness for chai drove down their supply of tea analog. Sunyi Steinberg preferred a citrus drink that ate into the acids and texturing proteins. Clarissa Mao ate kibble and water, prison food. Looking over the supply levels, Naomi had to remind herself that the Rossi was carrying 3 times the crew it was used to. Still well within the ship's specs and abilities. The Tachi had been designed for 2 full flight crews and cabins full of Martian Marines. Renaming it hadn't changed that. It had only changed her expectations. But they were still going to have to resupply again soon. The aromatics and spices that kept everyone from eating like Clarissa were gonna be hard to get. Supplies were thin on Ceres. Supplies were going to be thin all through the belt, and now the inner planets too. Any of the complex organics that Earth used to supply could be synthesized in labs or grown in hydroponics on Ganymede and Ceres and Pallas, the touristy resorts on Titan. The problem, she thought, as she replaced the injection nozzle on the coffee machine, was capacity. They could make anything, but they couldn't make it all at once. Humanity was going to get by on the minimum until there was a way to increase production, and a lot of people living on the margin wouldn't make it. They'd die on Earth, yes, but keeping the belt fed wasn't going to be trivial either. As she dropped the old injection nozzle into the recycler, she wondered if Marco had thought about that, or if his dreams of glory had swept away any realistic plan for taking care of all the lives he'd disrupted. She had a guess about that. Marco was a creature of the grand gesture.
His stories were about the single critical moment that changed everything, not all the moments that came after. Somewhere in the system right now, corral or wings or thinking the name was like touching a sore. Or Philip might be doing the same kind of maintenance she was doing on the Pella. She wondered how long it would take them to realize that the spoils of war wouldn't restock their ships forever. Probably it wouldn't come clear until they'd used up everything. Kings were always the last to feel the famine. That wasn't just the belt, that was all of history. The people who'd just been going about their lives were the ones who could speak to the actual cost of war. They paid it first. Men like Marco could orchestrate vast battles, order the looting and destruction of worlds, and never run out of coffee. When the galley was done, she took herself back to the lift and up to the command deck. There was new analysis of the ships that had gone missing in the ring gates. No new data, just a re-chewing of the old. Her fascination came from a sense of dread. She'd been through those rings, traveled the weird knot space that linked solar systems, and of all the dangers she'd faced, just quietly vanishing away hadn't even been on her scopes. For a few hundred people, maybe more than that, something else had happened. The best minds of Earth and Mars that weren't occupied with trying to deal with their environment and governing bodies collapsing around them were looking at this. Naomi didn't have their resources or the depth of background expertise they did, but she had her own experience. Maybe she'd see something they hadn't, and so she looked. Like an amateur detective, she followed clues and hunches, and like most investigations like that, she found nothing. The new conversation on the feeds was a theory surrounding the Casa Azul's drive signature, showing that the reactor was probably misconfigured. But apart from it being a rookie mistake that transferred a lot of energy into waste heat, Naomi didn't see anything in it. Certainly no reason that it or the other missing ships should have gone dark. The analysis had just shifted into speculation over the plausibility of failed internal sensors in the Casa Azul, increasing the pressure from the reactor bottle, which was what she assumed from the start, when her hand terminal chimed. Bobby. She accepted the connection, and Bobby's face appeared on her screen. Naomi felt a twinge of alarm. "What's the matter?" she said. Bobby shook her head. It was probably meant to diffuse the tension, but it reminded Naomi of a video of a bull getting ready to charge. "Do you know where Holden is? He's not answering his comm." "Might be sleeping. He was up late going over footage for his broadcast thing with Monica. Could you go wake him up for me?" Bobby asked. The wall behind her was sculpted stone with recessed lighting. Naomi thought it was the governor's palace. Fred Johnson's distant voice, low and graveled by annoyance, confirmed that. Naomi rose, taking the terminal with her. "On my way," she said. "What's going on?" "I don't understand why you're part of this," Fred Johnson said.
Across the desk from him, Jim still looked sleepy, puffy-eyed and his hair still a little mashed from the crash couch. Bobby, her arms crossed, sat off to one side. Before Jim could come up with an answer, she stepped in. He knew this Captain Paw, Bobby said, worked with her on Medina before it was Medina. When she was in my chain of command, he said. She isn't an unknown quantity. She was one of mine. I assigned her to that ship. I don't need anyone telling me about who she is or what they think of her. Bobby's face darkened. Fair enough. I got Holden here because maybe you'd listen to him. Jim raised a finger. I don't actually know what's going on here, he said. So, you know, what's going on here? Michio Pa is one of Inara's inner circle, Bobby said. Only it seems like she figured out that he's a great big asshole because she broke ranks, started sending relief supplies places without the Free Navy say-so. And now Inaris is shooting at her, and she wants us to help her out. Relief supplies? Fred said, his voice hard as stone. That's what you're calling them? That's what she's calling them, Bobby bit back. Jim glanced at Naomi. His expression said, this is not going well. Naomi smiled back. I know, right? Michio Pa is stealing colony ships for the Free Navy, Fred said. Even if she isn't complicit in the destruction of Earth, she has the blood of every colonist lost to her piracy on her hands. Those aren't relief supplies. They're the spoils of war. A war against us. Marco's shooting at her? Jim said, trying to catch the conversation's reins. But Fred was locked on Bobby, and he wouldn't disengage. This is my best-case scenario, Draper. Inara's coalition is falling apart. They're shooting at each other, not at us. If Pa degrades Inara's fleet, that means they're that much easier for us to face. Every ship of Pa's that Inaris turns to slag is one less that's hunting down innocent people and stealing their property. There is no advantage to me or to Earth or to Mars that comes of getting involved in it. And I personally resent you calling in your friends here to try to bully me into thinking anything different. You aren't the only one here with military training, Bobby said. You aren't the only one who's had to weigh taking on problematic allies. You aren't the only one with command experience. But you are the one in this room who's fucking wrong. Fred rose to his feet, and Naomi pushed back into the cushions of her chair. Bobby stepped toward the man, her hands in fists, her chin jutting. Fred narrowed his eyes. I am not interested, he began. If you want me to come here and wear a Martian uniform and puppet back whatever you say, you got the wrong girl, Bobby half said, half shouted. You think your magic Ope coalition party is gonna step in here and fix this? It's failing. They aren't coming to you anymore. You got Ceres, and you got a fleet, and you got me as your goddamn window dressing. And it's not enough. Stop acting like it is. The words hit Fred like a blow. He rocked back a little on his heels, his lips pressed together. Was it like this when Marcos's coalition fell apart? Naomi wondered. When Fred spoke, his voice was quieter, but cold. I see why Avasarala likes you so much. Is that true? Holden said. This time they heard him. The Ope isn't coming? It's taking a little longer to arrange than I'd hoped. I may need to change venue for it. Find a place that's neutral territory. Neutral territory, Jim said, skepticism in his voice. Some of these people are lifelong enemies of the inner planets, Fred said. The combined fleet makes them nervous. They need to be reassured that our whole focus is on the Free Navy and not them. That's all. Fred and Bobby stood awkwardly, the momentum of their anger spent, but both resisting being the first one to step back from it. Naomi coughed, though she didn't need to, then rose and went to the sideboard to pour herself a glass of water. It was enough. Bobby took her seat, and then a moment later, Fred did as well. Jim hunched in his chair. This Captain Pa, Bobby said, speaking now to Jim directly. She's an in. If we can get her to where she's willing to provide intelligence for protection, she might be able to give us something we need to crack Inaris. Fred shook his head. The anger was gone from his voice, but not the resolve. Pa is a loose cannon.
She has a history of mutiny and defection. The last time she mutinied, she saved my life, Holden said, and just maybe every human in existence. A little context here. She isn't coming to us as an ally. She isn't offering to stop her piracy or even slow it down. Cooperating with her means every ship she hijacks from now on will be our fault too. Fred punctuated the end of his tirade by slapping his thick hand on the table.
She's offering to give supplies to Ceres, Bobby said, that she stole, maybe killed to get? Fred spread his hands, but Jim wasn't looking at him. Naomi sipped her water. It was cold with the bite of minerals, and it did nothing to loosen the lump in her throat. She had to resist the urge to pluck her hair down over her eyes. Bobby had brought him here as someone to fight beside her, someone Fred Johnson knew and respected. But the Martian didn't know Jim the way she did. Even loyalty, even love, wouldn't let him compromise his sense of right and wrong. She wondered if Bobby would stay on the Rocinante after this. She hoped so. Anyone who didn't know him better would have said he looked thoughtful. Naomi could see the grief in the corners of his mouth and the angle of his eyebrows, the sense of loss. She put down her glass, took his hand. He glanced up at her like he was remembering she was there. She was looking into his eyes and imagined that she saw a light within them go out. Or, no, not out, not extinguished, only wrapped in something. Armor or regret. Okay, he said. How do we get in touch with Pa? Naomi blinked. Fred mirrored her surprise and confusion. You're going to try to force my hand? Fred said. We aren't going to do it. You can pull your people off the Roci if you need to, Jim said, nodding as if he were agreeing with something. Fred scowled in a way that said he thought talking to Pa himself might only be the second worst plan on the table. If we have to do this alone, well, be less effective. But we'll do what we can. We will? Naomi asked. He squeezed her fingers. We're going to need someone like her, he said, so gently it was like someone whispering a love song. She wasn't sure what he meant, and it didn't make her feel better. Chapter 21. Jakulski favor, Shulu said. Want ask you nada Alice, only do this for me, Sasa. Jakulski shook his open hands, waving the younger man off. With Kelsey visiting the head, they were alone in Medina's technical command center. Because it was outside the drum, it was one of the only places on Medina that was always on the float. The couches were bolted to what would be the floor if the station ever went under thrust again. Angels wearing blue and gold pushed archways toward a god who, with them on the float, seemed like he was looking at them sideways. The only part that made any sense to Jakulski was the stars. Shulu was a picture of despair, mouth twisted in distress, hands out before him, eyes imploring Jakulski. The thick, crusty sty on the upper lid of his left eye looked like something out of the book of Job. Can't, Jakulski said. Promised my team I'd buy tonight. Will instead. Claire sustab e alis la, Shulu said. Favor. It had been a long shift already, and the truth was, Jakulski was looking forward to sitting down someplace with just a little gravity and a decent scotch. And the white kibble at the cafe that Salas and Vanderkost usually went to reminded him of his childhood. The prospect of staying another half shift, and worse, another half shift wearing the Pinche Free Navy formal uniform so he could be part of the greeting ceremony in Shulu's place, had no charm to it. But the distress in the young man's expression was hard to look at. If he was smart, he'd just keep saying no, and hold to it until Kelsey got back. It'd be easier if there were someone else there. Keep Shulu from debasing himself. Can't. Sorry. Be done. For? Jakulski said. Just a greeting ceremony, yeah? Shulu looked embarrassed and pointed to his infected eye. Rindai gonna be there. She sees this? Favor, brother. Chee, you still tasting her air? She's not gonna bite you. Talk to her. Will, Shulu said. Only after Essa bastard heals up, yeah?
Bis bien, Jakulski said, shaking his head. Then, with a sigh, favor. He thought for a moment Shulu was going to embrace him, but thankfully the young man only took him by the shoulders and nodded in a curt way he probably thought was manly. Being young was undignified. Being young and in love was worse. He'd been a pup himself once, filled with all the same lusts and fears that every generation suffered. That he'd grown out of them now didn't mean he couldn't remember what it had been like. And fuck, but that pus-caked eye was hard to look at. He sent a message to the technical team, Vanderkost, Salas, Roberts, that he'd been called on for extra duty, and that he'd meet them after it was done if he could. Vanderkost sent back a generic acknowledgement. That was probably all he'd get from them. But maybe he could sneak away from the ceremony quick enough to catch the team. Cover for Shulu, and not have the tech team feel like he was putting himself above them. Eat his cake, and still have it after. It would be a tired night if he could get it all done, but some nights were tired. People. No matter where he went, no matter what he did, it was all still people. Kelsey came back from the head and took her place at the main crash couch, with the angels looking beneficently down over her shoulder. When Jakulski said he needed to get off shift a few minutes early, Shulu jumped in to say how it was all okay and he'd take care of anything that needed doing. The transition from the command center at the top of the ship into the drum was a long, curving ramp, and Jakulski rode down it in a cart with wheels that gripped the decking at any angle, all the way down to the inner surface of the drum, and then down from there, going under the false ground like a caveman driving down into the underworld. His own cabin was back toward engineering. If he'd known he was going to have to go meet the Proteus and the grandees from Laconia, he could have brought his good uniform at the start of shift and taken the lift that ran the length of the ship outside the drum. But leaving early was almost as good. The body of the drum had been built spacious, more like a station than a ship even from the start, like it knew what it was destined to become. Long corridors with high ceilings and full-spectrum light like what used to fall on Earth before Marco threw a bunch of their mountains into their sky. He caught one of the diagonal halls, curving off toward his cabin on the hypotenuse of the drum's traffic grid, and let himself feel a little philosophical about the way the lights of Medina were like the memory of the species, an idea of brightness that had outlived the light that inspired it, the way Belters had, belt light. It was a pretty idea, and a little melancholy too, which made it even better in his mind. All beautiful things should have just a little sorrow about them, made them seem real. His cabin had been built for a single young Mormon living alone before marriage, but it was plenty enough for him. He stripped off his jumpsuit, tossed it in the recycler, combed his hair, and took his Free Navy uniform out of storage. He threw his image up on the wall screen to see how he looked. Fucking uncomfortable piece of cloth the damned thing was. But for all that, he had to admit, he did come over suave in it. Distinguished man, elder of his people, him. To his surprise, he discovered that he was almost looking forward to this. Medina had been on edge ever since word came through that Pa and her ships were rogue, but only a little. Everyone here had been OPE before they were Free Navy, and along with OPE, they'd been Voltaire Collective, or Black Sky, or Golden Bow, or Union. Factions within factions within factions, sometimes with very different groups laying claim to a single name, was as belt as red kibble and mushroom whiskey. There was even a way that the split in the Free Navy was comforting. Not because it meant things were going well, but they were going to shit in a familiar way. Pa made a play for Scadis, Marco was going to knock her back. Humanity still worked the way it always had. All the shooting was happening inside the orbit of Jupiter anyway.
No one wanted it to spill out to the slow zone. If Duarte got nervous about it all, it was because he wasn't from here. Whatever he and his were doing on the far side of the Laconia Ring, they'd been Martians when they went out, and they were Martians still. So Duarte wanted to send more resources to Medina? Good. He wanted to put advisors on the station, make sure the locals were all trained with the equipment he was shipping in? Good. More for Medina, and everyone happy. And, plus all that, the Proteus was bringing it in, and everyone wanted to look at the Proteus. first ship to come in the gate that hadn't gone out through it first. A peek at whatever Duarte and his people were building out there. Given the choice, Jakulski would still have been in the cafe with his tech team, drinking a little too much and flirting. But since that wasn't happening, getting to see a little of the advisory force was okay for second place. The Proteus had come through the gate earlier in the day, fast enough to coast to Medina without its Epstein, and slow enough that its maneuvering thrusters could bring it into docking position down by the engineering decks. Jakulski had heard rumors that the Martians were keeping the Epstein at a minimum so no one could get a good look at their drive signature, but he didn't see how that made sense. Paranoia, rumor, and superstition was all. The Proteus might be one of the first ships built at a shipyard on the far side of the rings, but it was just a ship. Wasn't like they were flying there on the back of a dragon. Captain Samuelson, in charge of Medina, because she was Rosenfeld Goliang's cousin, but a good administrator anyway, was at the lock in full Free Navy military dress. John Amash, representing for security. And there, with her auburn hair and a braid, and eyes the same soft brown as her skin, Shoshana Rindai for systems. Shului had a point, that one. If Jakulski had been 30 years younger, he could have seen developing intentions toward her, too. Samuelson scowled at him, but not in a way that meant anything. "You're for technical?" Jakulski lifted an affirming fist and took his place in the line of floating grandees, ready to show the Marteños that the Free Navy was just as much a tight-assed military as the next Coyo over. Medina had been meant for a generation ship once, and it still showed in the ship bones. Not much call for greeting visitors out in the wide nothing between stars, so the engineering lock opened onto a bare, functional decking with LED white work lights and a rack of yellow and orange construction mechs on one wall. The air smelled of spent welding fuel and low-foam silicone lube. Rindai glanced at him, lifting her chin in greeting. For Shului not come?" she asked, but before he had to come up with an answer, the lock cycled, and the Martians came in. Jakulska's first thought, quick as a reflex, was that they looked pretty unimpressive for great saviors. The captain of the Proteus was a dark-skinned man with wide-set eyes and broad, expressive lips. His uniform was Martian, except for its insignia. Not taller than Jakulski, probably, and comfortable moving in zero-G. The 6 behind him were in civilian jumpsuits, but the broadness of their shoulders and the cut of their hair said they were as military as the captain, no matter what they were wearing. Samuelson nodded, but didn't salute. The Proteus Koyo caught his ankle in a floor hold and pulled himself to a stop as gracefully as a belter. "Permission to come aboard, Captain?" he said. "Glad to have you here, Captain Montemayor," Samuelson said. "Esa is my department heads. Amash, Rindai, Jakulski. They're to help you with constructing and arming the security base." Security base? Jakulska sucked in a long breath. Not something Shului had mentioned. He wondered if not wanting Rindai to see his infected eye had been bullshit, and he just wanted someone else to pick up the project. Just as likely Shului hadn't even known. "Not at all, sir," the Proteus man, Montemayor, she'd called him, said. "We're here to help you. Admiral Duarte specifically told me to assure you that we have the utmost faith in your ability to address any instability that might come from Sol System. We just want to assist and support our allies in Medina as best we can." "Appreciate that," Samuelson said. And it could just have been Jakulska's imagination, but she did seem to relax a little. Like maybe she'd been expecting this to be less pleasant, and was relieved that the Martian Koyo had started by showing his belly. Jakulska looked over the other 6, wondering which of them he'd be working with, and what exactly they'd be working on. "Come, you, have a drink," Samuelson said, clapping Montemayor on the arm just as if they were friends. "We'll get you an escort to your quarters." "It's Callisto all over again," Robert said. "You weren't even born when Callisto had trouble,"
Salas replied. Quay Callisto all over again? Jakulski leaned back, pressed to the ground by the spin of the drum. Somewhere 5 levels below their feet, a quarter of a click aft, and maybe 10 degrees spinward, his cabin waited, and with it his comfortable clothes. After the Martians had all been greeted and drunk to and made welcome and all, he'd hurried to the cafe, thinking maybe he'd be able to catch the technical team before they went home. He hadn't taken the time to stop and change clothes. So now the uniform, even undone at the throat, sanded his neck. The technical team had all been there, and still were, planted in their chairs like they'd taken root. Don't have to have been there to know what a proxy war is, Robert said. My family's Callistan, 3 generations. I know what it looked like, even if I wasn't there. Earth sends private security. Mars sends advisors. Everybody just there to help out this union or that trade group. But what it came down to was Earth and Mars spending belter lives so they never had to risk their own. He'd expected the place to be empty. It was long after his shift, well into when he should have been spinning down for sleep. But the light of the straight-line sun was bright and high, and even after generations in the black, some atavistic part of his brain still told him that meant midday. Drum time was permanent noon, first and last and always. And with the overlapping shifts that kept Medina alive and working no matter what the clock pretended, there were people coming in for an early breakfast or a late lunch, grabbing a quick drink on the way back to their cabin, or, like him and the technical team, burning the midnight oil, all at the same time. It was the drift of humanity left to live on whatever schedule they chose, instead of being chained to the 24 hours of Earth and Mars. Belter time. Maybe if they'd come on their own, yeah, Salas said, could see it then. But that's not the way I heard it. The way you heard it? Roberts laughed. Didn't know you had your cameras in the bedrooms of power? Inside scoop, you? Salas made a rude gesture, but he was smiling while he did it. Jakulski took a drink of his beer, surprised to find the bulb so close to empty already. Friends in comms, me, Salas said. What I heard was Marco asked Duarte to come, not Laconia coming to pull our puppet strings. It's them dancing to a Free Navy song. The fuck would they do that for? Jakulski asked. He sounded like Roberts, like he was busting Salas's balls, but he more than half wanted Salas to talk him into agreeing. In his fatigue, Jakulski couldn't stop imagining the 6 advisors in their civilian clothes and martial bodies. Same reason start storing your casino chips someplace new when your boyfriend moves out, Salas said. Think on it, yeah? Michio Pa was one of his 5, high up. Maybe Marco kept her out of the loop on Medina, only ran that through Rosenfeld. Maybe everyone knew a little of everything. Now Pa's making her play, it's only smart to change it up. She thinks she knows how the railguns are protected, so he changes how the railguns are protected.
Simple. Or now Marco and Rosenfeld and Dawes are distracted. Duarte moves his advisors in place, so when he wants to, he can point the railguns at Medina. Tell us all what we should make him for breakfast, Roberts said. Jakulski lifted a hand, caught the server's eye, and pointed to his spent bulb. One more wouldn't do any damage that wasn't already done. And all of it was going on goddamn Shuluis tab anyway. Best make it count. Vanderkost, across from him, noticed and raised his own bulb as well. The server nodded with her hand and went back to what she'd been doing. A bird with wings as wide as Jakulski's outstretched fingers skinned past them, a fluttering and a flash of blue. It rode the breeze like it was still on a planet that curved down at the horizon instead of up. There was something wonderful about air wide enough to fly in. "Say you?" he asked, looking at Vanderkost. "Not sayin' nothin', Sasa," the oldest tech said, scratching idly at the split circle tattoo on his wrist. "Drinking." Jakulski narrowed his eyes. Curiosity shifted sluggishly in his brain. He was too tired. He should go back and sleep. But the server was on her way with 2 fresh bulbs, and he'd made the trip so he could be with the team. Best guess then. Duarte pushing pawns to get control of Medina? Marco using Laconia against Pa? What are we looking at? Best guess is I don't fucking know, Vanderkost said in an amiable voice, and gestured in a controlled way that made it clear he was very drunk indeed. It's a war. Wars aren't like that. Aren't like what? Roberts said. Aren't like stories about wars, Vanderkost answered solemnly. Stories about wars come after, like Qin Shi Huang unified China, or when you look and say this led to this, and then it was over. How did anything begin? Wars start when Marco hit Earth? When Earth hit Anderson Station? And it ends when Earth and Mars are dead? When Belters have a home? When everyone agrees it's done? Roberts rolled her eyes, but Solace leaned forward, fingers laced across his knee. Jakulski took his new bulb from the server and drank. It was cold and rich, but something made him a little sorry he'd stayed to drink it. Martians on Medina, and Pa running her own crew, and Fred Johnson taking Ceres back? It all felt like someone building the solar system's biggest mousetrap. And Jakulski thought maybe he was living inside the cheese. Chapter 22. Holden. It hadn't really been that long since Fred had crewed up the Rocinante for its burn down to Luna, but it had also been a lifetime. Now, with the Tycho-based crew gone, the ship seemed bigger, emptier. It was like the end of a really long party when all the guests have gone home, and Holden couldn't quite decide if it left him feeling lonely or relieved. When they headed out this time, they'd only have 1 pilot, 1 engineer, still 2 mechanics, assuming that was Clarissa's official title. After flying with the Rossi for so many years with just his little family, it was strange to feel the loss of that redundancy. But some deep training was still there in the back of his mind, saying that everyone had to be replaceable. As if keeping Chava Lamba on the ship would have really made it bearable, losing Alex to a badly placed PDC round, or a stroke during a high-G burn, or any of the other 1,000 things that could go wrong in space. As if Sandra Ip could ever have taken Naomi's place. On one hand, it was unthinkable. On the other, it was reasonable. Alex was Alex, and no one else would ever be. If something did go wrong, though, they'd want a pilot, and the chances of things going wrong seemed pretty high. The Minsky had started its life burning out of Luna with colonists funded by Royal Charter Energy, the same company that had landed on Elus and Longdune in New Egypt. If things had gone the way they'd intended, they'd pass through the ring gates on their way to landfall in a system called San Esteban. Instead, they'd been taken over by the Seriomal, looted, and were in a braking burn towards Ceres, with what was left of the crew and supplies after Michio Pa and her people were done with it. Food and water, hydroponics and medical supplies, construction mechs and scientific equipment, and the people to use them. And burning at its side, a free Navy gunship. Probably one of Pa's. Probably not a trap. Probably not gonna get reduced to radioactive gas by Fred. But only probably. Alone on the command deck, he had the Rossi's inventory schematic pulled up on the screen and the latest edit from Monica spooling on his hand terminal. The inventory chirped and updated. It took him a second to find the new data. Alex? Right here, Haas, Alex replied, his voice coming through the comm and down from the cockpit both. Confirm that you're seeing the juice on your couch topped up? A moment passed. I am showing full-on shitty synthetic juice, guaranteed to give a migraine and diarrhea if you use it for more than 8 hours. Seriously? We had better than this on the Canterbury, Alex said. Holden felt a twitch of concern. Why did we get third-rate juice? Naomi answered as if she were beside him instead of strapped into the loading mech on the dock. Because the alternative was loading the injectors with morphine so you don't care so much about being crushed. There's a war on, you know. So there is, he said as the inventory chimed another update. Amos said, should show we're at 80% on PDC rounds. Showing 81.7, Holden said. Really? I'm pretty sure that ain't right. Track it down, Holden said. I'll let you know if the ship changes her mind in the meantime. We're on it, Amos agreed. We, meaning Clarissa. He was really gonna have to get over that. He felt guilty that he hadn't already, but he didn't have a clear idea how to let his discomfort with her go. He pushed the issue back down his priority list again, the way he always did. And who knows, maybe they'd all die in a hail of gunfire before it came up again, and he wouldn't have to worry about it. On his hand terminal, the new edit of latest video flickered. This would be the 10th one when it came out. Most of it was an interview with a couple of musicians he'd met up in the shitty part of the station. Two belters with patois so thick he'd fed it through a translation program, but their voices were musical and there was an affection in them that transcended the language. Monica had redone the subtitles, putting them at the top of the image so that the words were beside their faces, close enough to see their expressions as they spoke. They looked like grandfather and grandson, but they called each other cousin. As he watched, they talked about the music scene on Ceres, the difference between live music and recordings, between what they called 10-legus performance and using microphones. They didn't talk about Earth or Mars, the OPA, or the Free Navy. Holden hadn't asked, and the few times that they'd strayed in a political direction, he'd brought it back to the music. Two more reminders that not everyone who lived outside a gravity well had dropped the rocks on Earth. He liked this one a lot, and he wanted to get it approved for release before they left dock. In case. Without ever quite letting himself think, in case of what. Just in case. The first 9 pieces he'd released had gotten a little traction. Some of that was, he knew, because his name was on it. Being a minor political celebrity had its perks, and one was a small but reliable audience baked in for this project. Better than that, though, he'd started getting copycats. People with their own feeds on Titan and Luna and Earth doing interviews and slice-of-life bits like the ones he'd put out. Or maybe they'd always been doing that and he was copying them. Only he hadn't noticed any of it until now. Cap? Amos said, and Holden realized it wasn't the first time. You okay up there? I'm here, I'm fine. Distracted. What have you got? Clarissa answered.
One of the feeds didn't zero before we got it? The counts confirmed. Great, Holden said. On his hand terminal, the older man struck a chord on his guitar, and the younger man laughed. He closed the file. He couldn't tell if it was working or not anymore. His brain couldn't imagine what it would be like to run into it for the first time. Whether the humanity that he saw in it would be there for someone on Earth or Mars or in the colony ships, or on the far side of the gates. He heard Naomi coming up before he saw her. He looked back over his shoulder as she stepped off the lift. Her jumpsuit still showed lines of sweat where the loading mech straps had held her, and when she leaned over to kiss his forehead, he took her arm. Her eyes were a little bloodshot, the way they got when she was tired. She looked back down at him, laughed a little. What? You're very beautiful, Holden said. I hope I tell you that often enough. You do? Then I hope I don't tell you so often it gets annoying. You don't, she said, and sat in the crash couch beside his, stretching her arm as she did so she could keep her fingers twined in his. Are you all right? A little exhausted. Just a little? I'm not hallucinating yet. Naomi shook her head. Just a few millimeters one way and then the other. You know you're not responsible for fixing everything. Saving humanity from itself is a group project, yes, he said. Really, all I'm doing is trying to show everyone on Earth and Mars and the Belt and Medina and the colonies that really we're all still just one tribe. So just transcend all lived human experience since before the dawn of history? And keep the part where we kill each other to a minimum, he said. Shouldn't be hard. At least you know why you're tired. She squeezed his fingers and let them go, pulling up a tactical display of Ceres and the space around it. The station itself and the fleet ships that surrounded it like a cloud of blue fireflies were marked as friendlies. The colony ship and its escorts slowing toward them were in yellow status, unknown but of interest. The time to rendezvous was down to hours. Part of me hopes that Fred won't let us go out, he said. We request the clamps come off and they just say no and we're stuck in here.
while the colony ship flips at the last minute and accelerates into the port, exploding in a nuclear fireball, Naomi said. He pulled up his hand terminal and sent his approval to Monica on Tycho. At light speed, it would still be minutes before she got it. It does sound less appealing when you put it that way. Behind them, the lift cycled down, humming as it went. Alex, his voice still doubled by the headset and the free air, finished his checklist with Amos and Clarissa. Holden stowed his hand terminal in the crash couch's high G compartment. If things went poorly, he didn't want it zooming around the command deck. Naomi's voice was low but focused. "Can I ask you something?" "Of course." "Why are we doing this?" Holden wished his brain had been a little clearer. After a certain point, he felt like his verbal centers ran straight to his mouth without passing through the rest of his brain. Because we can't just blow up enough things that this becomes a good situation. We're going to need more than that in our toolbox. Bobby stepped off the lift. There was something odd about her, but he couldn't put his finger on it. She was wearing simple blacks, but the way she held herself made them look like a uniform. Her hands were in fists at her sides, but she didn't seem angry so much as nervous. That didn't bode well. "Hey," Holden said. "Sir." "Please don't call me sir. No one on the ship does. Everything all right? Fred wants something?" "Johnson didn't send me," Bobby said. "You're going out, and I'm reporting for duty." "Okay," Holden said. "You can route tactical and fire control down here, or take the gunner's seat up by Alex, wherever feels most comfortable." Bobby took a deep breath, and something Holden didn't understand played out across her wide face. "I'll take the gunner's seat," she finally said, and climbed up to the cockpit. Holden watched her ankles disappear above him, his brow furrowed hard enough to ache a little. "That was, he said. "Was that a moment?" "That was a moment," Naomi said. "Good moment or bad moment?" "Very good moment." "Well, shit," he said. "I'm sorry I missed it." "All right, everyone strapped in?" Alex called. One by one, the crew answered. They were ready. Or as ready as they were likely to get. Holden let his head sink into the gel of the couch, shifting his screen to match Naomi's. There were an awful lot of ships floating in the vicinity of Cirrus right now. He listened as Alex requested that the docking clamps be released. For long, painful seconds, Cirrus Traffic Authority didn't answer. And then, "Affirmative, Rocinante. You are cleared to leave." The ship shuddered, and the spin gravity of Cirrus vanished as Alex let their momentum fling them out into the vacuum. On his screen, they were a white dot flying off at a tangent to the station's massive curve. "Well," Naomi said, "looks like Fred didn't object to this enough to keep us from going out." "Yeah," Holden said. "I hope he knows what he's doing, trusting delicate work like this to agents of chaos like us." Amos chuckled, and Holden realized he'd said that on the full crew channel. "Fairly sure he's making this shit up as he goes, too," Amos said. "Anyway, the worst case scenario is we all get killed and he gets to feel smart for not having his people on board when we did it. Win-win for him." When Bobby spoke, Holden could hear the smile in it, despite the words. "No one dies while standing watch without permission from the commanding officer." "You say so, Babs," Amos replied. "Keep braced," Alex said. "I'm gonna have to get us on course here." Normally, the shifting of the ship under maneuvering thrusters was almost subliminal to Holden. The subtle dance of vectors and thrust had been part of his life ever since he'd left Earth. It was only that he was so tired and worried and full of so very much coffee that it bothered him. With every adjustment, up and down changed a little and then went back to the float. When Alex fired the Epstein for a few seconds, the Rossi sang, harmonics ringing through overtones up and down the hall like a church bell. "Not too much, Alex," Holden said. "We don't want our braking burn to slag anybody. At least I think we do." "Not a problem," Alex said. "We'll just tap back down to a good coasting speed until we're right up alongside them. Final braking won't catch anyone in the plume." "And keep the torpedoes and PDCs hot," Holden said. "Just in case." "On it," Bobby said. "We're getting painted by ranging lasers." "Whose?" Holden asked, dropping the exterior camera and going back to tactical. The scattering of fleet ships, the surface defenses of Cirrus, the slowly approaching captured ship and its free Navy escort. Oh, Naomi said, tapping through a list of connection reports longer than her screen. Pretty much everyone. The escort ship? They're painting us too. On his screen, the incoming ship stuttered, the data around them updating if they killed their braking burns, appearing from behind clouds of superheated gas. The Rossi sensor arrays checked contour and heat signatures, confirming almost instantly. The larger ship matched the Minsk class, large, blocky, and awkward, with communication satellites meant to bootstrap a network around an alien planet covering its sides like warts. The smaller was a Martian corvette, a generation newer than the Rossi, a little lighter, streamlined for atmosphere, and probably loaded with similar ordnance. Its transponder wasn't answering. Hate seeing this, Alex said. Two good Martian-built ships squaring off? It ain't right. Well, Holden said, who knows? Maybe we're on the same side. If it's a fight, Bobby said, let's win it. Permission to lock target? Has it locked on us? Holden asked. Not yet, Naomi said.
Hold off then, Holden said. I don't want to go first. An incoming comm request appeared on his screen from Fred Johnson, and for a confused half-second, he wondered what Fred was doing on the gunship, then saw the tight beam was coming from Ceres. When this was over, he was really going to need to sleep. He accepted the connection, and Fred appeared in a separate window on the side of his screen. Regretting this yet? Fred asked. Only a little, Holden said. You? I want to make something clear. If you take possession of that colony ship, under no circumstances does it come within 3,000 clicks of my dock. If there are people who need medical assistance on board, they stay on board, and we'll send help out to them. Nothing comes off that ship until it's been examined, scanned, reloaded, disinfected, and sprinkled with holy water by whatever flavor of priest I can put my hands on. I'm not running Troy here. Understood. The only reason I'm letting you do this at all is the chance of recovering prisoners of the Free Navy alive. That's the only reason? Holden said. So you'll hand all the supplies on the ship back over to the former owners instead of using them to keep Ceres alive? Fred's smile was gentle and warm. Don't be an asshole. Okay, Bobby said. Now they're painting us. Permission to return the favor? Granted, Holden said. Bobby said something under her breath that he couldn't make out, but it sounded happy. Be careful, Holden, Fred said again. I don't like anything about this. Well, if it's a trap, you can say I told you so to whatever scraps of us are left. I've got 30 ships that'll make sure you have a nuclear funeral pyre big enough they'd see it on Proxima Centauri in 4 years. You know, if anyone's there. That's not comforting, Holden said. We should open comms, Naomi said. Fred, I've got to go do this thing. I'll let you know how it went when it's done. Fred nodded. The connection dropped. Holden swallowed past the tightness in his throat. How are we for range? Inside effective torpedo range, Bobby said, and we'll be good for PDCs in 8 minutes and 10 seconds. Railgun all warmed up? Oh, hell yes. All right, Holden said. Naomi, get me a channel. A moment later, a new frame appeared on his screen. Dark, but with the yellow border of an open connection. They were so close, there was effectively no light delay. That alone made him nervous. Attention, unidentified warship. This is James Holden of the independent freighter Rocinante. We're here to transfer possession of the Minsky. Hope that's what brought you here too. I'd appreciate it if you'd identify. The screen stayed dark. Anxiety crept up his back. The seconds stretched without a reply. Something was wrong. Without moving, he rehearsed what he'd say to Alex. Get us out of here. Something's about to blow up. What he'd say to Bobby. Protect the Rossi first. Disable the gunship if you can. Kill it if you have to. The frame flickered. For a fraction of a second, an unfamiliar blonde woman with sharp features appeared, and then immediately the image shifted to a woman with dark hair tied back, a small, cynical smile on her lips. Holden realized he'd been holding his breath and exhaled. Rocinante, she said. This is Michio Pa of the Connaught. Weird to see you again, Captain Holden. Chapter 23. Pa, the Monroe. The Monroe died second. Marco's forces caught it near a cloud of machining equipment and medical supplies that had been buried in the void. As best Michio could reconstruct it, a plea for help had come from a mining ship called the Corvid. They had 5 families on the ship and an outbreak of complex meningitis that had the children in medical comas. The Monroe, charging to the rescue, was intercepted by 2 Free Navy corvettes and fled from them into 2 others. Marco had recorded the captainess, a middle-aged man named Levi Watts, who Michio had hardly known before he was placed under her command, begging for the life of his crew before his ship was overwhelmed. It hadn't been dignified, and it ended in fire. Copies of it went on a dozen anonymous feeds with an attached listing of all the other vessels that had chosen to follow her. The Corvid's transponder vanished. The discussions of whether it had also been destroyed or invented as bait for the ambush came to nothing. The message was the same either way. No one could betray the Free Navy, and the Free Navy was Marco Inaros. Evans and Nadia had taken the responsibility of remaking the communication protocols for Michio's remaining fleet. She could see the concern in their eyes and hear it in the timbre of their voices. She loved them for caring, but there was a distance in that love for now, a coldness. She couldn't say how long her rage and grief would stay cold, but for now, ruthless analysis was the only way she could mourn. Maybe that was what worried them. The Minsky had been flying dark outside the ecliptic in an orbit that, given several months, would have taken it near enough to the ring gate that it could have made a break for it, dodged into the slow zone before any of the Free Navy ships could intercept it. So when Foyle and the Seriomal captured it, she'd also saved the lives of everyone aboard. It would have been a matter of minutes between the ship passing through the gate and railgun defenses ripping it to pieces. Not that the colonists knew that. Not that Michio had told them. Even when Foyle learned that the prize ship was being routed to Ceres and into the enemy, she'd been willing to escort it. Michio had been tempted to let her, but it was the wrong move. Reaching out to Fred Johnson had been her decision. If it was going to go pear-shaped, she should be the one to deal with it. The transfer had been furtive and quick, high-G, short-burst burns that brought the Minsky and the Connaught together on an intercept with Ceres that kept away from the bulk of Marco's forces. When, a lifetime ago, Marco had chosen her to head the conscription arm of the Free Navy, he'd given her the smaller, lighter ships. Armed, certainly, but not built for heavy fighting. She was meant to outrun the vast, bulky ice haulers, converted now to colony ships, massive and easy to overwhelm. Marco and Rosenfeld, the war leaders against the inner planets, had more need of the capital ships. They were the sledgehammer, and she was the scalpel. And now she was going to find out whether her plan to cut a path where the great Marco Inaros couldn't reach her had worked, or if her rebellion was going to be short-lived and tragic. "The universe has plans for you," Joseph said in her imagination. "You couldn't have come this far through so many dangers if there weren't a reason for you to be here." The same beautiful bullshit that everyone told themselves, that they were special, that they mattered, that some vast intelligence behind the curtains of reality cared what happened to them. And in all the history of the species, they'd all died anyway. Attention, unidentified warship. This is James Holden of the independent corvette Rocinante. We're here to transfer possession of the Minsky. Hope that's what brought you here too. I'd appreciate it if you'd identify. Well, fuck, Michio said. Captain, Oksana said. James Holden, probably the most ambiguous man in the system. The Earther who worked for Fred Johnson's OPA, the leader of the coup against Ashford back in the slow zone, the man Marco Inaros hated more than anyone else, chosen envoy of the Martian Republic and the United Nations to Elis, and everybody's favorite pawn. If she'd had a dream that his voice would be the one greeting her, Joseph would have called it a sign. Of what, she couldn't guess. Her display showed Sarah Station, the enemy ships arrayed around it like a cloud of insects waiting to attack. And all through the system, she was certain sensor arrays and optical telescopes were focused on her, on the Minsky, and on the ship coasting toward her. Somewhere, Marco was seeing her, with the chance to open fire on James Holden.
If God had wanted to give her a way to walk back her rebellion, he couldn't have made a better one. She had her ranging laser on him. Even if she died, even if they all died, the other ships in her command would have a chance to sneak back into the Free Navy's fold. No more Witch of Endors, no more Monroes. There are no coincidences, Joseph said in her mind. Except, of course, there were. Captain, what are your orders? Oksana asked. Open the connection. Oksana opened the comms, grunted at some small error, and tasked the feed to Medina Station. Holden was looking anxiously into the camera. The years had been kind to him. His face had a more comfortable look, and a touch of sorrow and humor that he wore well. She wondered if the others of his crew were still on the Rocinante with him, or if he'd left Naomi Nagata someplace safely out of Marcos' reach. Rocinante, this is Michio Pa of the Connaught. Weird to see you again, Captain Holden. His lips widened into a boyish grin, and to her surprise, she found herself smiling back. It wasn't pleasure, but the giddiness of fear. Her heart tapped at her ribs like it was impatient, trying to get her attention. I could kill him. He could kill me. Either decision would be justified. The Rocinante had a railgun. By the time she knew he'd fired, she'd already be dead. But he probably wouldn't, and she probably wouldn't either. Weird to see you too, Captain Pa. Strange times. She laughed, and it sounded like someone else. Evans looked at her, concern in his eyes. She ignored him. Couldn't help noticing that you've got some ships pointing their guns at me, she said lightly. People are nervous, Holden said. Was sending you supposed to be symbolic of something? Nope, we just drew the short straw. It was eerie, speaking to someone on the other side of the fight without so much as a stutter of light delay. She wanted to flip and burn hard, get out. Every second on the float brought her closer to Ceres and the Consolidated Fleet and Fred fucking Johnson. Every dot on the tactical display made her itch. They were the enemy as much as Marco. But the enemy of her enemy was at least playing nice right now. No sudden moves, nothing without warning. They could do this. We're ready to transfer control of the Minsky to you, she said. Her passengers are all on board, confined to their quarters. I'll send along a manifest with what supplies she's carrying. Holden nodded. So, nothing's going to blow up when we do this, is it? No booby traps? Because there are some smart people who think I'm pretty stupid for trusting you. Plenty on my side saying the same of me. Nothing either of us can say right now is going to change their minds. We'll just have to try this, see what happens. Oksana's voice cut through the air like a wire. I've got fast movers coming in from Ceres, 6 torpedoes, 50 seconds to impact. The breath left Michio's lungs, pushed out by fear so profound it felt like calm. Open fire, all guns, get us out of here. Whatever they were going to do, she had to order it now. Except she was looking at Holden, and he was surprised too, shocked even, angry. She had to give the order. She had to fire. Her family was going to die. If she fired, they'd all fire back. She had to run, burn hard, melt everything behind her to slag. Stop, she thought. If we die, we die, but right now, stop. Why was Holden angry? Holden, she said, her voice trembling. Do we have a problem? Fuck yes, you have my permission, Holden snapped. And it took her a fraction of a second to realize he wasn't speaking to her. The Rocinante's firing its PDCs, Oksana said, her voice high and sharp. Fear was a resonance tone, and the deck rang with it. Lighting up our PDCs, Evans said. Don't, Michio shouted before she knew she was going to say it. Then, in the stunned silence, touch those fire controls and you will kill us all. Do you understand, Mr. Evans? Everyone you love will die, and it will be your fault. Her husband looked at her, confusion in his eyes. His fingers hovered over the controls, twitching toward them. If she'd shot him, he couldn't have looked more betrayed. Oksana, what is the Rocinante firing on?
No, 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 Holden said. We're getting them, not you. You don't think They're targeting the missiles from Ceres. Impact in... They're done, sir. The Rocinante shot down the attack. Michio nodded. Her blood rattled in her veins. Her hands shook. She was aware of the panic in her mind like listening to voices in a nearby room. But she didn't feel it. She didn't feel anything. Evans, she said, put your hands down. Evans looked at his own fingers like he was surprised to see them there, then slowly lowered them to his sides. She watched the realization bloom in his eyes. If he'd started firing, the enemy fleet would have started firing. Maybe not the Rocinante, but everyone else. His instincts had come within a finger tap of killing them all. He moaned the way he did when he was sick or drunk, unstrapped and pushed off. His crash couch spun gently on its gimbals as he abandoned his post. She didn't stop him. On her screen, Holden was bending in toward the camera. Not much, just the little unconscious curve of someone protecting their gut. She forced her own spine to relax. Long seconds passed as she waited for another attack. Heartbeat after heartbeat, nothing came. Well, she said. Yeah, Holden replied. Another moment passed. Michio heard another voice behind Holden, Naomi Nagata. The words themselves weren't clear, but the tone of the woman's voice could have stripped paint. So he hadn't left her someplace safe. Fair enough. Safety might not exist now anywhere. The first hints of adrenaline crash haunted the edges of Michio's consciousness. A faint nausea, a deepening weariness, sorrow. She ignored those too. Was saying, Michio said, her voice calmer than she'd expected, we have the Minsky and what she's carrying, ready to pass control over to you. Then we're backing away before anyone else starts shooting at us. That wasn't Fred, Holden said. I don't know who fired those torpedoes, but we're going to find out. Michio's lips felt heavy, solid, like she'd been carved from stone. It didn't matter who'd pulled the trigger on the attack from Ceres. Look far enough back, and Marco and Naros would be behind it. I appreciate that, she said. You let us know when you're ready for the remote command protocols. Marco's response didn't take an hour. He shook his head sorrowfully, looked into the camera with wide, dark eyes. The raw charisma of his presence was banked by being on a screen, but it wasn't extinguished. Proof that the traitor Michio Pa was working with Earth, undermining the efforts of the Free Navy to protect and rebuild the belt, brazenly giving aid and comfort to the enemy. His voice vibrated with indignation on behalf of his people and disgust for her collaboration with the enemy. It didn't matter that the enemy included millions of belters he'd left behind. She wondered whether that would matter to the people who watched him. He included images of the Rocinante defending the Connaught, the final proof, if anyone needed it, that she was in bed with the people who most wanted the Free Navy and the belt to fail. She watched it on the command deck, a dozen responses competing in her head. She even went as far as recording one, but the words got away from her, tugged along by her anger until the woman looking back at her from the screen seemed almost as crazed as the one Marco described. They burned away from Ceres, but not hard. The point of the exercise was to put themselves in range of the inners and not be killed. To show the other ships still loyal to her, and the handful of independent ships that saw more hope in her path than Marco's, that zones of protection were possible. Fleeing her new little zone of safety as quickly as she could was what she wanted down to her marrow. But it wasn't what she'd come here for. Wasn't what she'd risked her ship and her family and her life to get.
And so a third of a G, and then the float, reorienting, then another burn? The farther she got from Fred Johnson's guns, the more she tried to make the Connaught hard for Marco to track. When Oksana came to her cabin that night, it hadn't been as her officer, but as her wife. She brought a bottle of whiskey with a bright silver injection tip and 2 bulbs to drink it from. At first, Michio didn't want the company, but as soon as she did, she was desperate for it. Sex, in Michio's experience, was like music or language. It could express anything. Now it was rage and sorrow and need. Afterward, strapped into the crash couch together, she listened to Oksana's breath, deep and steady as she imagined waves must be. Michio's heart felt fragile and more complicated than it had when she'd woken up that morning. Careful not to wake her wife, she stretched out, caught her hand terminal between her fingertips, and spooled up Marco's denunciation. The light from the little screen filled the room, and she dropped the sound until it was nothing but a distant rhythm of hard consonants. Heard that way, there was a pattern to how Marco spoke, a throbbing in his delivery, like he was imitating a heartbeat. She'd never noticed that before. She shifted over to the cached copies of the community feeds and forums. They filled with reactions and opinions, judgment of her and her family, declarations of hatred, threats of death. Nothing she hadn't expected. These were the people she was risking everything to feed and support. And because she stood against Marco to do it, they hated her. Not all of them, but many, and deeply. Good thing she wasn't doing it for the popularity. The alert went on. Attitude adjustment and burn. She shifted the hand terminal to the Connaught's control systems. Nadia had plotted in a complex adjustment, turning on all 3 axes with a variable burn, so that when they were done, only someone with very precise sensor arrays who'd caught them all the way through the maneuver would be able to plot where they were going with any certainty. The countdown came. The burn pressing her and Oksana gently against each other and shifting the crash couch beneath them, swinging one direction and then another and back. The deep rumble of the Epstein was like God apologetically clearing his throat. Oksana yawned, stretched, put her hand on Michio's shoulder. "Hoy, Captain," she said, voice slushy with sleep and the aftermath of coupling. Michio sighed, smiled. "Navigator Bush," she said, matching Oksana's joking formality and weaving their fingers together. "You should sleep." "So should you. Can you?" "No," Michio said. "If it gets to be a problem, I'll hit the auto dock. Get something." "What's the status?" Michio almost asked, "The status of what?" But it would only have been so she didn't have to think too much. She knew Oksana meant the Free Navy's reaction. Were their gunships burning for them now? Had long-range torpedoes launched toward them from the ships and stations of the belt, hoping to come quietly and fast enough to overwhelm their PDCs? Michio shifted to kiss her forehead just at the hairline. Oksana's hair smelled of musk and the fake vanilla she favored. It was a beautiful scent. "Everyone hates us, but no one's shooting yet," she said. "They will, though. They will. But we've carved little islands of safety. Now that they've accepted our tribute, we can go to Ceres or any other station Fred fucking Johnson takes without Marco following on. Unless he's ready for a full battle with the Inners. In which case, it won't really matter if we're there or not," Oksana said, her lips against Michio's collarbone. "And you, are you all right?" The Connaught made a complex corkscrewing burn, the crash couch shifting one way, then another, the universe seeming to swirl around the still point of their bodies. Michio shrugged in the darkness. "I don't know. I know what my project is. Get the things the belt needs and give them to the people that need them most. But no one's going to thank us for it." "Some will," Oksana said. Then, a moment later, "I mean, no one with power." "Isn't that what we're doing, though?" "Doing?" Oksana asked, rubbing the sleep out of her eyes. "If no one with power loves us, let's make our own damn power." Chapter 24. Prax. The morning routine was the same. Prax got up first, padded to the kitchen, still wearing his robe and slippers. He started brewing the tea and making breakfast for the family. Pancakes and bacon for the girls, red rice and eggs for him and Juna. He played music on the system, usually something calm and wandering, what Juna called his getting a massage music. And about the time the rice was cooked and the bacon crisped, he heard the sound of Juna's shower and the voices of May and Natalia. This particular morning, the girls were gabbling pleasantly to each other. Other mornings they would snap and argue. When Juna's shower water stopped, he poured the first pancake onto the grill, 2 eggs beside it.
They took almost exactly the same time to cook, so that he could turn them both, one with either hand. It was showing off, but when May saw it, it always made her laugh. Juna's hectoring voice came from the hall, moving the girls through their morning rituals, washing faces, combing hair, getting dressed. When they all came to the table, Prax would be the only one not wearing his work clothes. The girls made fun of him for lazing around in his robe, even though he'd been the one to do the most, and he pretended to be offended, even though he really wasn't. After breakfast, Juna would take the girls to school on her way to work, leaving him alone to clean away the dishes, take his own shower, and prepare for the lab. It wasn't something they'd ever discussed. It was just the way their own particular domestic habits had formed. Prax liked it like that. He'd had more than enough adventures in his life. He got more work done when things were predictable. He sweetened his tea with the same syrup he drizzled over the pancakes, put the plates and glasses filled with food in their places, and was just sitting down with his rice and eggs when Juna came in, driving the girls before her like a cattleman in the tradition of mothers all through history. May was a little quieter than usual, Natalia a little brighter, but both within the error bars. Juna turned down the music while they ate and talked. When the conversation turned dangerous, Prax didn't notice. "What does resistance mean?" Natalia asked. Her face was serious and sober, and on so small a person, vaguely comic. "It's a measure of how electrons flow through something," Prax said. "You see, we think about current flowing through wires kind of the same way we think of water flowing through pipes. It's actually more complicated than that when you get down to quantum levels, but it's a very, very good model." "And models are how we make sense of things," Natalia said, proud of herself for remembering the catchphrase that he and Juna had been using with the girls for so long. He didn't think Natalia was old enough to understand it yet, but she would be. And May sometimes surprised him with her insights. "Yes," Prax said, "exactly. So resistance is about how hard or easy it is for electrons to flow through something." Natalia's little brow furrowed. May was looking away, and Juna had gone very still, which was odd, but he could tell he wasn't making sense to the girls, so he tried again. "So imagine you've got a big straw," he said, demonstrating with his hands, "and when you put it in your juice, it's really easy to drink. But then you take a teeny little skinny straw, you have to try really hard to get the same amount of juice up out of the glass. The big straw is like something without much resistance, and the little straw is like something with a lot of resistance." Natalia nodded very seriously. It was like he could see her trying to solve the puzzle of it. "Is it a good thing or a bad thing?" she said. Prax laughed. "It's not good, and it's not bad.
It's just part of how the universe is. Now, if you had a circuit where you wanted really low resistance and you didn't have it, that wouldn't be a very good circuit, but only because it didn't do what you wanted. If you had something where you wanted high resistance, maybe that very same circuit would be perfect. It's not about right and wrong, just how things work." "It's time to go," Juna said, and her voice seemed sharp. It was the voice she used when something was bothering her. And there were still almost 15 minutes before they really needed to be out the door. Maybe something was going on at the biofilms lab he didn't know about. When they'd left, he turned his music back on, cleared the dishes, showered, dressed himself for work. The room seemed wrong without them, and the extra time by himself empty and somehow ominous. All the way to the tube station, he worried about whether May had remembered to take her medicine. He'd planned to use the tube ride to review the new data sets on the harvester yeast, but his eyes kept skipping off his hand terminal and up to the screens across from him. A news feed was spooling, but he couldn't hear the words over the rattling of the tube and the voices of the other commuters. Ships were fighting, but he couldn't tell where. Earth, Iapetus, Pallas, Ceres, Mars. In the void between places, far distant from everything. They were all possible. The only thing he could be certain of was it wasn't here, and that only because there weren't any alerts blaring. At the central station, half the passengers shuffled off into the vaulted transfer chamber, making way for another flood coming on. A half-dozen men in Free Navy uniforms were among them. The Free Navy had started wearing sidearms openly now, and they walked with a swagger.
2 civilian girls seemed to be with them, laughing and flirting. The oldest of them didn't look much past her 20s. Not that much older than May. Not really. Prax turned his attention back to the newsfeed, and then his hand terminal. He still wasn't able to concentrate on it, but something about the Free Navy men made him feel more comfortable with his eyes cast down. His heart was pumping a little faster, his back felt tight. He hadn't done anything wrong, but the sense of being threatened and the experience of guilt were so closely related that it was hard to feel one without the other. When he'd been a student at lower university, he'd had to take a humanities class, literature, drama, art appreciation, something to make him well-rounded. He'd opted for philosophy in hopes that it would have something like rigor to it. Most of the experience had been forgotten, the memories washed away in decades of neuroplastic adjustments. What he did still recall was dreamlike and fragmentary. But sitting there, pressing deeper into the seat as the tube car shifted up toward the surface, the hum and rattle of the tube vibrating up his spine, listening to the too loud laughter of the soldiers, one moment came back to him vividly. His professor, an overweight, balding man with an alcoholic's complexion and an air of intelligence so profound it seemed to bend space around him, lifting a hand and speaking a phrase. The terror of the normal. Prax was almost sure it had been something about Heidegger, but here and now, he thought he understood it better than he had back then. This was how things were now. This had become normal. He'd hoped to spend the morning on his own research, but Kana and Bryce didn't even let him get as far as his lab before falling into step beside him. I was looking at the open partition, and I think there may have been a problem with the data transfer, Kana said. The dataset's directory only had high 18 through the 9th run. No, Prax said. I know. I didn't get around to transferring them yet. I was going to, but I got distracted. Bryce made a small sound in the back of her throat. Prax understood it, and he didn't envy her. Ever since Carvanota's death, Bryce had been in the unenviable position of doing her own work and covering for her dead supervisor. Every day, Prax had intended to move all the critical data out to the open partition. He couldn't even say why he hadn't gotten around to it. It was just that something always seemed to come up. Boss, Kana said, we need the latest on high 1810, unless you want us to push the new run. You can't push the new run, Prax said. They reached the door of Prax's lab. Kana shoved his hands into his pockets, his jaw set, his eyes focused off somewhere about 10 centimeters to Prax's left. I know, but I'll do it now, Prax said. Give me half an hour. He ducked into his lab and pulled the door closed behind him. Kana and Bryce hovered for a long moment on the far side of the frosted glass and then walked away. Prax sat at his desk. He wanted to check the water levels and pull new samples from the hydroponics. He was tempted to just do that for a few minutes, put off going through Carvanota's partition. But he'd said now, and they really did need to get the animal trials going. He pulled up the staff directory, keyed in his access code, and let the system do its ritual biometric check. Then, with a deep sigh and a sense of growing dread, he went into the dead woman's partition. It was his job to do this. There was nothing to be anxious about. 2 of the datasets were in editing lock, so he had to close them down before he could move them. Not hard, but it took a few more seconds. He would need to go through her messages too, make sure anything that needed attention was passed down to Bryce or up to McConnell. Anything personal for her, he could ignore. He didn't need to pry, and he probably didn't want to know. Except that one of the messages had James Holden in the subject. New James Holden feed from Saris, it said. James Holden who'd saved May, and Prax himself, and everyone. Prax didn't intend to open the feed. It was more like a reflex. This looks interesting. What is it? On the feed, just as promised, James Holden looking earnestly into the camera. On the one hand, it looked professionally produced. The video didn't stutter or shake. The colors had the carefully modulated look of a news feed. Holden's voice when he spoke was clear and sharp without being spiky. But Holden's demeanor had an awkward authenticity that was so familiar and unrehearsed, it was like seeing him in the flesh again. This is James Holden from Saris Station. Today, we're doing the 3rd in this open-ended thing, and I'm really hoping you're all looking forward to this. Especially all my friends and family back on Earth and Mars.
I say this every time, but we're doing these clips and interviews so that the folks back home can put faces and voices to the real people out in the belt. And yeah, so let me introduce. The image cut to a tall belter girl sitting in the galley of the Rocinante. Prax leaned forward. He'd sat exactly where she was once, during the worst part of his life. He'd felt a wave of nostalgia, like seeing his apartment from Upper University, someplace familiar that had been important to him once, that broke against the novelty of this new girl. Alice Caspar. Great. Okay. And where do you live? Sarah Station, Salatorg District. Prax watched the whole feed. The clap juggling of Shin Shin that seemed to delight and fascinate the Earther. The way the girl was embarrassed for him and he didn't seem to notice. The older woman they called Tia flirting with him. It was charming. With all the news of war and death, with all the images of ships chewing each other to shavings of metal and ceramic, the body bags of Earth, Holden's video was nothing. Pleasant, meaningless, sweet even. The feed ended. Prax, surprised, found he'd been tearing up. He wiped his cheek with the cuff of one sleeve and was startled when the next message opened its own feed automatically. A thin-faced woman with skin darker than Juna's, but with the same deep hazel eyes, smiled into the camera.
The image shook a little, and the colors weren't as professionally toned as Holden's had been. This is Fatima Crehan, sending back to James Holden and all the good people of the belt. We're in the refugee camp opened by the governor of Arequipa, and today I want to introduce you to a woman whose casa has been turning heads and filling bellies for, it seems like, everyone in the city. Prax watched, fascinated. And when it was over, another video feed, this one from Shanghai, where an old man in a yarmulke interviewed a musical band of ethnic Han boys about their music and then watched them in an alleyway with mud-colored clouds churning above them. Prax couldn't look away. A soft knock came at the door. Bryce leaned in. "I'm sorry to interrupt, sir, but—" No, it's fine. I'm transferring them now." Prax grabbed Carvanaday's data reports, none of them edit-locked now, and shifted them into the open partition. "You should be able to access all of them now." "Thank you, sir," Bryce said. And then, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Prax said, wiping his eyes again. "Carry on." She closed the door. 2 hours had gotten away from him somehow, and he was going to have to hurry in order to get all the samples pulled before lunch. We could save lives. One message. Prax shut down the dead woman's partition, put it under administrative lock. There wasn't time to think about anything more. He had work to do. In order to catch up, he ran the samples during his lunch hour, grabbing a few mouthfuls of rice and mushroom before the management team meeting. Afterward, it was time to go and retrieve May and Natalia from school. But he sent a message to one of the other parents in his parenting co-op. The girls could go play with the other kids until Juna got home. He stayed, checking in with Bryce and Hannah, seeing that everyone who needed access to the data sets could get to them. Everything felt weirdly dreamlike and light, as if he was watching someone else doing it. In his office, he rechecked the day's sample run. How much dissolved CO2 in the water? How much nitrogen, calcium, manganese? The plants were doing well, but until the stats were all fed through, he wouldn't know what he was looking at. That was fine. He resisted the urge to reopen Carvanaday's partition, to find the other feeds Holden had made or inspired. It was a bad idea. Instead, he waited, worked, watched through the glass. Only Bryce remained, and her workstation was down a long and curving hallway. He closed his terminal, clocked out, went to the men's room, and waited. Washed his hands. Waited. Then casually stepped out to the main floor, swinging by one of the gang stations, opening a terminal with a guest account, accessing the datasets and protocols that Supervisor Praxidike Meng had carelessly put in the open partition without permission set. The screen showed a pale blue logo, the flag of Ganymede. He sent copies to Samuel Jabari and Ingrid Dianaze on Earth and Gorman Lon on Luna. The only message was, "Please confirm these results."
Then he shut down the terminal and made his way out to the common corridors. Everything seemed brighter than it should have been. He couldn't tell if he was tired or restless, or both. He stopped at the noodle stand between the tube station and home. No roof for him and Juna, fried tofu for the girls, and a luxury rice wine, and a round ceramic container with green tea ice cream for dessert. When he got home, Natalia was whining about having to drill her times tables, and May had shut herself in her room to trade messages with her friends from school and watch entertainment feeds of boys 3 or 4 years older than her. Other nights, he would have insisted that they all come to the table for dinner, but he didn't want to disturb anything. He served the noodles into recyclable ceramic bowls with a pattern of sparrows and twigs on them, brought one to Natalia at her desk, another to May sprawled out on her bed. She was so big these days. Soon she'd be bigger than his shoulder. His little girl, who no one had expected to live, and look at her now. When he kissed the crown of her head, she looked up at him quizzically. He nodded her toward her screen of soulful-looking young men. He and Juna sat at the table together, almost like they were dating again. He looked at her, the curve of her cheek, the little scar on her left knuckle, the gentle fold of her collarbone, like he was saving it for some coming day when she wouldn't be there, or else when he wouldn't. The rice wine bit at his mouth. Maybe it always felt like thatchily and warming at the same time, and he just didn't usually notice. Juna told him about her day, the office politics and palace intrigues of biofilms, and he took in her words like they were music. Just before he cleared their dishes and broke out the ice cream, she reached across the table and took his hand. "Are you all right?" she said. "You're acting strange." "I'm fine," he said. "Bad day at work." "No, I don't think so," he said. "I think maybe it was very good." Chapter 25. Fred James Holden. "Has just declared piracy legal," Avasarala said from Luna, then paused. Her eyebrows were high on her forehead, and she nodded a little, like she was encouraging a not very bright child to understand her. "He took in a pirated ship, from a pirate, and then thanked her for his pot of the fucking booty and waved as she burned away. And you, the butcher of Anderson Station, grand whatever the fuck of the OPA, you sat there with your cock in your hand and let him do it. I mean, I understand Holden is Holden, but I let you put your hands on Ceres because I thought you at least were a fucking grown-up." She leaned back from her camera, shaking her head, and cracked a pistachio. "I thought better of you, Johnson," she said. "I really did. My life has become a single ongoing revelation that I haven't been cynical enough." At this point, he was pretty clear she was talking for the comfort of hearing her own voice. He checked the feed data. 10 more minutes. She might get to something important in the course of it, so he let it play as he walked through the bedroom. Her sharp consonants and scratching vowels made a kind of background music while he dug his evening medications out of his bedside table. 5 pills and a glass of water. The pills were chalky and bitter on his tongue, and even after they were washed down his throat, he suffered their aftertaste. Working 20-hour days was a younger man's gig. He could still rise to the occasion, but there had been a time his determination against the universe would have felt like a fair fight. Anger alone would have carried him forward, and maybe the scourge of fatigue would have made him feel he was expiating his sins. Now he was surviving on coffee and blood pressure meds and trying to keep the system from falling any further apart. It seemed less romantic. "It looks like Richards has almost whipped what's left of the Martian Parliament into order," Avasarala said, "so hopefully we can get something from her. Just an assurance she won't come piss all over our strategy so it smells more like her would be enough. Souther's pushing for Rhea or Pallas, depending on whether we want to shore up the allies we already have, half-assed as they may be, or deny Inaros a manufacturing base. Admiral Stacy's pushing back against any of it for fear of stretching our ships out too thin. Both strategies were mistakes. He'd need to make the case for that." She pressed her fingers to her forehead, a short percussive sigh. For a moment, she seemed smaller, vulnerable. It was a strange look for her. We've had 2 more rocks. One of them had the stealth coating on it, but we caught it. This time. I've got the deep arrays sifting through all their data looking for more. But it costs so little to push something into an intersecting orbit. Inaros could have done hundreds of these. Spaced them out over months, years.
A century from now, we could see something loop in from out of the ecliptic with a note on it that says, "Fuck you very much from the Free Navy. My grandchildren's grandchildren will be cleaning this same shit up. Hopefully, if we win," Fred said to the screen. Not that the recording could hear him. He moved to the bathroom, and the display shifted to follow him. The best thing about the governor's quarters was the shower, wide as a rainstorm, and the whole floor a graded drain that worked even at 1/3 of a G. Fred stripped and washed the sweat and grime of the day off his skin, while Avasarala went over the latest intelligence about the state of affairs on the colony planets. No hard data, but things were probably bad. The reports on the ships that had gone missing passing through the gates, several theories, and hope that the flight records from Medina would help if they ever became available. And the situation on Earth. The expected second wave of deaths from collapsed food, sanitation, and medical infrastructure was starting to appear. After he dried off, Fred pulled on a fresh shirt, clean trousers, thick, soft socks. The small pleasures of life. Avasarala kept delivering her report, diving into unneeded details and side comments as if she were lonely and didn't want to face the emptiness and quiet of her own rooms on Luna. But even she couldn't last forever. "I'll expect to hear from you," she said, "and I'm fucking serious about this. Don't let Holden make any more laws." Fred sat on the edge of the bed, closed his eyes, and let his head sink into his hands. He'd been awake for over 30 hours now, and was looking down the barrel of another shift, negotiating with the unions, adjusting decades-old contracts to fit the new situation, moving belters out of their holes, shutting down great swaths of the station to conserve the supplies they had. Part of his mind kept treating it like an emergency, a wound that had to be stanched until help could arrive. 3, 4 times a shift, he'd remember that there wasn't help, that the choices he made today might stay in place for years, forever. The temptation to lie back, put his head to the pillow, and let his gritty, tired eyes close was as powerful as hunger and sex had been 4 decades back. The weight of the idea, as much as exhaustion, pulled him down. It was stupid for anyone, much less a man his age, to be pushing that hard. And the governor's bed was soft and inviting, the sheets clean and crisp. But if he did, his eyes would open the moment his head touched the pillow. Restlessness would twist him, knotting the sheets around his legs until he gave up, 2 or 3 wasted hours later. One more shift, and he'd be spent enough to let the pills work. He'd fall into the blackness behind his eyes, consciousness blinking blissfully out. But not yet. His first lover, Diane Redstone, her name was, had a phrase for moments like this. "Nice woods," she'd say, and then get up out of their bed and go to work. He hadn't understood where the saying came from until years after they parted for the last time. Now that he did, he couldn't help harboring an irrational dislike of Robert Frost. He pulled up his hand terminal, considered himself through its tiny eyes, and pressed record. Message received. I'll do what I can to keep our mutual acquaintance in line. But I'd also point out that he's a resource we'd be foolish to squander. Neither of us is in a position to do some things that Holden and his people can. Speaking of which, I'm including a salvage manifest for the Minsky. It's a big ship, and well supplied. It's within my power as acting governor of Ceres to claim emergency powers and seize property for the common good. That's not Holden's law, that's just law. I'll be sending it and 1/3 of its cargo back down to Earth, and the August Marchant and Bethany Thomas as escort.
There's enough in there to keep a mid-sized city alive. Just a drop in the bucket, I know, but that's how buckets get filled." He tried to think of anything else he should say, and couldn't decide if there was too much or not enough. Either way, it could wait. He reviewed the message, encrypted and queued it, and then levered himself up off the bed. There'd be time to sleep later. His security detail met him outside his door and followed him to the carts in the main corridor. His was sheathed in bulletproof glass. Sitting in it made him feel like he'd put his head in a fishbowl. But until he was certain that Inaros didn't have more people mixed in among the millions of legitimate citizens, he was stuck with it. And since he'd never be certain, he figured he might as well get used to it. They lurched out into the corridor, one security cart going before him and another behind, leaving enough room that a bomb would have a hard time taking out all three at once. The logic of the battlefield. And everything was a battlefield now. The citizens of Ceres made way for them, standing against the corridor walls and staring as they passed. Fred felt like he should genuflect to them, or wave. Anderson Dosh, his old friend and enemy, had run this station for years. He couldn't imagine the man putting up with this. But Ceres had been a different place then. The governor's palace was close to the docks, out near the skin of the station, where the spin gravity was greatest and the Coriolis least. The Rocinante had its own berth in the same dock as the Minsky, and when Fred's cart pulled to a stop by the loading dock, James Holden was already there. "I was wondering if you were going to come over," Holden said, as Fred pulled himself out of the cart, "because I couldn't help noticing that someone shot at us." "Really? And here, I thought they shot at the pirates." Holden closed his mouth, his face turning a little darker. But then he shrugged. "Okay, that's a fair point, but it was still a dick move." "It wasn't my people," Fred said, moving toward the Rocinante's airlock. Holden took the hint and fell in step beside him. "I guessed that from the way that not every other ship in the fleet followed suit, and thank you for that, by the way." "You're welcome," Fred said as they passed into the ship's cargo hold. Amos Burton, wide-shouldered and friendly, stopped the mech he was driving and let them pass through with a nod. Fred had never met the infamous Clarissa Mao in person, but the girl who ducked away from the lift into the machine shop was unmistakable. Wasn't the strangest alliance he'd seen, but it was close. Fred waited until Holden was on the lift too, and then set the controls for the crew deck. When they were out of earshot, Fred continued, "There's something I need to discuss with you." "Is it about how someone shot at us? Because I'm still kinda stuck on that." "I've got a team on it. We know it was Free Navy sympathizers, and we know which supply dump they raided to get the munitions. And no, that's not why I came." "Are you going to arrest me for aiding a pirate?" Fred chuckled. It had crossed my mind, but no. "Bobby? Because I'm not sure this whole ambassador thing is working out for her." "Not that either. You know I've been working on a summit, high-level meeting with the branches of the OPA that haven't declared for the Free Navy. The Pajama Party." Fred winced. "I wish you wouldn't call it that." "Sorry, I just like the visual." "Your very serious meeting of OPA leaders." The lift stopped at the crew deck. Fred got off, turning toward Holden's cabin. Their footsteps on the decking sounded louder than Fred remembered, but it was probably just that the full crew wasn't there any longer to provide the background noises of human life. No conversations, no music, no laughter. Or maybe it was only that it seemed that way to Fred. "They won't come to Ceres," Fred sighed. "Not with the fleet here." "I can't recommend sending the fleet away, though." "No, that would be bad. We've agreed on Tycho Station, but only with the provision that no UN or MCRN ships come." Holden paused at his cabin door. His brow was furrowed.
It made him look younger than he was. "We're going to my cabin because I have that whiskey you like, aren't we?" "We are," Fred said. Holden considered for a moment, shrugged, and led the way in. The captain's cabin was larger than the others on the Corvette, but felt smaller by having many of Naomi Nagata's possessions in the space too. Holden opened a locker and pulled a flask and 2 bulbs out, filling them as he spoke. What are the chances of pulling together a meeting like this and not having Marco find out about it?
Poor, Fred said, taking the bulb Holden held out to him. But that's going to be true no matter what we try to organize. The OPA's not an intelligence service. Everything out here runs on gossip and personal relationships. Unlike intelligence services, Holden said, and Fred laughed. All right, it's a little like an intelligence service. My point is, yes, the information will leak, if not in detail, at least in broad strokes. Trying to keep it secret would be an exercise in frustration, and counterproductive, really. If we're tiptoeing around the Free Navy, it makes it seem like we're afraid of them. It strengthens my hand if these people see me coming in unafraid, not foolhardy, but not intimidated. Like on a gunship, Holden said, but not one that works for Earth or Mars. Maybe an independent that's done some work with the OPA on and off. One that Marco has already tried to blow up a couple times and failed. The whiskey really was very good, rich and complex, with the aromatics of an oak cask and a pleasant bite. He handed the bulb back over to Holden and shook his head when the captain offered him a second shot. Holden emptied his own bulb, thought for a moment, refilled it, and emptied it again. You know, Holden said, putting bulbs and bottle back in his locker, Inaros is going to disrupt this meeting. That's why I'm not sending you messages through the comm system. I don't know how much has been compromised, and I'm a strong believer in the security of the air gap. But the truth is, as much as we'll keep the details away from him, I'm hoping he'll try. There's nothing like attacking in anger to leave you exposed. And if he turns toward us, it gives Pa some breathing room. I thought you were against joining forces with her. I am. It was a bad move, and I expect we'll pay for it. But since we've done it, we should do the hell out of it. Better to be decisive and wrong than to let them see us wobble. Holden leaned against the wall, his arms crossed, scowling. Fred waited. How does this end? Holden said. We keep trying to draw him into making a mistake. He keeps doing the same to us. Whoever screws up last loses. Whoever screws up second to last wins. That's what war is. Not sure I was asking about the war, Holden said. No? What then? You always said you were looking for a place at the table. How do we win the peace? How does that end? Fred was quiet for a long time, a sense of mourning blooming in his chest, thick and aching. Honestly, then, I don't know how it ends. I don't even know if it ends. I dedicated my life to this fight, first one side and then the other. But now I look at it. What's happened with the gates? What's happened to Earth? I don't recognize this anymore. I keep doing what I can because I don't know what else to do. Holden took a deep breath and let it out through his teeth. When should we be ready to go? I told Drummer I'd be wrapping things up here for 2 weeks. I'd like to leave 4 days from now. While any of Marco's people who find out about it are still putting together their plans. Make them move before they're ready. All right, Holden said. We'll take you. I'll have my people report whenever you need them. I'll see myself out, Fred said with a nod and headed for the lift. On the way back down, he closed his eyes and let the thin vibration of the mechanism rattle up through the soles of his feet, up his aching spine, to the crown of his head. There was still so much that needed doing before he left Ceres. He still had to meet with the crew of the Minsky, but he'd promised to consult with Avasarala's solicitors general before he did, so that he didn't accidentally obligate Earth to anything by saying the wrong phrase. And he wanted patrol rotations set for at least a month, so that his unexpected absence wouldn't throw anything off. And he wanted sleep. As he stepped out the airlock again, his hand terminal chirped. A new message had arrived from Earth, from Avasarala. He paused in the wide air of the docks. The roar of the air recyclers and the clang of the loading mechs. The smell of lubricant and dust. His security detail was already moving toward him, ready to usher him back into his fishbowl. He waved them back and started the message. Avasarala was in a corridor, shuffling briskly in the lunar microgravity. She looked as tired as he did, but she had a thin, amused smile. He'd never known anyone in his life who could be so cheerfully disappointed in humanity. "I've run your list past my relief coordinator," she said. "What would it be? 8 minutes ago? 10? He used to be able to calculate light delay in his head. It didn't quite bring him to orgasm, but I think he may want to take you out for drinks when you're in town. Be careful with him. He's got busy hands." Someone off-screen interrupted. Avasarala's eyes flickered away from the camera, and she shook her head. "Does he want me to wipe his ass for him too? His job is to make decisions, not ask me what decisions he ought to make." A curt, deferential voice said "yes, ma'am," or something like it, and she started walking again. Fred found himself smiling. When she'd been his enemy, she'd been a good one. Now that they were working as allies, the ways that they were the same almost humanized her. Where was I? Oh, yes, the so-called relief supplies. I'm sending a list of what we most need on the surface. If you get a chance to pass it on to Pa, please do. Apparently, we're all fucking pirates now. Chapter 26. Philip. The night before the Pella left Palace Station, Rosenfeld hosted a dinner for Marco and the other captains. The hall had been a vast open space designed as a construction compartment, but changed now into a kind of null-G throne room. A soft, chiming music played like flowing water with a melody. Serving platforms bristled with ceramic bulbs, brightly colored as oil on water, and filled with wine and water. Long ribbons of red and gold shifted in the breeze of the recyclers. Great lengths of gold-fibered paper fluttered and bellied against the walls, between the hand and footholds. The crew of the Pella and the staff of Rosenfeld's Palace Authority mixed. Free Navy uniforms standing out sharp and martial against the casual civilian clothes of the locals. Young men and women in flowing robes of crimson and blue floated through the air slowly enough to deliver tapas of bean and grain cake, curried shrimp fresh from the tanks, and garlic sausage with real meat stuffed in the skins. No element of the design suggested a consensus up or down. No concession had been made to the architecture of Earth and Mars. The combination of a traditional belter aesthetic with lushness and luxury left Philip a little intoxicated even before he started drinking. "I don't know what you could mean by purification," his father said through laughter, "if not getting rid of the impure parts." Rosenfeld's answering chuckle was dry. After weeks traveling with the man, Philip still wasn't certain he could read his expressions. "You're saying you planned for this? Anticipated. A change in the system of the greater world always risks having people lose perspective. Get drunk on possibility. Pa rode the way in. Now she thinks she can command the tides. I didn't know she would break, but I was ready if she did." Rosenfeld nodded. Across the great echoing chamber, two women sang together a few bars of a song that Philip knew, and then dissolved into hilarity. He looked across the open air, hoping that one of them might be looking back.
That a girl would be watching him, floating in conference with the great minds of the Free Navy? No one was. When his father went on, his voice was lower. Still conversational, still friendly, but charged. "I had plans in place for anyone that broke. Pa, Sanjarani, Dawes, you. When I make my next strike, everyone will see how weak she is. Her support will burn off faster than breathing." "You're sure?" Rosenfeld said, making the words a statement and a question at the same time. He drank from his bulb, coughed. Philip watched his father, waiting for the pebble-skinned man to finish his thought. Rosenfeld sighed, nodded. Philip felt some deeper meaning swim just below his understanding, leaving him bobbing in its wake. It's only that she's been feeding people. The laity find that sort of thing endearing, see, no? "Anyone can buy votes with free ganga," Philip said. Rosenfeld turned his head then, like he was noticing Philip for the first time. "True, true. Johnson and his cobbled-up fleet," Marco said, "have been squatting on Ceres with their eyes wide.
Can't move forward without exposing themselves. Can't move back and leave Ceres to us again. They're trapped, just the way we said they'd be. True, Rosenfeld said, and left true but hanging in the air. All the criticisms trailed behind it like the ribbons in the breeze. True, but it's been a long time since we left Ceres, and it's left us looking weak. True, but one of your generals broke away, and you haven't brought her to heel. True, but Fred Johnson is issuing orders from the governor's mansion at Ceres, and you aren't. Philip felt every point like a blow to the gut, but because they were unspoken, he couldn't answer them. Neither could his father. Rosenfeld took another drink, accepted a stick of vat-grown meat from a passing server, and steadied his drift with one hand as he ate. His expression was mild, but his gaze stayed locked on Marco. Waiting until the perfect moment is the mark of a great strategist, Marco said. For now, the outer planets are ours to pass through freely. Mars, Earth, and Luna, even Ceres. They're hiding behind their walls while we move through the wide plains of the vacuum, masters of the void. The more they realize they don't matter, the more desperate they'll become. All we have to do is watch for the opportunity that's coming. Fred Johnson, Rosenfeld said. He's already reached out to Carlos Walker and Lang Goodfortune. Amy Ostman. Let them talk with him, Marco said, an edge coming into his voice for the first time. Let them see how little he's become. I know his patterns, and I know what you're saying. Not saying anything, Koyo, Rosenfeld said, except maybe we've been drinking too much. I told you before that Johnson would be off the board, and he will be. We didn't take him at Tycho, and we'll take him somewhere else. He is my white whale, and I will hunt him to the end of time. Rosenfeld looked down at his bulb, his body hunching a degree in submission. Philip had felt his father's victory like it was his own. Didn't finish reading that book, did you? Rosenfeld asked, mildly. Marco called the ships the Three Wolves. The Pella, of course, was the leader of the pack, with the Koto and the Shinsakuto placed in slow orbit to support her. Moving the ships into position was the hard part. Marco's trade hadn't included true stealth ships. The nearest they had were regular gunships with a coating of the stolen radar-eating paint layered over the skin. And without being designed for it and for holding waste heat, the Martian tech was less effective. But the belt had always had smugglers, pirates, and thieves. There were ways to hide, even in the abyss. Running without transponders was only one of them. They'd left Pallas with a hard burn. Hours of being pressed into the crash couches, juice burning in their veins, and still driven to the edge of consciousness. And then the coast. With no drive plume to show where they were, the Pella and her fellow hunters were hardly more than warm rocks, making a traverse of the vastness between Ceres on the inner belt and Tycho Station in its own deeper orbit. The Koto risked a braking burn to plant itself alongside a charted asteroid, using the mass of stone and ice to hide it and explain the radar ping responses. The Pella and the Shinsakuto stayed on the float, their orbits matching the widespread detritus of the asteroid belt. No broadcasts. The only communications were tight beam. They off-gassed a little to cool the outer hull and complicate its thermal signature. The emptiness itself was their friend. Even in the most crowded corners of the belt, where the asteroids were thickest, it would have taken a telescope to see the nearest neighbors. The Pella was a warm sliver of metal and ceramic in trillions of square kilometers, less than a thumbnail clipping in an ocean. Even if Ceres saw them, and, over the long weeks of their silent hunt, they would be indistinguishable from 1,000 other unlicensed prospectors, smuggling ships, and homesteading belter families. Johnson and his inner-planet allies would need to know where to look to find them. And even if they found one, 2 more waited. Fred Johnson's desperate meeting to sweep up the shards of the OPA was still weeks away. But Marco put them in and flying dark long before Fred would need to leave the safety of Ceres. Men have patterns, he said, and Fred Johnson's were misdirection followed by overwhelming force. Their sources said that the fleet would remain pinned at Ceres. With overwhelming force no longer an option, all that remained was misdirection. And so they floated, their passive sensor arrays pointed at Ceres and Tycho like a too clever child watching a street magician's other hand. When Fred Johnson went to make his plea to the ragged stragglers of the OPA still willing to listen, Marco said, he would know. And when Johnson's prospective allies saw him die, well, they had lost Michio Pa, but Marco could replace her 100 times over. Strength pulls people as surely as gravity, more sometimes. Marco would wait for hours every day, strapped into his crash couch as if a hard burn could come at any second, his eyes flickering over sensor data, and still end his shifts energized and laughing, excited, joyful. Philip didn't have his father's raw endurance. For the first several days, he could equal Marco's focus and sense of imminent violence, and even then, by the time he went to the gym, to the galley, to his cabin, the brightness in his chest had started to change to something more like anxiety or rage. Only he didn't know what he was anxious about or who he was so angry with. When the Minsky came to Ceres, the Connaught at its side, Philip had been sure that the moment had arrived. Pa was there, the consolidated fleet watching her inch toward them like a cat hauling a dead mouse home as a love gift. Philip felt it in his blood, the coming violence, the grand and gaudy proof that the Free Navy was stronger than its enemies. He hadn't been the only one either. It was like all the crew of the Pella, Josie and Corral and Bastian and June, everyone had taken a breath at the same time, steeled themselves for the burn and the battle. Everyone but Marco. He'd stayed just the same, watching the data feeds from his crash couch on the command deck. The attack from Ceres, the Rocinante's defense of the Connaught, all of it seemed to wash over Marco like it was nothing. He captured images of the ship transfer. When he recorded his denouncement of Pa and revealed her as a stooge of the Inners, he seemed to wake up for a moment, but only while the recording was going on. As soon as the camera shut off, he seemed to fall back into himself. Philip took comfort that this wasn't the same torpor and indifference that had haunted the Pella after leaving Ceres the first time. Marco watched like a predator in cover, the Pella drifting in its orbit around the distant sun like it was locked to Ceres Station.
Several days after the Connaught's departure, Philip dreamed of Earth. Only it wasn't Earth. It was a massive spaceship, layer upon layer of scaffold, reaching down forever. A great fire burned at its core, and Philip was lost in it, trying to find something precious that he'd had and lost, or else that had been hidden from him. Also, he was being chased, sought by something so that he switched from being hunter to prey and back to hunter. In the dream, he was floating down a long corridor, purely ballistic. The handholds and footholds skated by on all sides, just beyond his reach. There was a strong smell, mineral and heat. The exposed iron core of the earth, its burning heart. And there was something at the end of the passage, something waiting. His mother and an army of the dead who'd killed. The wrapping of their bone fingers on the deck was a threat and a promise. Philip woke with a shout, grabbing at the straps of his crash couch like they were trying to strangle him. Then the wrapping of fingers came again, and the door of his cabin slipped open. Corral floated in the corridor, his eyes an image of concern, and maybe excitement. "Hoy, Filipito," he said. "Bist bien?" "Fine," Philip said. What time was it?
He felt like he'd woken in the middle of a cycle, but he couldn't be sure. He'd been sleeping so much lately, it was easy for him to lose track. So long as there was nothing to do but wait, it hardly mattered how the hours passed. But sleeping too long was much like sleeping too little. It left him confused and tired. "Marco wants you. Command deck, yeah?" Philip nodded with his left hand while he unstrapped with his right. "Gonke," he said. "Something happened?" Corallo's look of concern eroded into a bestial grin. "Dui," he said, "but let Marco show you, yeah?" Pulling himself along the lift tube, Philip's heart tapped against his chest. The sense of the dream wasn't quite gone, bleeding into the solid ship under his hands. Excitement and dread wore each other's clothes, spoke in the same voice. When he reached the command deck, the lighting was set for battle, and the crash couches were crewed. Sarta strapping herself down, wings already in place. Bastian's voice echoed from the cockpit, and the anticipation of thrust made him think it was above them. The words were clipped and terse. The air seemed cleaner, as if Philip could see everything for the first time. Marco reached out and spun his own couch on its gimbals to face him. The light from the screen threw shadows across his father's eyes. Philip saluted, and Marco spread his hands. "The hour has now arrived, Philippe," Marco said. "All of our patience and sacrifice have brought us here, to this one perfect moment." Times like this, he sounded almost like an earther. Philip nodded, his heart beating faster. He didn't know whether to keep looking at Marco, or if it would be all right to turn to the screens. Marco laughed and pulled Philip close. He gestured to the tactical readout, a dot of light. If he looked outside the ship, on, float, with merely human eyes, or through the cameras that took in the same spectrum, the star field would have overwhelmed the glimmer from the ship. Even Ceres would have been little more than a bit of darkness where the starlight was blotted out. On the screen, the critical light was brighter, its path sketched in. Philip glanced at Marco for permission, received it in a nod, and then drew back the scale until the full arc of the little ship's pathway was clear. A single ship, burning hard, from Ceres to Tycho. "Fred Johnson," Philip said. "More than that," Marco said, and the calm in his voice made him sound almost drugged by pleasure. "Look at the drive signature." Philip did, blinked. His breath went shallow and tight. It matched the Rocinante, James Holden's ship, his betrayer of a mother, the clean, clear center of everything he hated, everything they had to overcome. And here it was, delivered to them like a present. "I've been tracking them. They've left the effective protection range of Ceres. They're alone in the void, except for us." Marco's smile was beatific, but the expression in his dark eyes changed. Instead of being lost in the gratification of the moment, he was looking at Philip. More than looking at him, seeing into him. "Corral," Marco said. Half strapped into his couch, the big man paused. Marco shifted a degree. "Need you in engineering? Damage control, yeah?" Corral shrugged, unstrapped. Marco looked back at Philip, then pointed to the crash couch with his chin. "It's your station. Take it." As Corral launched down the lift tube, feet vanishing last, Philip pulled himself into the crash couch. Weapons controls filled the screen. Torpedoes, PDCs. The sword of the Pella was in his hands. The warning klaxon seemed to come from a great distance. The Pella, preparing after weeks sleeping on the float. The needle stung when it went into his vein, and the cold, bright flow of military-grade juice lit him from within, like he was fire itself, consuming everything he touched. 2 new dots appeared on tactical, new stars in the star-sown blackness, both marked as friendlies. The Koto and the Shinsakuto leaping from their cover and announcing their attack. The Pella jumped up around Philip, grabbing his crash couch and all the others on the command deck. The gimbals hissed in unison as Bastian brought them around, couches snapping to face the new up and follow it, whichever way the maneuvering thrusters demanded. The rumble of the drive passed through the ship, through Philip's bones. The crash couch gel flowed up the sides of his body. As if he was watching someone else do it, he keyed in firing solutions. 1 gunship against 3. The Rocinante couldn't help but die. "They saw us, them," Bastian shouted. "We're getting painted." "Philip," Marco said. "Sasa," Philip said. With emotion, he trained the PDCs toward the distant flicker that was the enemy, ready to chew down any incoming torpedoes. The Pella jumped forward again, the hard burn jumping harder. Philip let his arms sink down to his sides, fingers on the built-in controls. He fought to inhale. 5 Gs, 6, and the acceleration was still going up. The wolves were loose now, the pack running. His vision narrowed, shadows crowding his peripherals like the dead from his dream. He had the weird sensation that she was in the room, Naomi Nagata, but that was only an accident of sleep and high G blood flow. The crash couch chimed, a fresh infusion of juice brightening him. His lips were growing numb and tingling. He couldn't lift his head from the couch any longer. It was like he was becoming the ship, or it was becoming him. He heard his father trying to speak, but the acceleration was affecting him too. The Pella groaned, the superstructure settling and flexing under the acceleration. A high harmonic overtone rang through the air like a struck bell. On Philip's monitor, a message appeared. From his father, his captain, leader of the Free Navy, and liberator of the Belt. Fire at will. Chapter 27. Bobby. "I've got 4 more fast movers," Alex said, his voice tense and calm at the same time. "Got 'em, Bobby," said, her jaw aching with the acceleration gravity. The gunner's control identified the new torpedoes, adding them to the 6 already on her scopes. 3 ships converging on them from different angles were identified as the Pella, the Shinsakuto, and the Koto. Marco Inaro's personal ship, and 2 gunships for backup, and nothing for the Rossi to hide behind but her drive plume. The enemies were a long way off still, millions of clicks, and none on initial vectors that did them any favors. The Rossi had already gotten past them. They were like a kid on a football pitch, running the ball with 3 opposing players sprinting to catch up, except if the opposing players had guns. When the Rossi hit the mathematical balance point of velocity, mass, and distance that defined the halfway point, there would be some hard choices to make.
Either they'd flip and start braking toward Tycho, or commit to letting the chase go on indefinitely. If they let the Free Navy spook them out into the empty spaces between bases and stations, the chase turned into an ugly kind of attrition battle. Who ran out of ammunition or reaction mass first? Given how the outer system looked these days, it would make more sense to brake toward Tycho and hope that backup from the station could reach them before the Free Navy pounded them into scrap metal and blood. Her job and Alex's were to make sure they lived long enough to have that problem. She tracked the torpedoes. With any luck, they'd all be standard issue. They didn't show the jittering path of point defense countermeasures yet. When they got in effective range, the Rossi would start chewing them to pieces, streams of tiny tungsten rounds ripping the torpedoes to nothing. If there were only 6, she'd have been confident they could do it. 10 at once was a little more complicated, but as long as they didn't all hit at the same time, she was pretty sure they wouldn't be overwhelmed. Holden's voice in her ear sounded anxious.